Chapter 107. Chu Luiwei raised his eyebrows. Cheating? Are you saying that I was able to solve the Xian formation because I saw how Si Ting moved? Gu Mingzhu, Si Ting and I are right in front of Mr. Dongfang. If we were to play any tricks, he would have seen it clearly. Are you suspecting that Mr. Dongfang is covering for me? Dongfang Qing frowned and looked at Gu Mingzhu. Gu Mingzhu, this is not a place for you to fool around. I am not fooling around. After saying that, Gu Mingzhu felt a little regretful. Saying that in front of teacher Dongfang, wasn't she just making things difficult for herself? But what could she do now that she had said it? She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Mr. Dongfang, don't you find it strange? Why did Chu Luiwei succeed right after Si Ting? Isn't this too strange? Everyone looked at each other and were somewhat suspicious. Dongfang Qing was so angry that he laughed. Gu Mingzhu, this is not the first time you have attended classes here. Don't you know whether you can cheat or not by seeing how the people around you solve the Xian formation? The room was silent for a moment. Although everyone was sitting next to each other, they were all quite a distance away from each other. It was not that easy to see what was going on around them. More importantly, this chessboard was used to train their ability to solve Xian formations. Usually, only the people in front of them could see clearly. From other positions, they could only see blurry shadows. Chu Luiwei and Si Ting were sitting next to each other, but from Chu Luiwei's position, they should not be able to see anything. Si Yang laughed out loud and mocked. You're right. Gu Mingzhu, you are not far from my brother. You can see how he moved just by looking up. Why didn't you solve the second Xian formation? Gu Mingzhu's face was red and she could not speak. Although I don't want to admit it, this pervert is quite talented. Do you think that elder son and the rest are so easily fooled? Si Yang remembered clearly that elder son was full of praise for Chu Luiwei that day. At first, he didn't want to believe it, but later, he realized that Chu Luiwei was indeed not an ordinary person. Although he couldn't compare to him, he was willing to admit that he was powerful. How could he be like Gu Mingzhu? Gu Mingzhu, are you a sore loser? Gu Mingzhu glared at Si Yang. Shut up. Chu Luiwei smiled amiably. Second Miss Gu has a noble status, so she's definitely not someone who doesn't know what to say. Everyone present clearly heard the two scrolls of Xian formation diagrams mentioned earlier. If second Miss Gu were to renege on her debt, wouldn't that be too shameless? Who are you calling shameless? How could Gu Mingzhu not tell that Chu Luiwei was scolding her? She immediately became anxious. Chu Luiwei blinked in surprise. Second Miss Gu, what do you mean? Are you really not going to fulfill your end of the bet? Gu Mingzhu felt extremely aggrieved. Since Chu Luiwei had already spoken, what else could she say? She couldn't help but glance at Dongfang Qing. As expected, she saw that he was also a little impatient. She knew that it wouldn't do her any good if she continued to make a fuss. Isn't it just two scrolls of Xian formation diagrams? I'll give them to you. She pressed her hand firmly on the chessboard, barely restraining the anger in her heart. At the same time, she was thinking about how to explain it to her family. Everything else was fine, but if the family head knew that she lost these things in a bet, second Miss Gu is really generous. Then Li will thank you here. Although Chu Luiwei didn't care about the two Xian formation diagrams, since the other party had delivered it to her door, how could she not accept it? After speaking, Chu Luiwei looked at Dongfang Qing. Teacher Dongfang, can I also leave class now? Dongfang Qing originally wanted to chat with her, but seeing that she seemed to want to leave, he didn't force her to stay. Of course. Thank you, Teacher Dongfang. After speaking, Chu Luiwei simply packed her things and walked out. Almost at the same time, Si Ting also said goodbye to Dongfang Qing and walked out with Chu Luiwei. Gu Mingzhu watched the two of them disappear together. She bit her lower lip and punched the chessboard angrily. Be asterisk. You're going to cause trouble for me again if you come out with me. After walking out of the door, Chu Luiwei looked at Si Ting, who was following behind her. Si Ting frowned slightly. I'm sorry to cause you trouble, but there's really nothing between me and Gu Mingzhu. He knew that Gu Mingzhu was interested in him, but the two of them didn't usually talk in private. He also didn't know that Gu Mingzhu would deliberately cause trouble for Chu Luiwei today. It was obvious that Chu Luiwei was very smart and had already figured out the reason. For some reason, he was a little nervous. He was afraid that Chu Luiwei would misunderstand, but he also had an inexplicable sense of anticipation. This has nothing to do with me. Chu Luiwei shook her head. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, she thought that it was really easy to attract girls with his looks. She didn't care at first, but it wouldn't be good if it affected her. But I don't want something like this to happen again in the future. So, if there's nothing important, it's better that we don't interact too much. Hearing the distant politeness in the young girl's tone, Si Ting felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his heart. His lips moved as if he wanted to explain, but on second thought, what right did he have to explain? After Chu Luiwei finished speaking, she walked forward and lightly said, "I'm sorry. But I still have to thank you for today." Si Ting hesitated for a moment, then quickly walked forward and blocked her way. "I promise that something like this won't happen again. But I also have a question that I hope you can answer." Chu Luiwei nodded and gestured for him to ask. Si Ting paused and stared at Chu Luiwei's clear, black, and bright eyes as he enunciated every word. He said slowly, "You already solved the second Xian formation, didn't you?" Chu Luiwei looked at him with interest and asked him a question in return. "Aren't you the same?" Si Ting was suddenly at a loss for words. He had always concealed it so well that even Dongfang Qing didn't notice it. Chu Luiwei saw right through him. Chu Luiwei had long felt that something was wrong with Si Ting. Today, when they were in class together, she finally realized it. He was also hiding his talents and abilities. Although she didn't know the reason, Chu Luiwei wasn't interested in asking further. "Then, how long did you take?" Si Ting didn't deny it. Instead, he looked at Chu Luiwei with an inquisitive gaze. Chu Luiwei's lips curved up as she walked past him. "I've already answered one of your questions. As for the rest, I have no comment." Si Ting turned around and saw that the slender young girl had already left. By the time she returned to her room, the sky was already dark. The moment she entered the room, she immediately stopped in her tracks. Then she quickly chopped behind her. "Who is it?" Her wrist was grabbed by a warm and strong hand. Then, with a strong pull, she was easily pulled into an embrace. Chu Luiwei was shocked. She flipped her wrist and a silver light flashed across her eyes. At this moment, a familiar cold fragrance wafted over and made her stop in her tracks. Are you trying to kill your husband?" A lazy voice sounded beside her ear. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw a beautiful face that could infuriate anyone. Rong Xiu. Digression, Happy Queen's Day la 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 la. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 108. Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows slightly, took a step forward, and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What is your highness trying to do?" Rong Xiu looked at her crafty black eyes that were like a fox's, sighed softly, and laughed softly. "I really don't know what to do with you." Before he finished speaking, his body moved, and he quickly grabbed both of her wrists, and then used one hand. Chapter 108, Waiting for You Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation. Please wait for a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 109. Although the residence that the academy had arranged for Chu Luiwei was not big, there were still spare rooms. Seeing that Rong Xiu had once again snatched her bed, Chu Luiwei was no longer angry. She had even gotten used to it. She went to the room next door, closed the door, and listened carefully for a while. She did not detect any movement in the room next door, so she calmed down. Since Rong Xiu could sneak into Tianlu Academy without anyone noticing, he would not be discovered so easily. She was not worried about this. It was already late, but Chu Luiwei did not go to bed immediately. Instead, she sat cross-legged, held her breath, and focused on absorbing the heaven and earth force. Waves of invisible energy gradually merged into her body, passing through her limbs and bones before silently flowing into the water droplet in her dantian. Ever since she had forged this special pill of origin and officially embarked on the path of cultivation again, Chu Luiwei had not relaxed for even a day. No matter how busy or tired she was, she would persevere in her cultivation and not waste a single drop of time. Although no one forced her, there was always a voice in her heart that kept reminding her that she still had many things to do. Being reborn was a great opportunity. She had to make herself stronger as soon as possible. After an unknown period of time, Chu Luiyue finally opened her eyes slowly and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. She could feel the aura in her body growing stronger day by day. This body had the Daijing Yuan meridian after all, so it was much faster than ordinary people when cultivating. However, it was still not enough. She had been born with the Tianjing Yuan meridian in her previous life. Her talent was extraordinary, and the Daijing Yuan meridian she had now could not compare to it. However, she also knew that this matter could not be rushed. Her former enemy's status was much higher than hers, so she could only plan slowly. Previously, Si Yang had said that the first place of the midterm assessment would have the chance to meet the envoy from the Tianling dynasty. Calculating the time, it should be soon. Chu Luiyue finally wrote down a Xian formation diagram in her mind before finally resting. The next day, Chu Luiyue woke up early in the morning. After tidying up, she remembered that Rong Xiu was still sleeping in the room next door. She walked over and knocked on the door. No one agreed. He pushed the door open and saw that she had already left. Chu Luiyue face-palmed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The dignified Prince Li seemed to really treat her place as an inn. However, it would be troublesome if he stayed here at this time. Chu Luiyue no longer paid attention to these, turned around and went out. Hey, have you heard? Yesterday, during the Xian Master's meditation class, Gu Mingzhu challenged Chu Luiyue and lost 2 level 5 Xian formation diagrams. Are you serious? Wasn't Gu Mingzhu's talent also very strong? How could he lose to Chu Luiyue? Of course it's real. This matter had already spread throughout the entire academy. Gu Mingzhu is talented, but have you forgotten that Chu Luiyue got second place in the midterm assessment on his first day here? However, she really has guts. With Gu Mingzhu's status, she actually didn't give her any face. She didn't even give face to the crown prince, let alone others. I think this Chu Luiyue is really not someone to be trifled with. Chu Luiyue arrived at Jiuyou Tower and heard the discussions from afar. After seeing her figure, these voices quickly disappeared. Everyone looked at her with an uneasy expression. Perhaps many people from the Xian Master's side had not seen Chu Luiyue before, but Chu Luiyue was very famous among the warriors. When she was competing with Chu Xianmin that day, the warriors were all present. However, Chu Luiyue turned a deaf ear to all these and walked straight to Jiuyou Tower. A provocative voice sounded, and Chu Luiyue looked up. The person blocking her path was none other than Lu Fian. What's the matter? Chu Luiyue asked lightly. Lu Fian's thin brows knitted together. Her already sharp voice became even more ear-piercing when she raised it. Of course, there's something. Chu Luiyue, what are you doing here? Chu Luiyue said matter-of-factly, to cultivate, of course. This is the territory of martial artists. Who knows what intentions a Xian cultivator like you has by coming here? Lu Fian had been bullied by Chu Luiyue the day before and did not sleep well the entire night. No matter how she thought about it, she felt aggrieved. Just as she was thinking about how to deal with her, Chu Luiyue came knocking on her door. There were many warriors here, so she was not afraid of Chu Luiyue. Upon hearing this, Chu Luiyue's calm expression finally changed. She raised her brows slightly and asked, "The warrior's territory is the warrior's territory. This is a warrior's territory. Am I, the person who won first place in the warrior competition, not qualified to come here?" Lu Fian was stunned. She then remembered that although Chu Luiyue had gone to the Xian Master's side to cultivate, she had indeed won the warrior's first place during the midterm assessment. She was actually more qualified than anyone else to come here. Lu Fian's expression froze. My time is very precious. If you continue to obstruct me, I can't guarantee what I will do. Chu Luiyue's expression was calm, and her tone was indifferent, as though she was talking about something unimportant. But it was precisely this attitude that made Lu Fian feel an inexplicable fear. She almost subconsciously took a step back, but with so many people watching, she felt even more indignant. When Chu Luiyue walked past, she could not help but curse in a low voice. What's there to be proud of? You're just a stray dog. Without the support of an aristocratic family, What capabilities could Chu Luiwei have? Upon hearing this, Chu Luiwei did not stop and only laughed faintly. This was not the first time she had heard such words, but she did not care at all. In everyone's eyes, the Chu family was large and had a stable foundation. But to her and Chu Ning, it was nothing more than a dirty and smelly cage. The sooner she could leave, the sooner she would be happy. As for Lu Fian, who did not know how to speak, she could deal with her another day. Seeing that Chu Luiwei ignored her, Lu Fian thought that she was afraid. She could not help but feel more confident and said to the people behind her, "Did you see that? Chu Luiwei is just doing well on the surface. She has offended the Chu family and the crown prince. She will suffer in the future." When she said this, she did not get the agreement she expected. The few women looked at each other and hesitated for a long time before saying hesitantly, I heard that the Chu family situation is not very good now. They said that the crown prince is going to marry into the Chu family in 2 days, but Minmin seems to be just a concubine. In the past, everyone thought that Chu Xianmin's position as the crown princess was secure, and they thought highly of the Chu family. But it was different now. Chu Xianmin married into the crown prince's family with such a status. It was equivalent to giving the Chu family a slap. The Chu family was in a worse situation. On the other hand, Chu Luiyue's life after leaving the Chu family was smooth sailing. The expression in Lu Fian's eyes changed. She deliberately sighed and put on a sorrowful expression. Minmin has already been disfigured. The position of the crown princess naturally has to be given to someone else. When is the date? We have to go together and support her. There were not many opportunities to see the crown prince. She would not miss it. At this moment, Chu Luiwei had already reached Jiuyou Tower. An elder in a white robe was sitting in front of the door, pretending to be asleep. Before every student entered, they had to stop in front of the elder for a moment. Chu Luiwei saw that they all took off the nameplate on their left chest and placed it on a square black jade in front of the elder before picking it up. She walked closer and saw that a few lines of words would appear on the jade whenever the nameplate was placed on the jade. Soon it was her turn. She had just placed her nameplate on the jade when the elder suddenly opened his eyes. "Are you the girl who got first place in the midterm assessment, Chu Luiwei?" He pursed his lips. "Why didn't you register your Yuan Meridian level?" Digression. Mobile users who are working hard to save their manuscripts, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 110. Chu Luiwei paused. "I don't know about this." The elder chuckled and waved his hand. "It's normal that you didn't register. Every year, when new students enter the academy, they will be tested and registered together. But your situation is special, so it's normal that you don't have this. You can find some time to take the test later." Chu Luiwei then remembered that when the first few people placed their nameplates on the black jade stone, not only would their names be displayed, but it would also display their Yuan Meridian and cultivation level. But when she placed her nameplate on the stone, only her name was displayed. No, there was a number behind it. 19. Chu Luiwei looked at the number behind her name strangely. This is the time you have to cultivate in Jiuyou Tower. According to the results of the midterm assessment, every student will be allocated a different amount of time to cultivate. You came in second in the Shen Master assessment and first in the Warrior assessment, so you have exactly 38 hours in total. The elder was very patient and explained it to Chu Luiwei. After he finished speaking, Chu Luiwei clearly felt that many people around her looked at her again. Unlike the curiosity and reverence from before, Chu Luiwei felt more envy this time. Envy? Could it be because of these 38 hours? Chu Luiwei knew that there were conditions for entering Jiuyou Tower to cultivate, but now it seemed that it was more difficult than she had imagined. She had obtained such results in only 38 hours. It was easy to imagine how much time others had. "Teacher, can I freely allocate these 38 hours?" The elder smiled slyly. "Of course it's not that simple. Although you have a lot of time, there's a limit to the amount of time you can cultivate every day." Most Shen masters and celestial physicians didn't care about this aspect of cultivation, so they rarely came to Jiuyou Tower to absorb force. Most of them were martial artists. After all, the force density in Jiuyou Tower was much higher than outside. If one could cultivate inside, their speed would increase by a lot. To any martial artist, this was an enormous temptation. And this time is naturally divided according to the martial artist's level. Rank 1 warriors spend 2 hours a day, rank 2 warriors spend 4 hours, and so on and so forth. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity as he stared at Chu Luiwei. I heard that you defeated Chu Xianmin previously. You should be a stage 3 warrior now, right? When Chu Luiwei heard him mention the martial artist rank, he knew something was wrong. She was not weak, but who would have thought that she had just broken through to become a stage 1 warrior? No matter how hard she tried, the thing in her dantian refused to add another line. Chu Luiwei couldn't do anything about it. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Student, rank 1 warrior. The Chu clan. First elder, do you mean that you don't intend to give Min a dowry?" Although Chu Yan and Lu Yao were unwilling to let their daughter marry into the crown prince's residence as a concubine, they had no other choice but to agree. 3 days was too rushed, so they could only prepare as much dowry as possible to make Chu Xinmin's life easier after she married into the crown prince's residence. However, they didn't expect to be stopped by the first elder. The first elder was expressionless. The crown prince's residence hasn't been earning much in recent years. Both of you know this best. Now that the date has been set in a hurry, there's no time to prepare so much dowry. Chu Yan suppressed his anger. Min is going to marry into the crown prince's residence. This represents the Chu family's face. If Min is looked down upon, it will embarrass the Chu family as well. It's not bad to marry into the crown prince's residence, but she's just a concubine. The first elder put down the teacup in his hand and looked at the two with a sullen face. If her dowry is too generous now, how will she live when the crown princess and secondary consort enter the residence? Instead of being in the limelight for a while, it's better to keep a low profile and avoid more trouble. These words made Chu Yan and Lu Yao speechless, but the anger in their hearts burned even brighter. Although the Chu family wasn't the same as before, it wasn't to the point where they couldn't even afford such a small amount of money. Moreover, Chu Xianmin was the Chu family's first daughter. Ever since she got close to the crown prince's residence had been secretly preparing the dowry. The first elder said there wasn't any because Chu Xianmin had lost her position as the crown princess, so he purposely treated her harshly and wanted to keep this sum of money. How could Chu Yan and Lu Yao agree? First elder, although Min can't marry into the crown prince's residence as the crown princess, it's hard to say what the future holds. If you insist on this, that's all in the future. Who can say for sure? Hearing this, the first elder interrupted him, but his heart was still shaken, so he said, "That's right. However, seeing that you only have one daughter, the crown prince's residence will give you 32 dowries." Lu Yao sneered in her heart. Are you trying to dismiss a beggar with this amount of money? The Chu family is so big, but giving out 32 dowries is embarrassing enough. The first elder seemed to have seen through her thoughts and added calmly, "Lu Yao, you've been serving the crown princess for a long time. I'm sure you've already saved up some dowries for Min. The crown prince's residence giving you this is already very benevolent. Don't you think so?" Lu Yao gritted her teeth. The first elder was threatening her with the matter of her pocketing the money. However, she didn't dare to make a big deal out of it. After all, her reputation would be ruined if word got out. However, she couldn't say anything about it. It was true that she took the money, but which of her daily necessities didn't cost money? Her family of 3 was used to luxury and liked to choose the best for everything. They didn't have much money left. Most importantly, Chu Xianmin spent hundreds of thousands of silver taels to buy things at Zhenbao Pavilion a month ago. She originally wanted to wait for Chu Xianmin to win first place in the academy and win the crown prince's favor before going to her parents' house to ask for the money. However, who knew that Chu Luiwei would appear and mess up all her plans? The Lu family was now mocking and ridiculing them. Why would they give them a single cent? Zhenbao Pavilion was pressing her, and she didn't dare to offend this family. She could only take the money from her own pocket. How would she have the money for Chu Xinmin's wedding? However, the first elder's behavior made it clear that he wouldn't change his mind. If she continued, She would only be humiliating herself. Lu Yao resisted the urge to stand up. She glanced at Chu Yen, who still wanted to say something, and the two of them left with grievances. Tian Lu Academy, Jiuyou Tower. Chu Luiwei ignored the various gazes around him and put the nameplate back on his left chest. He calmed himself down and looked forward. Jiuyou Tower had a total of 9 floors. It was made of black iron and was thick and majestic. Looking from the bottom, it looked like a sharp sword piercing through the clouds as if it could tear the sky apart at any time. Every floor had 8 corners that were raised up like eaves with bells hanging from them. When the wind blew, one could hear the crisp sound of the bells nearby. Chu Luiwei had already walked in through the greenish-black bronze door. There was a strange carving above the door. It seemed to be an eagle. Its head was slightly lowered, and its eyes were tightly shut. A pair of huge wings were folded in front of its body, and it looked extremely majestic. The remaining karmic fire seemed to be crazily spreading and burning it. For some reason, Chu Luiwei felt an inexplicable murderous aura with just one look. She covered up this strange feeling and reached out her hand to push the door open. At this moment, the eagle's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Scarlet, brutal, terrifying. The piercing murderous intent went straight for Chu Luiwei. Digression, it will be published tomorrow, and the editor will have to approve it. Hence, it will be published around noon. It will be more convenient for everyone to read it in the afternoon. Thank you for all your support. I will work hard in writing in February. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 111. The next moment, a flame seemed to gather under the palm she placed on the door, burning wildly. In an instant, the flame seemed to have spread from her palm to her entire body. The scorching heat surrounded her in an instant. Every inch of her body felt as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Her internal organs felt as if they were being gripped tightly by something, and the pain pierced her heart. Chu Luiwei was shocked and furious. This flame was actually trying to kill her. She wanted to retreat, but she realized that she couldn't move at all. It was as if her entire body was being controlled. The flame had already rapidly burned through her limbs and bones, heading for her dantian. That biting cold and terrifying murderous intent made Chu Luiwei's hair stand on end. The dantian was the most important part of a cultivator. Once it was damaged, one would never be able to cultivate for the rest of their lives. This thing was actually here for this. However, just as the powerful force was about to enter her dantian, the water droplet that had been quietly floating in Chu Luiwei's dantian suddenly started spinning rapidly. Boom! An invisible suppressive force shot out from Chu Luiwei's body and went straight for him. Chu Luiwei could even clearly feel the two forces colliding fiercely, and the terrifying force spread throughout her body. At this moment, Chu Luiwei felt as if there was lava bursting in her body, and there wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't painful. Fortunately, the force that burst forth from the water droplet was extremely strong, and it almost destroyed the force that wanted to kill Chu Luiwei. Only then did the terrifying pain gradually dissipate. However, Chu Luiwei didn't dare to relax. Her eyes were fixed on the picture on the door. When she looked, she realized that the eagle's eyes were already closed. It was as if everything that had just happened had never happened. Chu Luiwei gradually clenched her fists tightly. That definitely wasn't an illusion. If not for the power of the water droplet, she would probably have been a dead person by now. She never would have thought that she would be on the brink of death before even entering Jiuyou Tower. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Seeing Chu Luiwei standing in front of the door without moving, the old man asked doubtfully. Chu Luiwei turned around to take a look. The old man and the people around him didn't seem to have noticed what had happened in that instant. Her mind raced as she shook her head. Nothing. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and walked in. Jiuyou Tower had a total of 9 floors. The space inside was very spacious, and there were many partitioned rooms. The people who had come in earlier had already familiarized themselves with the place and were heading towards the rooms that they liked to cultivate in. Right in the middle was a spiral staircase, obviously leading to the top. Some people didn't stop at the first floor, but instead went straight up. In Jiuyou Tower, the higher the floor, the denser the force. However, each layer was separated by a barrier. Anyone who wanted to enter the higher floors to cultivate would have to pass through the barrier. And this depended on one's own ability. Generally, low-level students could only cultivate on the first floor. Chu Luiwei wasn't in a hurry to choose a room to cultivate in. Instead, she stood still and lowered her head to look at her palm. A charred mark could be clearly seen. She had placed her hand on the door just now. That terrifying flame had also entered her body through her palm. This burn mark was the best proof of what had just happened. But why did this happen? There was clearly no problem for other students to enter Jiuyo Tower. Why did this happen to her alone? Why did that eagle suddenly open its eyes and have such a strong murderous intent towards her? Perhaps that murderous intent wasn't directed at her, but at the water droplet in her dantian. Chu Luiwei furrowed her brows, but she didn't have an answer. Chu Luiwei, haven't you chosen a room yet? A voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Chu Luiwei turned around and saw an unfamiliar girl's face. That girl was pretty, and her almond-shaped eyes were extremely cute. She raised her hand and pointed to the side. Actually, there isn't much difference between the rooms on the first floor. You can just choose one to cultivate in. However, the names that appear on the door are signs that someone has already entered. You can just choose those that are empty. Chu Luiwei nodded. Thank you. That girl grinned. What's there to thank me for? My name is Mu Hongyu. You can just call me Hongyu. Chu Luiwei couldn't help but laugh. So this girl was a sociable person. She quite liked her character. However, she didn't know her, so why did she seem so friendly? You can call me Luyu then. Mu Hongyu sized up Chu Luiwei curiously. You're really different from the rumors. Chu Luiwei didn't need to ask to guess what those so-called rumors said about her, but she wasn't interested in asking. Others can't wait to avoid me. Why are you taking the initiative to help me? Mu Hongyu snorted. You taught Chu Xianmin a lesson, so I'm naturally on your side. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Chu Luiwei was amused. She felt that this girl was purposely helping her because she had a grudge against Chu Xianmin. However, she also agreed with what she said. I'm not talking to you anymore. I still have to go up and cultivate. After Mu Hongyu finished speaking, she simply turned around and walked upstairs. Chu Luiwei originally wanted to go up, but she hesitated when she thought of what had just happened. She still chose to stay on the first floor. Chu Luiwei roughly looked around and realized that the layout of every room was almost the same. In the end, she chose a very secluded spot and went in. After closing the door and isolating herself from all kinds of gazes, Chu Luiwei sat cross-legged on the stone platform in the room. She wasn't in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, she looked at the burn mark on her palm again. However, it still seemed to hurt slightly. Chu Luiwei fell into deep thought. Jiuyo Tower was the most important place in Tianlu Academy. It was also the foundation of the academy. If anything happened, the teachers in the academy would definitely not sit back and do nothing. However, that elder was so close to her just now, but he didn't seem to have noticed anything. Chu Luiwei couldn't guarantee that no one else knew about this, but the most important thing now was to figure out why Jiuyo Tower was targeting her. Or rather, it was targeting the water droplet in her body. Where exactly did you come from? How did you get into so much trouble? Chu Luiwei asked in her heart. However, the water droplet didn't move. It's my first time here, so it's scary but not dangerous. However, this won't happen again in the future, right? Chu Luiwei's eyelids twitched. If this happens every day, I don't need to come to Jiuyo Tower anymore. Isn't it troublesome enough? This time, the water droplet trembled slightly, and a line of words finally appeared. What's there to fear from a mere evil creature? Evil creature? Chu Luiwei was stunned for a while, and a chill rose from the bottom of her feet. You mean that there's a fiend in Jiuyo Tower? How is this possible? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 112. Below Jiuyo Tower was a pit of heavenly origins. It was because of this that the heaven and earth force in the tower was so abundant. To cultivators, this was a good place to quickly improve their cultivation. But to fiends, it was the opposite. The pit of heavenly origins was a natural force treasure trove. It contained rich heaven and earth force, but it was also mixed with many impurities. If one absorbed too much, it would cause harm to the cultivator's body. If it was light, it would damage one's yuan meridian, and if it was heavy, it would cause death. Cultivators could use all kinds of methods to expel these impurities, but fiends could not. Moreover, fiends were mostly cruel and vicious, so the pit of heavenly origins had a greater impact on them. If they stayed for too long, they would easily lose their minds and eventually go berserk. They might even explode and die. Juyo Tower was built above the pit of heavenly origins. How could there be fiends here? The words on the water droplet dissipated quickly. It had no intention of explaining. Chu Luiyue frowned. Although this statement was absurd, she inexplicably believed it in her heart. When the eagle opened its eyes, she was very sure that it was the aura of a fiend. But why did the academy do this? Whether it was to the fiends or the students cultivating in the tower, this was a great hidden danger. And as the dean, did Master know about this? Prince Li's mansion. Seeing that his master had finally returned, Umo hurriedly went to welcome him. Master, you're back. Rong Xiu nodded, looking relaxed. Umo saw the faint smile at the corner of his mouth and was surprised. As long as he stayed with that person for a period of time, his master's mood would always improve. He really had to give it to him. Looks like Master had a good night's rest. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. Was the mansion still lively yesterday? Umo bowed. Yes, the other party sent another group of people. They wanted to break into your bedroom to find out what was going on, but we took them down. Still suicide soldiers? Yes, they were the same as the people who came 2 days ago. They didn't care about their lives. Seeing that they couldn't break in, they wanted to commit suicide by taking poison. However, one of them didn't die and is now locked up. Yan Qing interrogated him all night and used a lot of tricks. Finally, that person spat out something. Rong Xiu stopped in his tracks. Umo lowered his voice. It's the Crown Prince's men. Rong Xiu smiled. After so many years, it's still the same trick. He's not tired, but I'm tired. Umo asked hesitantly. Master, what do you think of this person? Is Third Imperial Brother still in the Imperial capital? Rong Xiu suddenly asked. His Majesty said that His Highness, the Third Prince, had been fighting at the border for many years and had suffered a lot. Now that there is no war and the Third Prince has reached the age to marry and have children, His Majesty's intention is to let the Third Prince stay in the Imperial capital. Rong Xiu chuckled. Rong Jiu had made great contributions in the Northwest Army, and his reputation was at its peak. How could father be at ease and let him go back? Staying in the Imperial capital was the safest option. I've been back for a long time, but I haven't visited Third Imperial Brother. Tell Yan Qing to bring him along. I'll give Third Imperial Brother a big gift. Yes. Rong Jiu joined the army at a young age and was always outside. In the past, he would only stay in the palace for a few days before leaving. However, when he came back this time, Emperor Jiawen said that he was old enough to stay in the palace. Hence, he specially prepared a mansion for him outside the palace. The size of this mansion was actually similar to Rong Xiu's princely mansion. However, the decree to confer him a prince had not been passed down. Rong Jiu originally had some hope, but after waiting day after day, Emperor Jiawen repeatedly refused to let him go back. Hence, he understood what was going on. Conferring him a prince was a small matter, trapping him in the imperial capital was a big matter. The Northwest Army kept inviting him back, but Rong Jiu knew that it would be difficult this time. After thinking this through, he calmed down and continued to stay in the imperial capital as if he didn't notice the emperor's fear at all. In the backyard, Rong Jiu and Rong Feng were sparring. The two of them exchanged blows with each other. Rong Feng was quite talented, and he had been diligently cultivating with the teachers in the palace. He was only 15 years old, but he was already a stage 3 warrior. However, compared to Rong Jiu, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, he was still inexperienced. After 10 rounds, Rong Jiu found an opportunity to stab Rong Feng with his spear and easily sent Rong Feng's sword flying. Rong Feng looked at the sword that fell to the ground and smiled bitterly. Third brother, can't you go easy on me? It's so boring every time. Rong Jiu twirled his spear. Who would go easy on you on the battlefield? Rong Feng was speechless, but he immediately shrugged and smiled proudly. I know you're doing this for my own good, third brother. Those people in the palace tiptoe around me every time I fight. It's so annoying. Rong Jiu's lips twitched. Then, why don't you go to Tianlu Academy? The teachers there won't be like this. The crown prince is there. I don't want to go. Rong Feng rolled his eyes. I've been compared to him since I was young. Isn't it annoying? Upon hearing this, Rong Jiu looked at him fixedly. So, you've been hiding your abilities and pretending that you're not as good as him? Who dares to be more outstanding than the crown prince? Isn't that finding trouble for myself? I'm not that bored. Rong Feng threw himself onto the rattan chair at the side. Didn't you see that seventh brother hasn't returned to the imperial city for 10 years? Just because he was conferred the title of prince, he got himself into so much trouble? Third brother, I think you're a thorn in his side even in the imperial city. Rong Jiu was about to speak when he suddenly saw his trusted aide walking over quickly. Third prince, someone from Princely Mansion said that Princely has a gift for you. It's already outside the door. Gift? Bring it in. Rong Feng followed closely behind, looking curious. Third brother, what gift did seventh brother give you? Isn't your birthday still early? Rong Jiu didn't say anything, but he was thinking in his heart. Very quickly, a wooden box was carried in. Rong Jiu narrowed his eyes, turned his wrist, and stabbed his spear out. The wooden box opened. A thick smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. Inside the wooden box was a person covered in wounds and blood. His entire body was twisted into a strange position and stuffed into the wooden box. Just one look was enough to make one shiver. Rong Feng gasped. He had never seen such a scene before. His expression changed drastically, and he started retching. Rong Jiu looked at him and frowned. Third brother, this is a dead person? Rong Feng said with difficulty. Why did seventh brother give you this? The person beside him reminded him, His Highness isn't dead yet. Your Highness, this person is not dead yet. He just fainted from excessive blood loss. Rong Jiu stepped forward. Third brother, don't go over. Rong Jiu flicked his spear, and something flew out. It was a small seal. Rong Jiu picked up the seal and looked at it carefully. His expression changed slightly. He thought for a moment. Lock this person up and keep him alive. We can't let him die. Then he turned around and left. Upon seeing this, Rong Feng hurriedly followed. Third brother, where are you going? Rong Jiu didn't look back. Since Rong Xiu had given him such a big gift, he naturally had to accept it. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 113. 3 days passed quickly, and it was Chu Liyue's wedding day in the blink of an eye. However, other than her own residence that was slightly decorated, the rest of the Chu family did not have the slightest bit of festive spirit. In the past, when the residents held a wedding, the servants would fight to be the first to do the work. On one hand, they wanted to leave a good impression in front of their masters, and on the other hand, they wanted to get more money. However, Chu Xinmin's courtyard was cold and cheerless. Only a few servants, who usually served her here, were busy with work. If not for the fact that they could not avoid it, they would not have come. The entire residence knew that although Chu Xianmin was marrying into the Crown Prince Mansion, she was only marrying into the Crown Prince Mansion as a concubine. It was not presentable. Because of this, the first elder did not even prepare any dowry for her. It was obvious that this wedding was not a joyous occasion. A few servants discussed softly as they packed up. With third Missy's status, I thought she would marry into the Crown Prince consort. I didn't expect her to be a concubine. Where is our Chu family's face? That's right. The Chu family's life has not been good these few years. Now that the first Missy is marrying into the Crown Prince consort's life, we are a joke for no reason. Third Missy used to be so glamorous, but many people are laughing at her now. Who can be blamed for that? Third Missy's face is disfigured, and she has to wear a veil wherever she goes. Besides, her reputation is long gone. Even if she is willing to marry, no one will want her. Where can she go other than the Crown Prince mansion? She's coming out. The door was pushed open, and Chu Xianmin walked out with the help of someone. The servants in the courtyard immediately stopped talking, but their eyes kept sizing her up. She was wearing a red wedding dress and a veil, but she did not wear a phoenix coronet. She only wore a golden jade hairpin from the Crown Prince mansion. It was not that she did not want to dress up, but the rules were as such. Only the first wife had the right to wear a phoenix coronet. For someone like her who entered the Crown Prince mansion as a concubine, she had to dress simply. Chu Xianmin walked out of the room, and the courtyard was cold and empty. Other than her original servants, there was no one else who came to celebrate. It's good that they didn't come. Wasn't he just making fun of her by coming at this time? Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth and dug her nails deep into her palms to suppress the anger and indignation in her heart. It's so quiet. Is the Crown Prince not here yet? Why didn't I hear any gongs or drums? Asked Chu Xianmin as she suppressed her anger. Those people in the Crown Prince's residence were really something. In the past, they used to curry favor with her. Now that she was in dire straits, they even dared to neglect her wedding. Everyone looked at each other. Lu Yao stood at the side with a stiff expression on her face. She had actually forgotten to tell Min Min that the Crown Prince did not need to personally come over to welcome this marriage. At this moment, someone walked over quickly. Isn't it already packed? Why aren't you leaving yet? The sedan chair is already waiting outside. Third Miss Chu, please come in. This man looked familiar to Chu Xianmin. He was just a normal guard in the Crown Prince mansion. He used to bow and scrape when he saw her, but he dared to speak with a straight back in front of her now. But that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was, what do you mean? The Crown Prince is not coming. Chu Xianmin widened her eyes. Lu Yao pulled her and whispered, Min Min, don't worry. According to the rules, there's nothing wrong with this. Chu Xianmin finally recovered her senses. The Crown Prince would not even come to her so-called wedding. He would just send someone over casually. That guard smiled with a hint of mockery on his face. Third Miss Chu, His Highness is busy with work. How can he have the time for such a small matter? Small matter? He actually said that the most important thing in a woman's life was a small matter. Chu Xianmin had fantasized about marrying into the Crown Prince mansion countless times. It should be colorful and grand. It should not be as simple and disgusting as it was now. It was only at this moment that she realized that she was a concubine. Chu Xianmin did not know how she suppressed the surging emotions in her heart. She also did not know how she walked to the sedan chair outside the door. Only when she reached the Crown Prince mansion's door did she finally recover her senses. She lifted the curtain at the side and looked outside. The Crown Prince mansion's door was tightly shut. It did not look like a wedding was going to be held. She could only enter through the small door. A strong sense of humiliation welled up in her heart. Chu Xianmin was born to be favored by the heavens. She had been the object of envy for so many years. When had she ever been so lowly? Her hatred for Chu Luiwei increased by another level. The servant brought her to a yard in the backyard of the Crown Prince mansion. Tingfeng Garden will be your residence in the future. The Crown Prince has something important to do today, so he won't be able to come. You can wait here for now. After saying this, the person who brought her here turned around and left. Chu Xianmin took a look and saw a few servants and page boys standing outside. They must have been sent to serve her. She was extremely aggrieved at this point, so she could not care about them. There was only one way left for her now. No matter what, she had to win the Crown Prince's favor. Chu Xianmin waited for an entire day. It wasn't until night fell that the courtyard suddenly became lively. Greetings, Your Highness. Hearing this voice, Chu Xianmin hurriedly stood up to welcome him. Rong Jin had already pushed the door open and entered. Your Highness, you're finally here. After the previous incident, Rong Jin disliked Chu Xianmin. Now that he was forced to marry her under his father's pressure, he did not even want to see her face. Hence, he was busy the entire day and only came at night. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. Chu Xianmin was wearing a red wedding dress and stood there prettily. The warm and dim candlelight in the room enveloped her in a layer of hazy light, which added a rare charm to her. Even though she was not dressed to the nines today, the cut of the wedding dress was appropriate, outlining her exquisite and slender figure. Her slender waist could be held with one arm. Rong Jin looked at her and squinted his eyes. Chu Xianmin was indeed beautiful without mentioning anything else. The red veil covered her face, revealing only a pair of timid and sparkling eyes. They were especially seductive. Rong Jin walked toward her, and his voice became much gentler. There were too many things today and I couldn't get away. That's why I'm late. Min, you won't blame me, right? Why would I? Your Highness's matters are the most important. I'm already very happy that you still care about me, said Chu Xianmin with a smile, but her eyes were filled with tears, making her look pitiful. This time, Rong Jin's heart ached even more. He gently touched her shoulder with one hand and was a little tempted. As he spoke, he wanted to pull her veil. Min. Chu Xianmin did not expect him to be so direct. She immediately wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Rong Jin had already seen the scarlet and scary scar on her face. Your face. As if he had seen something terrifying, he quickly retreated, and the ambiguity just now disappeared in an instant. Chu Xianmin seemed to have been slapped harshly. When she hurriedly put on the veil and wanted to explain herself, Song Yuan's anxious voice suddenly came from outside. Your Highness! Her Majesty urgently summons you. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 114. Upon hearing this, Rong Jin heaved a sigh of relief. Why you should rest today? I'll come and see you another day. Then, without waiting for Chu Xianmin's reply, he turned around and left quickly. Your Highness! Chu Xianmin was flustered and instinctively wanted to follow him to explain. However, Rong Jin suddenly turned around and frowned. All right, don't go out and show your face if you have nothing to do. You can still go to the academy, but your face. You should wear your veil. Then, he hurriedly left as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after him. Once he thought of that frightening face, he felt his stomach churn. To think that I actually thought she was beautiful just now. How disgusting! Rong Jin's figure quickly disappeared, and only Chu Xianmin was left in the room. She stood there in a daze and laughed softly after a long time. However, there was only coldness and hatred left in her laughter. It's already so late. Why did father suddenly summon me? What happened? Rong Jin asked Song Yuan as he walked out of Ting Feng Garden quickly. Your Highness, I don't know either. Eunuch Min came personally. It seems like it's urgent. As he spoke, Rong Jin looked up and indeed saw Eunuch Min's figure. He was even more confused. What exactly happened that made Eunuch Min come so late? Eunuch Min anxiously paced back and forth. When he saw Rong Jin from afar, he immediately went forward. Your Highness, you're finally out. His Majesty is waiting for you. Let's go quickly. Rong Jin knitted his brows. Why the rush? Eunuch Min, what exactly happened? Your Highness, I don't know about this either. It's just that the third prince went to the palace in the afternoon and talked to His Majesty in the imperial study for a long time. After the third prince left, His Majesty ordered you to quickly enter the palace. Eunuch Min hesitated and touched the horsetail whisk in his arms. Your Highness, there's something I need to tell you. His Majesty is in a fit of anger right now. When you arrive, you must be careful. Angry? Rong Jin knitted his brows even tighter. Is it related to Rongjio? However, I didn't have much contact with Rongjio during this period. Why is it related to him? Thank you, Eunuch Min. Rong Jin did not ask further and entered the palace with Eunuch Min. The midsummer night was especially hot. Rong Jin was drenched in sweat when he rushed to the imperial study. However, when he entered and saw his father's cold expression, his heart instantly turned cold. Imperial Father! Emperor Jiawen suddenly raised his hand and threw the inkstone on the table at Rong Jin. Rong Jin didn't dare to dodge and took it head-on. A wound immediately appeared on his forehead, and blood gushed out. He knew something was wrong and immediately knelt down. Imperial Father, if you want to teach this son a lesson, this son will accept it. But can you tell me why exactly Don't you know what you've done? Emperor Jiawen rudely interrupted him, and his face turned green. This was Rong Jin's first time seeing him like this, and his heart kept sinking. What was going on? Rong Jin, you're already the crown prince. Why are you still doing this to your brothers? Are you really that intolerant of others? Emperor Jiawen hollered. Rong Jin suddenly recovered his senses and was shocked. Could it be that Imperial Father knows that I sent someone to investigate Rong Xiu? I know that Rong Jiu has many military achievements and can go against you. You don't like him. But he's your brother after all, and you're already the crown prince. How can you still be so narrow-minded? Rong Jin was dazed. Rong Jiu? That's not right. The people I sent were clearly, Imperial Father, I didn't. You still dare to deny it. Your men have already been detained by Rong Jiu. Rong Jin's remaining words were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. If it weren't for the fact that he's been in the military for many years and is alert enough, I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Emperor Jiawen sighed heavily. You disappoint me too much. Rong Jin felt as if he was struck by lightning, and his heart was in turmoil. That's not right. My men went for Rong Xiu and didn't do anything to Rong Jiu. There must be a problem here. He was indeed afraid of Rong Jiu, but he didn't even want to do anything. This was because he clearly knew that Rong Jiu's military achievements overshadowed the emperor's, and his father had long had this thought. His father made him stay in the imperial city for so long because he wanted to weaken Rong Jiu's control over the Northwest Army. I can just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Why would I find trouble for no reason? Could it be that Rong Xiu and Rong Jiu teamed up? Thinking of this, Rong Jin's face was especially ugly. In Emperor Jiawen's eyes, this change in expression naturally meant that Rong Jin admitted to it. Brothers killing each other? You've really grown up. Rong Jin couldn't refute or say a single word. Since Rong Jiu dared to come here to complain, he must have solid evidence. If he denied it and continued investigating, it would only bring him trouble. Besides, he couldn't say that he originally went for Rong Xiu. The consequences would be even worse. After much thought, Rong Jin could only clench his teeth and admit it. No, my mistake. I just wanted to test Rong Jiu's abilities, and I didn't have any murderous intentions. Father, please understand. However, I was rash and made a big mistake. Father, please punish me. Emperor Jiawen stared at him solemnly. Cultivation time always passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Chu Luiyue had already stayed in the academy for 5 days. In these few days, she gradually understood the various classes in the academy and started to get used to life in the academy. Actually, most of the students chose their own classes, and the teachers wouldn't force them. In addition, Chu Luiyue cultivated a few classes, so she had more freedom when it came to time. Other than going to Jiuyo Tower to cultivate for 2 hours every day and occasionally attending a few classes, Chu Luiyue spent most of her time cultivating in her own residence. After the first day, such a situation didn't happen in Jiuyo Tower again. However, Chu Luiyue still felt that there was a pair of eyes secretly staring at her. After serious consideration, she didn't ask Elder Yi about this matter. She felt that this had something to do with the mysterious water droplet in her body. However, Rong Xiu didn't come again. Chu Luiyue finally returned to her bed to rest, but she could still smell the faint fragrance of peach blossoms, which made her think of this person from time to time. Chu Luiyue originally wanted to move next door, but when she thought of how she always seemed to sleep exceptionally well with this faint aura around, she could only give up on the idea. On this day, Chu Luiyue entered Jiuyo Tower to cultivate as usual and left after 2 hours. When she came out, she coincidentally bumped into Mu Hongyu. Chu Luiyue nodded and greeted her, but she didn't expect Mu Hongyu to follow her. I heard that you come here to cultivate every day? Chu Luiyue chuckled. You always hear a lot of news. Really? You're so extravagant? Mu Hongyu gasped, and she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. That's true. You have 38 hours. Even if you come here every day, you can last for more than half a month. Unlike me, who works so hard to earn 4 hours, and I have to use it sparingly. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. How do you earn this time? You don't know? That's true. You just came to the academy, so you naturally don't know much about this. There are many ways to earn time for cultivation. I'll tell you slowly in the future. However, I have to ask you something first. The demonic beast tide is coming. Who are you in the same group as? Chapter 115. Fiend title? Chu Luiwei was confused. You don't know about this? Every year at the end of August, there will be a fiend title in Wanling Mountain. Countless fiends will fight to go there, and many of them are mid-stage fiends. If you're lucky, there will be high-level fiends. This is a great opportunity to hunt fiends, so the elders from the academy will lead the team there every year. The students are free to form teams. After entering Wanling Mountain, everyone will move in groups. The level of fiends you can hunt will depend on your own abilities. Mu Hongyu explained. Chu Luiwei suddenly understood. The original owner seemed to have a vague impression of this because the crown prince, Rong Jin, personally hunted a 4th-grade fiend, a red-eyed fire leopard, during the fiend title a year ago. When this matter spread, Rong Jin was in the limelight for a while. Everyone knew that the crown prince was very powerful and could even hunt such a ferocious beast personally. One had to know that 1st-grade to 3rd-grade fiends were considered low-level fiends. 4th-grade to 6th-grade fiends were intermediate-level fiends. As for the legendary 9th-grade fiends, they were considered high-level fiends that only existed in rumors. Even though a 4th-grade fiend was only 1 grade higher than a 3rd-grade fiend, the difference was like night and day. However, Chu Luiwei had been busy cultivating these few days, so she did not pay much attention to this matter. Mu Hongyu told her this. You want to team up with me? Asked Chu Luiwei. Yes. Mu Hongyu didn't hide anything and nodded graciously. You're the top warrior and a Xian master. You're considered one of the most capable students in our batch. Who else can I look for but you? But don't worry, I won't drag you down. I should be able to break through and become a stage 4 warrior in half a month. Chu Luiwei was not worried about this. During the previous midterm assessment, Mu Hongyu lost to Gu Mingfeng and came in 3rd place. With this kind of ability, she was definitely considered an expert. Sure, let's move together then. Mu Hongyu invited him so warmly that he had no reason to refuse. The fact that Chu Luiwei agreed so readily surprised Mu Hongyu. You really agreed? That's right. What's wrong with that? That's not it. It's just that, those Xian masters have always looked down on us martial artists. We also don't like them, so we rarely team up with them. You're considered a member of the Xian cultivator team now. Won't they criticize you if you team up with me like this? Mu Hongyu asked hesitantly. Chu Luiwei could not help but laugh. This kind of struggle was really childish. In a world where strength reigns supreme, why would they care about such things? It's fine. Mu Hongyu smiled when she saw how confident she was. Her almond-shaped eyes were bright and dazzling. Good. It's settled then. Hey, if you have other people who want to team up with you, you can also pull them over. 5 people in a group, we still need 3 more people. Chu Luiwei thought for a moment. It's up to you. She was not very familiar with these people, so she might as well leave it to Mu Hongyu. When Mu Hongyu heard this, she immediately felt that Chu Luiwei trusted her a lot and had a better impression of her. But there was a meditation class in the afternoon. When Chu Luiwei went over, she saw Gu Mingzhu standing outside the door. Seeing her walk over, Gu Mingzhu's expression instantly darkened. Chu Luiwei walked over unhurriedly. Second Miss Gu, did you bring those 2 Xian formation diagrams today? Gu Mingzhu's expression turned even uglier. She took out 2 Xian formation diagrams from her sleeves and threw them at Chu Luiwei. Isn't it just Xian formation diagrams? What's there to rush? I'll give them to you. Chu Luiwei caught the items lightly and opened them to take a look. After confirming that they were level 5 Xian formation diagrams, she curled her lips and said with a smile, Second Miss Gu also said that now that I've left the Chu family, my status is indeed not that high. 2 level 5 Xian formation diagrams are very precious, so I naturally value them. Unlike Second Miss Gu, who can easily take out this thing as a wager. Gu Mingzhu was so angry that her face turned pale. She did not dare to tell the patriarch about this. Even if she was very favored in the Gu family, the patriarch would definitely not forgive her if he knew. However, Chu Luiwei urged her every day when she saw her and even said that if she did not give them to her, she would personally go to the Gu family to ask for them. How could Gu Mingzhu allow her to torment her like this? She could only privately beg her mother to give them to her. Because of this, she was even severely reprimanded. Now that she saw Chu Luiwei smiling so happily, she felt so sullen in her heart that she wanted to die. Chu Luiwei, I'll remember you this time. You better pray that you don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Chu Luiwei waved the Xian formation diagrams in her hand. Thank you for your concern, second Miss Gu. If you have any more good gifts, Lu will be very grateful. Gu Mingzhu was so angry that she almost died. Due to the fact that class was about to start and there were more and more people coming, she could only temporarily suppress her anger. She glared fiercely at Chu Luiwei and turned to enter the room. Chu Luiwei did not care and followed her in. Everyone in the room was in groups of 3 to 5 and seemed to be discussing something. Chu Luiwei had just sat down in her seat when she saw Si Yang waving at her. Hey, Death Change, Chu Luiwei. Why don't you team up with us for the Devil Beast Tide? So everyone was talking about this. Chu Luiwei shook her head. I've already agreed to team up with someone else. Thank you for your kindness. What? Someone already made a move first? Who is it? Si Yang was unhappy when he heard this. Mu Hongyu. Si Yang was stunned for a moment and bitterly lamented. Mu Hongyu? That Chao Tian Jiao? Are you kidding me? You, me, and my brother will be the top 3 Shen masters. We'll definitely be invincible. Why are you with her? Also, she's a warrior. I'm a warrior too. Chu Luiwei glanced at him. Is there a rule that says warriors and Shen masters can't team up together? Si Yang was speechless. No, but everything was planned well, but why was Mu Hongyu so fast? We've already gathered 4 people, and you're the only one left. If you don't come, what are we going to do? Chu Luiwei shook her head inwardly when she heard this. If it was just Si Yang and Si Ting, she could discuss it with Mu Hongyu. But it would be troublesome if there were 4 people. Also, she did not want to have too much contact with Si Ting, so this was good. I promised Mu Hongyu that I can't go back on my word. Sorry. Chu Luiwei took out the chessboard after she finished speaking. It was obvious that she had no intention of continuing the conversation. Si Yang glanced at Si Ting dejectedly. Si Ting's expression did not change. If that's the case, let's find someone else. Si Yang sighed inwardly. He could tell that his brother was interested in Chu Luiwei. He wanted to use the magical beast tide to give his brother a chance. Unfortunately, Si Ting, can I join you guys? I haven't teamed up with anyone yet. Gu Mingzhu had been listening to their conversation. Seeing this opportunity, she immediately spoke up and looked at Si Ting hopefully. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 116. Si Yang glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. No. With Gu Mingzhu's temper, it would be very troublesome to team up with her. Moreover, couldn't she tell that Big Brother was not interested in her at all? Gu Mingzhu felt her face burning after being rejected so directly in front of everyone. She looked at Si Ting pitifully, but Si Ting did not even look at her. His expression was indifferent as if he did not care at all. Gu Mingzhu felt even more upset. She felt a fire surging in her chest, burning her whole body. She bit her lower lip and suppressed her urge to fly into a rage. However, his jealousy and hatred toward Chu Luiwei increased by another level. Why did they take the initiative to invite Chu Luiwei, but she was rejected when she took the initiative to invite him? Chu Luiwei threw away the things that he wished for like a pair of worn-out shoes. She did not believe that Chu Luiwei could continue to be so smug. Dong Fangqing quickly walked in. The discussions in the room immediately became much quieter. Dong Fangqing chuckled as he looked at everyone. It seems like all of you are looking forward to the Fiend Tide. There is still half a month to go, and you are already itching to take action? Teacher Dongfang, it is rumored that high-level fiends will appear during the Fiend Tide. Is that true? A student asked curiously. Dongfang Qing stroked his beard. During the Fiend Tide, hundreds and thousands of fiends will gather at Wanling Mountain. If you are lucky, you can indeed see a high-level fiend. The moment he said that, many students' eyes lit up. They could not hide the excitement in their eyes. If cultivators can successfully hunt fiends, it will undoubtedly increase their combat power greatly. The higher the level of the fiend, the greater the help. Especially for Xian masters like us, whose physical strength is slightly weaker, if we have a fiend, we will not have to worry. Xian masters had a higher status than warriors, but they also had a weakness. They were not good at close combat. Especially when setting up Xian formations, they needed time and energy. At this time, if they had a fiend's help, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Therefore, compared to martial artists, mystic cultivators were more interested in fiend beasts. Some of you already have your own fiends, but most of you do not. You can take this opportunity to find a suitable one. If you have magical beasts, you can also give it a try. Teacher Dongfang, can't a cultivator only have one magical beast? Not bad. Magic beasts were ruthless, but they were also proud. They would never serve the same master. If you want to hunt new magical beasts, you have to release or kill the previous magical beasts. However, once a magical beast recognized a human as its master, its body would be tainted with the scent of the human. Even if it returned, it would be rejected by its own kind. Therefore, in most cases, once a magical beast is abandoned by its master, only death awaits it. Everyone nodded in understanding. Even though this magical beast is ferocious, it seems to have some pride, Dongfang Qing sighed. Yes. Once a magical beast recognized a master, it would be forever loyal, living and dying with its master. Therefore, when the time comes for you to hunt magical beasts, you must be extremely cautious and choose carefully. The students were all very excited. Yes. Chu Luiwei looked at the chessboard in front of him and suddenly stopped. Live and die together with master, so after she died, all right, take advantage of these 10 days to cultivate diligently. You will only be able to hunt higher-level magical beasts when your strength increases. Today's test is on the water formation. Dongfang Qing waved his hand and the chess pieces flew out, forming a new pattern on the chessboard. Chu Luiwei lowered his eyes and collected his thoughts. During this lesson, Chu Luiwei was a little absent-minded. Even though his eyes were fixed on the chessboard, many scenes kept appearing in his mind. In her previous life, as the Heavenly Princess, she naturally had her own magical beast. However, when she died, it happened to be on the verge of a breakthrough and fell into a deep slumber. At that time, she was betrayed and was in a desperate situation, so she could only choose to leave. However, before she took action, she had already placed it in place. She didn't know what the situation was like after that. Country Yaochen was extremely far away from the Tianling dynasty. Given her current status and strength, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for her to obtain any information, let alone return. She was afraid that she could only wait for the so-called envoy to come and find out the truth. Chu Luiwei, haven't you solved it yet? More than 2 hours later, Xiyang solved the Xian formation. When he turned around, he realized that Chu Luiwei was still staring at the chessboard in front of him motionlessly. The previous few times, she solved the Xian formation after Si Ting passed. Everyone was shocked and doubtful at the beginning, but now, they were used to it. They didn't expect him to be second this time. He was ranked in front of Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei snapped out of his daze. At this moment, Gu Mingzhu also solved the Xian formation, and the chess pieces fell into the chess jar. She glanced at Chu Luiwei and sneered. The long road reveals the horse's strength. Whether you are really capable or not, you will know in time. Chu Luiwei couldn't be bothered with her sarcastic attitude. He lowered his head and finally started to place his chess pieces. Her movements were very fast and smooth, as if she didn't need to think at all. After a few steps, the Xian formation was solved. Then, without looking at the surprised looks of the people around her, she stood up. Miss Dongfang, can I leave after class? Yes, of course. Tomorrow is a holiday, so you can go home earlier today. Dongfang Qing could also tell that something was wrong with Chu Luiwei, so he quickly agreed. Chu Luiwei thanked him and left. Gu Mingzhu said coldly, "What is there to be proud of?" Si Ting raised his eyes to take a look, but all he saw was the corner of her clothes fluttering away. What is wrong with her? In his impression, Chu Luiwei was always calm and composed, as if nothing could shake her. To be able to cut ties with the Chu family so easily and establish her own family, Chu Luiwei was definitely more powerful than she looked. This was the first time he saw her lose her composure. Si Ting turned around and looked at the chessboard that was already set up. He frowned slightly. If he remembered correctly, Chu Luiwei seemed to have only taken one look and placed a chess piece. Tianlu Academy had a holiday once every 5 days. Chu Luiwei packed up and went home. Chu Ning was not back yet, so Chu Luiwei had dinner by herself and rested in her room. Just as she lay down on the wooden chair, a strange sound came from outside the window. Chu Luiwei looked over and saw a huge white head pushing open the window and peeking in. A pair of icy blue eyes stared straight at her. It was Xue Xue. Chu Luiwei laughed as she looked at it. The window was not big, and its head took up almost half of it. Xue Xue, why are you here? With that, Chu Luiwei walked over. Xue Xue put its paws on her hand and looked at her pitifully. God knows how busy it had been outside these few days. She missed it so much. Come in quickly. Chu Luiwei patted its head and took a step back. Xue Xue was so excited that it wanted to rush in. Suddenly, the sound of a wooden board breaking was heard. It immediately paused and its expression was a little stiff. Chu Luiwei looked around and saw that the edge of the window had cracked. Her eyes twitched. Stuck? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 117. Xue Xue looked at Chu Luiwei blankly. It didn't know what to do. Its huge head was stuck in the window. It looked very funny. It's already broken anyway. Just come in. Chu Luiwei held her forehead. She waved at it, annoyed and amused at the same time. With Xue Xue's size, it was already difficult for it to come in through the window. In addition, its physical strength was extremely strong. It only needed to move a little to destroy the wooden board. Seeing that Chu Luiwei wasn't angry, Xue Xue was relieved. It jumped into Chu Luiwei's arms. Chu Luiwei caught it and steadied herself with great difficulty. The soft and fluffy body in her arms made Chu Luiwei's originally depressed mood turn for the better. She weighed Xue Xue in her arms and was a little surprised. Xue Xue, you seem to have lost weight? Compared to the first time they met, it seemed to be a little smaller? Xue Xue rubbed against her face affectionately. Chu Luiwei kept moving back from the itch. Alright. Xue Xue, stop fooling around. It's ticklish. Xue Xue pestered her for a long time before it stopped. It lay down by her feet obediently. Its tail kept wagging, looking very obedient. Chu Luiwei couldn't help but smile. If others saw this scene, they would probably think that Xue Xue was her magical beast. Thinking of this, Chu Luiwei's mood became a little strange. It was strange. Rong Xiu was Xue Xue's master, but it seemed to be very close to her. From the first time they met until now, Chu Luiwei had an inexplicable sense of closeness to Xue Xue. It was as if she felt from the bottom of her heart that it wouldn't hurt her. Magical beasts were fierce, especially high-level magical beasts like this. They were extremely proud. Logically speaking, they wouldn't be polite to anyone other than their master. But Xue Xue, I haven't seen you recently. Where have you been, Chu Luiwei stroked its fur and asked casually. Xue Xue closed its eyes comfortably. When its master was here, when had it ever enjoyed such pleasure? It wasn't a waste that it had been running around outside for the past few days. Chu Luiwei didn't mind seeing Xue Xue enjoying herself as if she didn't hear him at all. At this moment, with Xue Xue by her side, her loneliness was dispelled. But then again, you and your master are very similar. Xue Xue moved and opened an eye to glance at her. Chu Luiwei tapped its wet and rough nose with a slender, white finger. They all like to barge into other people's houses in the middle of the night. Xue Xue closed her eyes guiltily and rubbed her head against Chu Luiwei's palm. Chu Luiwei sighed inwardly. His shameless look was even more like, "You're back?" Chu Ning's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Chu Luiwei happily got up to open the door, but Xue Xue was faster than her. With a move of her body, she jumped out of the window again. The crack on the already broken window became even bigger. Chu Luiwei looked at her speechlessly. She didn't do anything, So why was Xue Xue so guilty? She opened the door and saw Chu Ning, who she hadn't seen for a few days. At this moment, he was wearing the black armor of the Imperial Guards and looked travel-worn. But the moment he saw Chu Luiwei, his tired eyes lit up. You're really back." Chu Luiwei blinked and acted spoiled, which was rare of her. "The academy is on holiday tomorrow, so I came back directly after class today. I haven't seen you for a few days. Misses you very much." Hearing his daughter's words, Chu Ning only felt that the fatigue of the past few days was swept away and he instantly felt relaxed. "Father also misses you, very much. I've been too busy recently, so I didn't have time to go to the academy to see you." Chu Luiwei smiled helplessly. "Father, our house is quite close to the academy, so there's no need for you to send me. But you've just taken office recently, so you must have a lot of things to deal with. Looking at you, you haven't rested well these past few days, right?" As she spoke, Chu Luiwei invited Chu Ning in and poured him a cup of tea. "That's right. In addition to taking over the affairs of the Imperial Guards, I also have to deal with the matter of the fourth princess. Previously, the fourth princess met with an accident at the hunting ground and her pearl of essence was shattered. His Majesty was very distressed and has been investigating these past few days. He has already punished dozens of people." Chu Luiwei faintly said, "Oh. Her pearl of essence was shattered, so in the future, won't she be able to cultivate? Isn't that right?" This matter caused quite a big blow to the fourth princess, and the palace is also in a state of chaos. She even said that no matter what, she must find the magical beast that injured her. Unfortunately, she was the one who chased the magical beast to the cliff that day. No one else was there at the time and they didn't even know what the magical beast looked like, so how could they find it? The fourth princess should have seen it. If she described it, it should be quite easy to find it, right? The fourth princess didn't see it clearly herself. In addition, she was too frightened to describe it clearly. Finding it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chu Ning sighed and did not have much hope in this matter. Chu Luiwei did not care. Rong Zhen was spoiled and thought that she could do whatever she wanted just because she was the princess born by the empress. Little did she know that all the love in the past would soon disappear after she became a good-for-nothing. Only a lonely and bleak future awaited her. The people in the royal family were the most ruthless. They would immediately abandon someone who was of no use to them. It was a pity that Rong Zhen did not seem to realize this. Chu Luiwei held his chin with one hand and asked casually, "I heard that Chu Xianmin married into the Crown Prince mansion 2 days ago. That's really fast." The Crown Prince and Chu Xianmin finally got what they wanted. Oh, Chu Xianmin might not count. When she was thinking of ways to get close to the Crown Prince, she probably never thought of marrying him as a concubine. So many things had happened in the Imperial City just a few days after she entered the academy to cultivate. Chu Ning's expression tensed up. Don't talk about the Crown Prince's matters. It wasn't easy for us to draw a clear line with the Crown Prince. We must not have anything to do with him in the future." This reaction made Chu Luiwei feel a little strange. Seeing Chu Ning's cautious and vigilant look, Chu Luiwei's mind raced. Something happened to the Crown Prince? Chu Ning did not expect Chu Luiwei to be so smart and guessed the main point with one sentence. After thinking for a moment, he knitted his brows and sighed. "This matter has too many implications. It's better if you don't ask. Anyway, be careful with your words and actions." After being called over by Emperor Jiawen and learning about the matter, he was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, they had already cut ties with the Chu family and annulled their marriage agreement with the Crown Prince first. If not, even the father and daughter would be implicated. In the past, he hated Rong Jin, but now, he was only thankful. "Father, don't worry. I know." As Chu Luiwei spoke, he was thinking about what the Crown Prince had done to make Chu Ning react this way. When she came out of the academy today, she did not hear any news. It was obvious that the palace had kept it a secret. However, the Crown Prince's situation might be precarious. As the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, Chu Ning was actually a knife in Emperor Jiawen's hand. Now, this knife is hanging over the Crown Prince's head? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 118. Rong Jin did not have an easy time these few days. Killing one another and fighting for power was one of the things that an emperor feared the most. Emperor Joan had also taken his throne back then, so he was even more sensitive and suspicious about this matter. Of course, he knew that this was an unavoidable fight in the royal family, but he did not expect Rong Jin to be the first to make a move. Back then, the Emperor Emeritus delayed appointing the crown prince, causing Rong Jin and his brothers to kill one another. Hence, when it was his turn, he appointed the Empress's eldest son, Rong Jin, as the crown prince as he was worried that the same thing would happen again. However, things did not go as he wished, and Rong Jin really disappointed him. Emperor Joan could not figure it out. Rong Jin was the crown prince, and his status was noble. He had an advantage over the others. As long as the others did not rebel, this position would be his in the future. But why couldn't he keep it in? Emperor Joan did not publicize this matter and ordered for the news to be sealed. Nobody was to leak it. Then he ordered Rong Jin to reflect on his mistakes in the residence and took away his right to supervise the 6 departments. Rong Jin sent the memorials that were sent to Crown Prince Mansion back to the palace overnight and placed them on the table in the imperial study. Rong Jin knew that his father did not trust him anymore. Compared to everything else, this was his greatest loss. If his father still could not trust him in the future, then Rong Jin did not dare to think too much as he knew that he was in the wrong. He could only try his best to admit his mistake and express his attitude in hopes of reducing his father's anger. This was the biggest loss he had suffered ever since he became the crown prince, but he could not take revenge on the initiator. Rong Jin felt very aggrieved, but he did not dare to vent. His father must be secretly watching him now, so what could he do? After much thought, he could only lock himself in the study and not come out for 2 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Chu Xianmin brought soup over as usual. As expected, she could not even enter the door. Chu Xianmin could not keep her face straight. On the first day she married into Crown Prince Mansion, the Crown Prince was summoned to the palace overnight by His Majesty. After he came back, he went straight to the study, and she could not even see him. In the past 3 days, the servants in the residence had said many nasty things. Many people saw that she was not favored, so their attitude was very presumptuous. Today, she had to fight for herself no matter what. However, Chu Xianmin knew that it would not do her any good if she forced her way in. Therefore, she suppressed the humiliation in her heart and spoke to the tightly shut door. "Your Highness, Chuanbei snow pear soup is here for you. Drink some when you have time. Don't tire yourself out. In addition, Min Min has a request. After resting for a period of time, Min Min's body has recovered a lot. What do you think about going back to school tomorrow? If she became the crown princess, she would naturally be too lazy to go back. But now that her appearance had been destroyed, this was the only path she could take. As long as she still had power, the crown prince would not go too far with her. Therefore, even if Chu Luiyue, whom she hated the most, was in the academy, she had to go back." After she finished speaking, Chu Xianmin waited outside the door anxiously. After some time, she heard Rong Jin's reply. "It's fine if you want to return to the academy, but you're not allowed to live in the academy anymore. You have to return to the manor every day. Also, pay attention to your identity at all times. You definitely can't embarrass me." Chu Xianmin felt as if she had been pardoned. "Thank you, Your Highness." The next day, Chu Ning left in a hurry early in the morning. Chu Luiyue guessed that the crown prince's trouble this time was more serious than expected. Thinking of this, she was in a good mood and did not rest at home. Instead, she walked out of the house and went straight to Zhenbao Pavilion. Once her figure appeared in Zhenbao Pavilion, a sharp-eyed page boy ran to the back hall to inform Yan Gu. Yan Gu, who was busy counting the goods inside, could not be bothered anymore. He rushed to the front hall, his face full of eagerness and enthusiasm, but he did not lose his respect. "Miss Luyu, what brings you here? The academy is closed today. I'm here to take a look." "Hee, that's great. Take a look and see if there's anything you like." Yan Gu rubbed his hands and looked expectant as if he would immediately give the item to Chu Luiyue as long as she said which one she liked. Chu Luiyue hurriedly waved her hands. No. Second Master Yan, you're too polite. I haven't used many of the things you gave me previously. I'm here today to ask you for a few people. Yen Gu was puzzled. You want people? What do you intend to do? Chu Liyue's lips curled slightly. Clearing the accounts. Chu residence, main hall. The great elder sat high above. There was a stack of account books on the table beside him. In front of him stood a few people who looked like stewards. At this moment, they were all looking down nervously. The room was very quiet. Only the sound of the great elder flipping through the account books could be heard. Every time he flipped through a book, the great elder's face turned uglier. By the end, his expression had completely darkened. He slammed the account books on the table. What's going on? In this half a year, not only did the shops under the Chu family not make a profit, they even made a loss. What are you doing? The stewards were so frightened that they trembled. One of them wiped the sweat off his forehead and murmured with a bitter expression, "That's right. Great elder, we have no choice. This year's harvest is not good. We can't get back the rent from the land, and business is not good either. There really isn't much income. And the residence's expenses have always been huge. That's why there's less income and more expenditure, resulting in a huge loss. Weren't there a few shops that were making a profit before? Why aren't there any accounts for those shops?" The great elder flipped through the account books in frustration. The stewards looked at each other in dismay, and their voices became even quieter. "Great elder, have you forgotten? Those shops were bestowed to Chu Ning by the clan head back then. They were all written in his name. After he left the Chu family, he sent people to take back those shops." The great elder was shocked. Only now did he remember this matter. Chu Ning was very favored in the Chu family back then. He was almost publicly acknowledged as the next clan head, so he had a lot of assets under his name. After his downfall, although he was in a terrible situation and had those shops taken away, the names on the deeds were still the same. After Chu Ning became the commander of the Imperial Guards, it was naturally not a problem for him to take back those shops. They didn't have the courage to confront the current Chu Ning head-on. The great elder was so angry that he almost tore the account books to shreds. If this continued, the Chu family's future would be even worse. "Great elder, Chu Liyue is here." At this moment, a manservant suddenly ran in with a panicked expression. Everyone thought that they had heard wrongly. Hadn't Chu Liyue severed ties with the Chu family? How dare she come here? The great elder narrowed his eyes. "It's really her?" "Yes, it's her." The manservant wanted to cry but had no tears. She even brought a few people with her. They're right outside the gate right now. She really ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts? The great elder slammed the table and stood up. "She actually has the face to come to our Chu family again. I'd like to see what she's up to this time." Even if she knelt down and begged him, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. The manservant panted heavily and spoke with difficulty. "Great elder," Chu Liyue said what? She said that she's here to collect her debt today. Love Network provided a better reading experience. Chapter 119. She wants to settle the debt? The first elder was so angry that he laughed. Why would she want to settle the debt? The servant took a step back in fear. She said that you haven't given her the family property that you promised to give her when you signed the separation agreement. Also, she wants to take away the dowry that her mother brought with her today. The first elder's heart skipped a beat. He had almost forgotten about this matter. That day, he was nearly driven mad by Chu Liyue. He didn't even check the amount carefully before signing the agreement. Now that he thought about it, it was a huge sum of money. Just the dowry that Chu Liyue's mother brought with her back then was already extremely generous. If he were to return it all to Chu Liyue, it would be no different from causing a huge loss to the Chu clan. The first elder paced around in frustration. He glanced at the scattered account books on the table, and his mood worsened. The Chu clan was currently struggling to make ends meet. If they were to take out this sum of money, it would only make things worse. How could Chu Liyue be so thick-skinned as to come knocking on our door to ask for it? "First elder, you should hurry up and take a look." Chu Liyue said that if they don't get the money today, they won't leave. Right now, they've already blocked the entrance. It's useless. The first elder cursed angrily as he strode out of the room. Could a mere Chu Luiwei really tear down the Chu clan? The first elder rushed to the entrance, and when he saw the scene before him, he nearly fainted from anger. Chu Luiwei was standing in front of the main entrance, and there were already quite a few people gathered around her to watch the commotion. She was speaking to the people around her with a sorrowful expression. That's right. When I was very young, my mother passed away, leaving only my father and I to rely on each other. I'm sure you all know that back then, my father was injured in order to save the emperor and couldn't continue cultivating. The Chu clan said that we didn't have the energy to take care of my mother's dowry, so they told us to hand it over to Lu Yao for safekeeping. After so many years, my father and I have finally made it. I don't think that the other things are important, but the dowry belongs to my mother. It's the last thing my mother left me. If I don't come back, I won't be able to rest easy. Everyone nodded as they listened. Chu Ning and Chu Luiwei were also considered celebrities in the capital. People often talked about them in private, so they more or less knew that Chu Luiwei was telling the truth. In fact, everyone knew that the Chu family was doing this because they wanted to seize Chu Luiwei's mother's dowry. Although the Chu clan appeared to be wealthy, they were actually very greedy. This dowry is yours, no one else can touch it. You must come back. Exactly. In any case, the Chu clan is one of the 4 great clans. If they really refuse to return the item to you, wouldn't that be too much? That's true. If the Chu clan really did that, wouldn't they be throwing away their face? The great elder's face turned ashen when he heard this. He shouted angrily, Chu Luiwei, what are you doing? Chu Luiwei lifted his eyes and glanced at him lazily. Oh, great elder Chu, don't you know what I'm doing here? Previously, you agreed to split the family and said that you would send over the items that belonged to me and my father. However, I waited and waited, but no one came. Not even a shadow of the item was seen. I thought that you probably have a lot of things to do, so you don't have time to deal with these small matters. That's why I specially brought people over this time. Chu Luiwei raised his hand and pointed at the people behind him. These 2 are the stewards of Zhenbao Pavilion. They are the best at checking accounts. In a while, they will help you count the items. There will be no mistakes. These 4 are the servants of Zhenbao Pavilion. They are very strong and can help move the items away. There's no need to trouble your Chu clan. Great Elder Chu, what do you think? The great elder was so angry that he couldn't speak. This Chu Luiwei actually planned everything. This time, he brought people to block the door with the intention of taking away all the items. It seemed that if he didn't agree, he would directly rob them. You impudent! This is the Chu clan, not a place where you can behave atrociously. Chu Luiwei replied with a question. How am I impudent? I'm only here to take back what belongs to me and my father. Can I do that? Or is great elder Chu planning to go back on his word? There were many witnesses last time and this time. It's not very good for you to do this, is it? The smile on his face faded a little. Of course I know that this is the Chu clan. If you didn't keep your promise, why would I come here? I'm afraid that if I come here too many times, it will dirty my eyes. Chu Luiwei, how can you say that? Lu Yao, who had rushed over after hearing the news, immediately reprimanded him. A trace of resentment flashed through her eyes. Looking at this face now, he couldn't help but think of his daughter's disfigured appearance and that despicable wedding. Although you have no relationship with the Chu clan now, everyone here is still your elder. Have you lost your manners after leaving the Chu clan? Lu Yao still had a shred of rationality left. She didn't curse out loud. She knew that with so many people watching, it was better to use a soft approach. However, Chu Luiwei didn't fall for her trick. He couldn't even be bothered to brush her off. Lu Yao? It's good that you're here. My mother's dowry is with you. Even if you want to check it, this period of time is enough for you to sort it out. Since I've personally come here today, then return them all to me. Or, are you unwilling to hand it over? In front of so many people, Lu Yao naturally couldn't deny it. She could only force a smile. How is that possible? Not to mention the Chu clan's wealth, even I, Lu Yao, was born in the Lu clan. How could I be interested in your things? That's good. Chu Luiwei interrupted her and took out a list from his sleeve. This is the list of dowry my mother brought with her when she married into the Chu clan. Later, I'll hand it over to Steward Wu and Steward Zhang to check. These are the last things my mother left behind. If even half of it is missing, I won't let this matter rest." As he spoke, Chu Luiwei passed the list to the two people behind him. Lu Yao was dumbfounded. That list was something from more than 10 years ago. How could Chu Luiwei have it? She felt like something was stuck in her throat. Her back was covered in cold sweat. All these years, she had indeed touched those things. She originally thought that Chu Ning and Chu Luiwei would never have a chance to make a name for themselves in this lifetime. Naturally, she planned to take those things for herself. Who would have thought that they would one day make a comeback? Now, she actually wanted to check carefully. What should she do? Chu Luiwei saw her expression. How could he not know what she was planning? He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. If she didn't skin the entire Chu clan alive today, they wouldn't know that she, Chu Luiwei, wasn't someone to be trifled with. "Shaowen, bring me a chair," Chu Luiwei ordered. A burly youth behind him immediately responded. He quickly walked to the side of the carriage and brought out a red sandalwood chair. He placed it behind Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei sat down casually and leisurely. "First Elder Chu Luyao, hurry up. There are so many things and I only have one day off today. I have to count them quickly." Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 120. If not for the fact that there were so many people watching, First Elder would have rushed over to teach Chu Luiwei a lesson himself. Such an arrogant look really made people fly into a rage. "Lu Yao, all these years, you have been in charge of the family's finances. Go and check the list with them. Give them what they deserve and don't touch what they don't deserve." Lu Yao was shocked by this shout. Seeing the anger on First Elder's face, she subconsciously agreed. First Elder still felt that it wasn't enough. He shouted at the other stewards. "And the few of you, go and watch together. We can't make any mistakes in this account." The few of them hurriedly agreed. Lu Yao's body was tense and her footsteps were heavy. However, she knew that she had to do it even if she didn't want to. On the other side, Steward Wu and the other steward had already set up a formation and started to check the items according to the list. A pair of 8-colored glass lamps, 2 sets of white jade December tokens, a pair of gilded horse pots, 2 painted Kongho. Lu Yao had no choice but to grit her teeth. "Didn't you hear? Go and get the items from the storeroom." The servants responded and hurried over. When they took out the items one by one, the people Chu Luiwei brought over would immediately go forward and take the items. After checking carefully, they would put them back in the carriage. Chu Luiwei smiled. These are the most capable people in Zhenbao Pavilion. Although their positions aren't high, they are the best at identifying treasures. They will know whether it's real or fake with one look. Wouldn't it be more convenient for everyone if they check carefully like this? This sentence shattered the last trace of hope in Lu Yao's heart. She closed her eyes and accepted her fate. Chu Luiwei was going to go against them to the end today. In a tea house not far from the Chu residence, someone saw this scene clearly. His temper is still the same as before. A low laugh came from behind the beaded curtain. "Did you get these people from your place?" When Yen Gu heard this, he bowed again and said respectfully, "Yes, First Master. Madam came to Zhenbao Pavilion early this morning and said that she wanted to borrow some people. I didn't expect." At that time, he was still very puzzled. He didn't know why Chu Luiwei needed a steward to look after the accounts. Who would have thought that the steward would come to cause trouble for the Chu family? Yen Gu could be considered to have seen many things, but this was the first time he had seen such a situation. Chu Luiwei wasn't going to collect debts at all. Most importantly, this request was reasonable and couldn't be denied. The Chu clan had many people. If Chu Luiwei came alone, he would definitely be defeated. Therefore, she deliberately found a few people and exposed the matter in front of everyone. This way, the Chu family would have no choice but to do as she said. After all, the Chu family still cared about their reputation in the capital. "You did a good job." Hearing the praise in the First Master's tone, Yen Gu was flattered. He had followed the Big Master for so many years, but he had rarely heard such praise. Today, he had only transferred a few people to Chu Luiwei, and the First Master was so happy. He had really made a big profit. First Master, you flatter me. I really didn't do much in this matter. Everything was Madam's idea. The person behind the beaded curtain seemed to shake his head and smiled. Naturally, only she could think of such an idea, and only she could do it in the most straightforward way. If it were someone else, who would dare to go against the Chu family alone? Yen Gu thought for a while and couldn't help but say, First Master, Madam doesn't seem to be very clear about your identity, and she doesn't know what you have done for her. Do you want to? When it's time for her to know, she will naturally know. You just have to do your own thing well. Yen Gu lowered his head. In front of the Chu family's main gate, Steward Wu and the steward were still going through the list. This pair of half-moon feather glasses is fake. And this bamboo jade flute is also fake. The people Chu Luiwei brought over were very efficient. As they moved the items, they didn't forget to distinguish the real from the fake. They also picked out the fake items and put them aside. Every fake item that was taken out was equivalent to a slap to Lu Yao's face. The Chu family was also embarrassed. Some of them couldn't help but look at Lu Yao with resentment. Who would have thought that Lu Yao, the head of the household, would be so arrogant as to fill her own pockets? If they hadn't checked these items today, they wouldn't have known that Lu Yao had done so much to the Chu family's assets. And these were only the dowry left behind by Chu Liyue's mother. There were so many assets in the residence. Who knew how much more she had embezzled? Sensing these gazes, Lu Yao's face quickly turned pale. Her entire body swayed like a leaf in a storm, about to be blown away at any time. If possible, she really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Every minute and every second of standing here was incomparably torturous. Chu Luiwei held his chin with one hand and glanced at the fake items that were taken out. He seemed to be smiling. It seems like your family has been doing well all these years. I was wondering why Chu Xianmin was so generous to spend 200,000 silver taels for a random set of jewelry. Red chalcedony items aren't something that ordinary people can afford. Lu Yao wanted to tear Chu Liyue's mouth apart. Chu Luiwei clearly set a trap for Minmin, yet she still had the cheek to say it. She even twisted the truth. But before she could speak, she felt the surrounding Chu family members' gazes become even more resentful. Her heart sank. She knew that they had already believed Chu Liyue's words. So many fake items were taken out. How could they still believe her? Even if Chu Luiwei didn't say anything, they would probably want to take her life right now. Time passed slowly. Chu Luiwei was very relaxed as he sat on the chair and watched. In between, shopkeeper Wu even specially served her tea and exquisite snacks so that she wouldn't starve. Chu Luiwei followed all the good advice. Instead of saying that she was here to ask for money, she might as well say that she was here to take her life. It wasn't until noon that the list of dowries was taken care of. After that, Chu Luiwei requested to split the assets according to the contract that day and forcefully took away a lot of silver taels from the Chu family. When the silver taels were moved onto the horse carriage, even the strong-willed first elder couldn't help but feel heartache. The few managers looked at it and felt even more heartache when they thought of the messy account books. The surrounding crowd was already stunned when they saw so many treasures. I didn't expect Chu Liyue's mother to bring such a generous dowry when she married into the Chu family. Rumor has it that Chu Luiwei and Chu Ning had a hard time in the Chu family. Sometimes, their food and clothes couldn't even compare to the servants. Selling some of these treasures should be enough for them to survive, right? Chu Ning and his wife are deeply in love. I think he's unwilling to sell them. Besides, these things are in someone else's possession. I'm afraid he hasn't seen them before, let alone sell them. That's true. The Chu family really spent a lot of money this time. The horse carriage made several trips and finally took away all the treasures. In front of the door, there were only the fake goods that were kicked out. It was especially awkward. Chu Luiwei stood up and lazily rubbed her shoulders. She was really tired after sitting for so long. All right, that's all for today. First Elder Chu's eyelids twitched. What did she mean? She's coming again? Chu Luiwei seemed to have seen through his thoughts and waved her hand casually. Don't worry, I won't be coming again. However, shopkeeper Wu has already taken note of these fake goods. Please make up for it in the future. You can send it to my house or I'll send someone to pick it up. First elder couldn't hide his anger and looked at Lu Yao. This is what you've done in the past few years as the head of the family. You'll have to fill this hole yourself. Lu Yao's body swayed. Chu Luiyue smiled meaningfully. Why are you angry, First Elder Chu? It's just some small things. Even if the Chu family doesn't want to take them, the Lu family's wealth is comparable to that of a country. Isn't this a piece of cake? Don't you think so, Lu Yao? The best reading experience came from the Love Network. Chapter 121. Lu Yao could not say anything. She was just a concubine's daughter in the Lu family and did not have a high status. She thought that their lives would be much better after Chu Xianmin became the crown princess. Who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Chu Luiyue turned around. Let's go. First elder suppressed the anger in his heart. Close the door. When everyone in the Chu family returned to the residence, he took a deep breath and shouted, Go! Inform all the elders in the Chu family. Tell them to come to the main hall. I think it's time to settle the score with the Chu family today. After he finished speaking, he did not forget to look at Lu Yao, who was in a daze. Especially Chu Yan. Get him here as well. Lu Yao's legs turned to jelly as she knelt on the ground. Her face was as pale as a ghost. At Tianlu Academy, have you heard? Chu Luiyue went to the Chu family to cause trouble again yesterday. The entire Chu family is in a mess now. Why did I hear that Chu Luiyue only went to take back the things that belonged to her and her father, including her mother's dowry? Logically speaking, this shouldn't be a big deal, right? Hey, it's nothing? The Chu family doesn't think so. Do you know how many treasures and silver Chu Luiyue took from the Chu family yesterday? She took away a layer of the Chu family's flesh. If you ask me, this Chu Luiyue is really ruthless. After all, the Chu family gave birth to her and raised her. Now that she has made a name for herself, she turned her back on them and even took away so many things from the Chu family. The Chu family's status as one of the 4 major families was already precarious. I'm afraid that this is one disaster after another. It's better not to provoke such a person. The students, who had rested for the day, returned to the academy today. They formed groups of 3 to 5 and discussed animatedly. This farce had caused too much of a commotion. It was hard for them not to know. What are you talking about? A crisp female voice rang out, interrupting their whispers. They turned around and saw Mu Hongyu. Seeing that it was her, most of them were fearful. Mu Hongyu's temper was fierce and she had strength. She was really difficult to deal with. Most importantly, she had a powerful background. She was the only daughter of Lord Pingjiang, the true Princess Yongping. Even though she wasn't a princess, her status was equally noble. Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you guys talking happily just now? Mu Hongyu stepped forward and swept her eyes over the crowd with interest. Although she was smiling, everyone could hear the threat in her tone. Hongyu, we were just chatting in private. We didn't say anything. That's right. Mu Hongyu crossed her arms and raised her chin. Her voice was crisp. I heard everything you said just now very clearly. Let me tell you, Chu Luiyue is Mu Hongyu's friend. If I hear anyone bad-mouthing her again, don't blame me for being rude. It was quiet all around. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't expect Mu Hongyu to say something like that. Friend. When did she become friends with Chu Luiyue? Chu Luiyue, who had just walked over, happened to hear what she said. She stopped in her tracks and looked at Mu Hongyu, who was not far away, in surprise. Actually, they had only spoken twice, but Mu Hongyu was willing to stand up for her. Chu Luiyue's heart felt like it was being rubbed by something. Hongyu. Mu Hongyu finally saw Chu Luiyue behind the crowd. The cold expression on her face faded, and she waved at her with her almond-shaped eyes. Luiyue. Chu Luiyue walked over and didn't seem to notice the awkward atmosphere. She smiled and said, Why are you standing here? Aren't you about to break through? You should hurry up and cultivate in Jiuyou Tower. Mu Hongyu snorted. They're talking bad about you. Chu Luiyue shook her head and smiled nonchalantly. That's nothing. Don't worry about it. I just collected a debt yesterday, and I have a lot of money now. I'll bring you to Phoenix Restaurant for drinks another day. You didn't come the last time, right? Mu Hongyu got excited at the mention of Phoenix Restaurant. She hurried over to Chu Luiwei. Really? I really like their crystal prawn dumplings. But I can only go there once a month with my allowance. Chu Luiwei laughed. It seemed like Mu Hongyu was a foodie. Of course it's true. I'll treat you every day. But I have to wait until you break through first. Sure. Oh yes, I found a few more people to form a team for the magical beast tide. It's up to you. The two of them walked away. The rest of the crowd felt bored and also dispersed. Lu Yu, are you really not angry at what those people said about you just now? When there was no one around, Mu Hongyu finally couldn't help but ask. Chu Luiwei laughed. What's there to be angry about? Since I dared to do it, I'm not afraid of being criticized. Besides, you saw it yourself. They only dared to talk behind my back. They didn't dare to say a word in front of me. If I had to teach everyone who scolded me a lesson, I would be busy to death. It's not worth it for those people. Mu Hongyu pursed her lips. The way you talk is very similar to my father. But I'm angry. If anyone makes me unhappy, I'll definitely get back at them. Mu Hongyu had a straightforward personality. She didn't beat around the bush, but she clearly wasn't someone who was willing to suffer losses. Chu Luiwei knew that it was useless to persuade her. Besides, she was helping him this time. Thus, he smiled and changed the topic. You said you found a few more people? Who are they? Mu Hongyu stretched out her hand. Besides you and me, there are 3 more spots. Liao Zhongshu and Sun who have already agreed to join. Both of them aren't weak. One of them ranked 9th and the other 7th in the midterm assessment. They have a good relationship with me. I can trust them. Oh right, there's also Gu Mingfeng. You should know that he's going to fight Chu Xianmin in the finals. Gu Mingfeng? Chu Luiwei was a little surprised. She did know a little about this person. She heard that he was a bastard son of the Gu family. His birth mother's status was very low, so he wasn't favored. Even though he got into Tianlu Academy, his status in the Gu family was still very low. On the day of his fight with Chu Xianmin, she didn't have a deep impression of Gu Mingfeng. She only remembered that he was a young man with a feminine appearance and a cold temperament. Yet, don't be fooled by his quiet personality. He's really strong. I lost to him last time. It wasn't easy to get him to team up with me this time. He isn't going to team up with Gu Mingzhu? TSK, he doesn't even interact with Gu Mingzhu. How can they team up? Besides, Gu Mingzhu is very arrogant because she's a Xian master. Why would she team up with us? Mu Hongyu didn't think much of Gu Mingzhu. Chu Luiwei nodded. Mu Hongyu suddenly thought of something and asked, Oh, right. By the way, do you know that Chu Xianmin is coming back today? Love Network provided a better reading experience. Chapter 122. Of course, Chu Xianmin would come back. Now that she was in such a miserable state, she could only rely on herself. She just did not know how Chu Xianmin would feel when she came back after the Crown Prince and Lu Yao got into trouble one after another. Min, why didn't you invite us to your wedding? We were all waiting to send you off and have a good time. A familiar voice suddenly came from the corner. Chu Luiwei and Mu Hongyu looked at each other and walked a few steps forward. The person who spoke was indeed Lu Fian. At this moment, she was leading a few girls and surrounding a person. That person was wearing a veil. Based on her figure, it seemed to be Chu Xianmin. Yeah. We didn't receive your invitation, and we didn't even know the date. As long as you asked, we would have gone even if we took leave. We're so close. Why did you hide it from us? Lu Fian was actually very angry. She originally planned to go on the day Chu Xianmin married into the Crown Prince mansion so that she could at least meet the Crown Prince. However, Chu Xianmin did not invite them at all. Without an invitation, they could not go at all. After missing such a great opportunity, Lu Fian could not help but suspect that Chu Xianmin did it on purpose to monopolize the Crown Prince. Even though she was still smiling when she spoke, her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. There was too little time, and I didn't have time to do many things. That's why I neglected you. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xianmin clenched her teeth and said. She clearly knew what these people were thinking. They wanted to make a fool out of her. There was no way. Lu Fian purposely smiled. The Crown Prince has always liked you, and now he's even willing to let you go back to school. Min Min, you must be doing well in the Crown Prince mansion, right? Chu Xianmin reluctantly responded. I haven't been here for a few days. I have some things to look for my teacher, so I won't chat with you guys for now. Then she walked around them and was about to leave. However, when she looked up, she happened to see the person she hated the most. Chu Luiwei. Chu Xianmin's heart suddenly burned with anger, and her fingernails dug deeply into her palms. If looks could kill, Chu Luiwei would have been covered in bruises. Mu Hongyu stared at her alertly. What do you want to do? However, Chu Xianmin did not say anything and walked past Chu Luiwei and Chu Xianmin. That's strange. If it was in the past, she definitely wouldn't have given up so easily. Why did her personality change after marrying into the Crown Prince's residence? Mu Hongyu murmured. Chu Luiwei looked at Chu Xianmin's departing figure thoughtfully and smiled. The best part is yet to come. Let's go. The imperial capital seemed to be as calm as ever, but some people had already sensed that something was wrong. Something seemed to have happened to the Crown Prince. The most obvious point was that the memorials that had previously been sent to the Crown Prince's residence were now sent to the palace. On the surface, Emperor Zhouwen said that the Crown Prince was at the stage of breaking through, so he didn't want him to be distracted for the time being. But in reality, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was taking back the Crown Prince's authority. Moreover, the Crown Prince had been in seclusion recently, refusing all invitations. Obviously, there was something fishy going on. However, the palace had sealed off all news, so the crowd had no way of finding out what exactly happened. They could only secretly guess and choose to wait and see. Some people who were originally indecisive started to plan for themselves and secretly took action. Third brother, what exactly is father planning to do? The Crown Prince sent someone to assassinate you, and the evidence is clear. Why did father just ask the Crown Prince to reflect on his mistakes in the residence? Even if he thinks highly of the Crown Prince, he can't just let this matter end so hastily, right? Rong Feng knitted his brows tightly and could not figure it out. After receiving seventh brother's big gift, he and Rong Jiao immediately understood. In the next few days, they worked together to gather more evidence, and Rong Jiao presented all of it to father for him to take a look. The Crown Prince can't deny it. But why is father letting it go so easily? Rong Jiao looked calm. The evidence can indeed deal a heavy blow to the Crown Prince, but it's still too naive to rely on this to bring him down. But we can't just let it end like this, right? Rong Feng anxiously stood up and paced back and forth. Although he didn't really do anything to you, third brother, he can't deny it to seventh brother. This matter is just putting the blame on you, third brother. How can father be so biased towards him? As an emperor, shouldn't he hate such things? Indeed. But you forgot one thing. Even though the Crown Prince will make father hate him for doing something to me, it's still considered a lucky hit. It's also because of this that his punishment was reduced by a lot. As Rong Jiao spoke, he mocked himself. Didn't father keep me in the imperial city for so long because he wanted to do the same? Now that the Crown Prince did it for him, it made him feel much more relaxed. Hence, Rong Jin's position as the Crown Prince would not be shaken this time. Rong Feng looked at his expression and suddenly understood something. Third brother, you're talking about father? But since things have already come to this point, isn't it good to take the opportunity to pull the Crown Prince down? Rong Jiao closed his eyes. There's no hurry. The outside world was in turmoil, but Chu Liuyue's days in the academy were very peaceful. Soon, it was the end of August, and the fiend title was just around the corner. The atmosphere in the academy became lively, and excited discussions could be heard everywhere. The students also became more diligent in their cultivation. Chu Luiwei could clearly feel that more people came to Jiuyou Tower. What she didn't know was that it was very difficult to earn time in Jiuyou Tower to cultivate, so many people couldn't bear to come every day. They would only come more often when they were about to break through or when something big was about to happen. Chu Luiwei originally wanted to break through to become a stage 2 warrior, but he failed again, so he decided not to think about it. When Chu Luiwei returned to his residence at night, he saw a familiar figure once he entered the door. No, there were two figures. Rong Xiao and Xue Xue. Chu Luiwei was a little surprised. "Oh, Your Highness, you're so free today?" During this period, Rong Xiu seemed to be very busy. Even though he came a few times in between, he mostly came in the middle of the night and left early in the morning. Sometimes she didn't even see him. She could only know that he was here when she smelled his faint, cold fragrance. Today was a rare day. Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows slightly, took out a box from his arms, and handed it over. "Open it and take a look." Chu Luiwei took it over and lightly clicked on it. The box opened with a sound. A dagger was lying there quietly. She took off the black scabbard, and a cold light flashed across. "This dagger is so sharp." Chu Luiwei was pleasantly surprised. She took a closer look and saw that there were two extremely thin, willow leaf-like flying daggers attached to it. With just one look, Chu Luiwei could feel the strong suppression contained in it. She looked up in surprise. "Those little things of yours are not presentable. I specially prepared a handy one for you." Chu Luiwei remembered that Rong Xiu seemed to have said something like that before. She thought that he was joking. She didn't expect that he was serious. Her heart skipped a beat. "Your Highness has been leaving early and returning late recently. Is it related to this thing?" Rong Xiu leaned closer, his eyes as deep as the starry night. His voice was low and teasing. "Then, how will you repay you? How about giving yourself to me?" He suddenly paused and looked down at the scabbard in front of his chest. "Then I can give myself to you." Digression, today, it's on the shelves. First come, first serve. Everyone accompanied you all the way. You was grateful. She didn't say much, only diligently updating. "I hope that everyone can support me. Thank you." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 123. Your Highness, it's better for you to make more practical requests. Chu Luiwei held onto the scabbard and used a little force, wanting to push him away. Rong Xiu knitted his brows slightly, but he didn't move back. Instead, he moved forward another inch. The two of them were already very close to each other, so they could smell each other's breaths. He openly displayed everything about himself in front of her as if he didn't care about anything else. Chu Luiwei's figure was reflected in his deep eyes. Chu Luiwei was dazed for a moment. It was as if even if she was holding a sharp blade in her hands, he would still come over without a care. Her daze caused her actions to be delayed for a moment. A dim light flashed across Rong Jin's eyes, and his thin lips gently curved up into an ambiguous arc. A faint sigh landed in Chu Luiwei's ears. How fierce! In the quiet and dark night, this sigh was like the spring wind that messed up the strings of a zither. It left an echo in Chu Luiwei's heart and didn't go away for a long time. Her heart couldn't help but beat violently as if something cunning had torn a hole in the stiff and cold wall in her heart and crawled in. She almost instinctively took a step back and avoided Rong Xiu's eyes. "Your Highness, with your distinguished status, countless gentle and virtuous women will go to you as long as you wave your hand. I, Chu Luiwei, am fierce, ruthless, and cold-hearted. Your Highness, why are you wasting your time on me?" Rong Xiu looked at her, and something seemed to be moving in his eyes. Finally, it turned into a light smile. "But I can't see them. I only see you. What can I do?" Chu Luiwei's heart tingled, and she couldn't help but look at him. The cold moonlight flowed in, and Rong Xiu's face was half lit and half dark. His brows were slightly knitted as if he was very troubled. However, there was a hint of indulgence in his eyes and brows. Chu Luiwei didn't know how to respond to such a straightforward confession of love. The two of them quieted down, leaving only an ambiguous atmosphere brewing between them. It was as if even the wind at the end of summer had become gentle. Chu Luiwei had heard of confessions before. In her previous life, her status was noble, her strength was extraordinary, and there was no need to talk about her appearance. She had attracted the admiration of many young men. Logically speaking, she shouldn't feel anything if she were to encounter such a scene again. But Rong Xiu's words seemed to have an inexplicable power, which could always easily stir up her mood. Chu Luiwei lowered his eyes. Not to mention that Rong Xiu had saved her several times. Just the peach blossom hairpin on Rong Xiu's birthday and the exquisite dagger today showed that he had put in a lot of effort. If it were any other woman, they would be moved by what he had done for her. It would be a lie to say that she didn't feel anything. But she had experienced the most unforgettable betrayal in the world. Now, she couldn't easily give all her trust. Faced with Rong Xiu's kindness, her first reaction was not to accept it happily, but to escape. When Rong Xiu approached her, there was a faint trace of fear in her heart. That fear came from the unforgettable pain in the depths of her memory. And she couldn't tell Rong Xiu about this. Moreover, after her rebirth, the most important thing for her was revenge. If she was too close to Rong Xiu, he would definitely be implicated. This was also unfair to Rong Xiu. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. In just a moment, Chu Luiyue looked up at Rong Xiu again. Her expression was calm, her eyes were clear, and the corners of her mouth curved. "Your Highness really knows how to joke." Her cold voice shattered the originally ambiguous atmosphere. Rong Xiu stared at her. Both of them were smart people. There were some words that didn't need to be said. They already understood each other's meaning. Chu Luiyue waited for Rong Xiu to turn and leave. Any man who had done so much for a woman but was still rejected should not continue, right? Moreover, Rong Xiu was of noble status. However, unexpectedly, Rong Xiu didn't look angry or embarrassed at all, as if he didn't care about Chu Luiyue's words. Then, he reached out and grasped the scabbard in front of his chest. "Just tell me, do you like this gift?" Chu Luiyue was stunned. But seeing Rong Xiu's insistence, she could only nod. "Your Highness' gift is always good." "It's good that you like it." Rong Xiu chuckled, then suddenly reached out and pinched her cheek. "When I made this, I put in a lot of effort. Today, you have to accompany me to rest as a token of your gratitude." Chu Luiyue was shocked. "This, you made it yourself?" Because she was too surprised, she didn't have time to complain about Rong Xiu pinching her cheek. Seeing the girl in front of him in a daze, Rong Xiu's mood finally improved. He turned and walked upstairs. "I'm very tired today. I'll tell you tomorrow." Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Why would he talk about this tomorrow? "Your Highness, if you're willing to talk about it tomorrow, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to listen." Rong Xiu stopped and looked back at her. Chu Luiyue also walked forward. When she reached him, she paused and raised her chin slightly. "The academy will set off for Wanling Mountain tomorrow. We have to leave early in the morning. So, you'd better tell it to yourself." After saying that, Chu Luiyue didn't look at Rong Xiu's expression. She went upstairs, entered her room, and directly locked the door. Rong Xiu only reacted when he heard the sound of the door being locked. He looked at the tightly shut door and raised his eyebrows. After a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. She was really as calculative as always. She refused to lose even a little. At this moment, Xue Xue, who had been trying to reduce its presence, suddenly jumped from the first floor to the door of Chu Luiyue's room on the second floor. It scratched the door with its claws. Its claws were so sharp that it left a few neat scratch marks on the door. Seeing Xue Xue like this, Rong Xiu suddenly felt that it was embarrassing. After all, it was a high-level magical beast. How could it lose its composure when faced with such a small matter? How embarrassing was it to scratch here and there? "Xue Xue, what are you doing?" Rong Xiu lowered his voice and asked. Xue Xue turned around to look at him. Its eyes were filled with grievance and indignation. Why else would she go to Wanling Mountain? Of course, it was to hunt magical beasts. Didn't Chu Luiyue like it? Why did she go out to find other wild dogs? No wild magical beasts. What was she doing with it? This was absolutely unacceptable. Xue Xue couldn't care less about Rong Xiu anymore. It turned around and scratched the door again. However, Rong Xiu immediately understood from this look. Wait a minute. Tianlu Academy would indeed bring students to Wanling Mountain to train at this time every year. If he remembered correctly, they seemed to be forming their own teams. Then, who was she in the same team as? A crack finally appeared in Rong Xiu's calm expression. Chu Luiyue had just entered Tianlu Academy, so she didn't know many people. The people she was most familiar with were probably the dozens of Xian masters. If she was in a team, she would be with these people. Could it be that fellow from the C family? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Web. Chapter 124. Wanling Mountain was a 2-day journey from the Imperial City. Tian Lu Academy's teachers would bring the students who volunteered to go there for training. Some people wanted to hunt fiend beasts that they were satisfied with, while others wanted to use this rare opportunity to improve their skills. Fighting with fiend beasts could increase one's potential and unleash more power. Sometimes, this could even help cultivators break through their own bottlenecks and advance to the next level. Thus, most of the students in the academy had signed up. Early in the morning, the students had already gathered at the first glimmer of light. The older students were fine, but most of the new students could not hide their excitement. I wonder if I can hunt a 4th-grade fiend beast during this fiend tide? Just you? Don't even think about it. Only the most talented and powerful people can hunt fiend beasts of that level. That might not be the case. Maybe I'll be lucky and encounter one. What's more, the people in our group aren't weak. If we join forces, there's a chance of success. I don't want to think too much. I just want to find a few powerful fiend beasts to fight with. Tisk, when you encounter a high-level fiend beast, you might not even have time to run. Everyone was discussing and teasing each other. They were obviously looking forward to this trip. Outside the lively crowd, a few people were exceptionally quiet. Why isn't Lu Yu here yet? It's almost time to leave. Mu Hongyu looked at the sky and was a little anxious. Yesterday, she had specially told Chu Luiyue twice about today's departure time and that she could not be late. Now that everyone had arrived, why was she still nowhere to be seen? Is she delayed by something? A tall and skinny young man beside Mu Hongyu asked. His skin was very white, and he looked very gentle. He spoke slower than the average person, but he sounded very gentle. This person was Liao Zhongshu. Mu Hongyu shook her head. What could be more important than the fiend tide now? Logically speaking, she shouldn't have forgotten. Chu Luiyue did not seem like an unreliable person. Do you know where she lives? Why don't we go look for her directly? Liao Zhongshu said placatingly. Mu Hongyu covered her face. You forgot that she's a mystic cultivator and lives in a different place from us. These days, she had become much closer to Chu Luiyue, but she had never asked where Chu Luiyue lived. Liao Zhongshu fell silent for a moment. He had really neglected this. What's there to be troubled about? If we really can't do it, the 4 of us can form a team. We're short of one person. Could it be that we're not allowed to go? A burly, dark-skinned youth beside Liao Zhongshu said in a gruff voice. Sinhu, are you a tiger? Mu Hongyu rolled her eyes at him. Everyone else said there are 5 people, but there are only 4 of us. How much of a loss do we have to suffer? Don't forget that when we reach Wanling Mountain, we fight in small groups. Sinhu trembled from her reprimand. He scratched his head and muttered softly, Then we can't find another person? Mu Hongyu glared at him. At this juncture, everyone has already formed a team. Where are we going to find another person? Sinhu finally shut his mouth. Everyone, come forward to collect your items. The few of them turned their heads to take a look. After we collect our items, we really have to set off, Liao Zhongshu said with a frown. Mu Hongyu bit her lip. I'll go and ask Teacher Bai Chen. On the other side, Bai Chen was counting the number of mystic cultivators. After counting, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Where's Chu Luiyue? Why isn't she here? Everyone looked at each other, but no one said anything. Teacher Bai Chen, do you know where Lu Yu lives? She's not here yet. I want to go and find her. Mu Hongyu quickly walked forward and said straightforwardly. Bai Chen was shocked. She's really not here yet? Seeing Mu Hongyu's anxious expression, he thought for a moment and immediately looked at Si Ting. Si Ting, you know where she lives, right? Bring Mu Hongyu to take a look. Si Ting nodded. Okay. However, before the 2 of them could do anything, Gu Mingzhu, who had been watching coldly from the side, could not help but mock them. Teacher Bai Chen, it's almost time. What if you don't make it back in time if you look for her now? Chu Luiyue didn't pay attention to the time, so it's her fault if she misses it. You can't implicate others because of her, right? Mu Hongyu glared at her in annoyance. Gu Mingzhu, what does this have to do with you? We're not in the same team as you. Even if there's a delay, it won't affect you. Why are you so anxious? Gu Mingzhu's face turned red. Am I not telling the truth? Chu Luiwei is in the same team as you. If you want to look for her, go look for her yourself. Don't drag others into it. With that said, she snorted and pursed her lips. I think she's afraid and deliberately didn't go. Mu Hongyu suppressed the anger in her heart. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you now. I'll deal with you when I come back. Si Ting, bring me there first. With that said, the two of them turned to leave. You don't have to look for her. I'm here. A familiar voice rang out. Mu Hongyu looked up in surprise and saw Chu Luiwei indeed. Lu, you're finally here. Mu Hongyu quickly walked over to Chu Luiwei and could not help but pat her arm. Why are you so late? I thought you were going to stand us up. Chu Luiwei put her hands together and begged for mercy. I'm sorry. Something happened and I was delayed. Is there still time? Of course there's still time. Mu Hongyu glanced at Gu Mingzhu and deliberately raised her voice. Some people can't wait for you not to come, so that they won't be suppressed again. Gu Mingzhu wanted to argue, but when she saw Si Ting next to her, she suppressed her anger and turned her head away angrily. Lu Yu, you almost couldn't make it. Bai Chen shook his head, but he could not bear to scold her, so he waved at her. Hurry up and go back. It will be your turn soon. Thank you, Teacher Bai Chen. After Chu Luiwei finished speaking, she and Mu Hongyu went back to meet the others. Mu Hongyu poked her and said in a low voice, Hey, why are you here? Hey, what's wrong with you today? Why are you so late? Chu Luiwei coughed. It's just a small matter. It's already settled. Yes, it was just that Prince Li and Shue pestered her for most of the night. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 125. This pair of master and servant, one human and one beast, had the same temperament. After knowing that she was going to Wanling Mountain today, they started to cause a ruckus. If she had not stopped it in time, the door would have been smashed by Shue's claws. Shue seemed to be very dissatisfied with this matter and threw a tantrum. Chu Luiwei spent a lot of effort to pacify it. As for Rong Xiu, Chu Luiwei's ears heated up, and she closed her eyes. How could there be such a shameless person in this world? Lu Yu, why are your ears red? Mu Hongyu asked curiously. Chu Luiwei immediately shook her head. It's nothing. I came in a hurry. Mu Hongyu nodded understandingly and wrinkled her nose. You know that we have to leave early in the morning, so why did you come so late? If you didn't make it, I wouldn't have let you off. Chu Luiwei assured her that it would not happen again, so Mu Hongyu was relieved. With Mu Hongyu's introduction, Chu Luiwei met Liao Zhongshu, Xin Hu, and Gu Mingfeng. Just as Mu Hongyu had said, these people were all Stage 3 warriors, especially Gu Mingfeng. His aura fluctuated, and there were signs of him breaking through. As the team leader, Mu Hongyu queued up to collect the items. This time, Sun Zhongyan was in charge of leading the team. Under him were a few elders and dozens of teachers. When all the teams had gathered, Sun Zhongyan, who was standing at the front, spoke. Students, I believe that everyone has been looking forward to this trip to Wanling Mountain. This time, I'll be the leader. Other than me, Tianlu Academy will send 3 elders to each be in charge of one batch. Under each elder, there will be 10 teachers, and each teacher will be in charge of 3 teams. There's a signal tube in the things I gave you. If you encounter any danger, just pull it. Chu Luiwei looked at the thumb-sized black tube in her hand. There were 2 lines at the bottom. Pulling one line means asking the teacher for help. If he was in a life-and-death situation, he would pull both strings. The Academy's elders will immediately locate your location and head over to rescue you. Sun Zhongyan's voice was thick and clear. Is everyone clear? Sun Zhongyan paused for a moment, his expression turning serious. The Thousand Spirit Mountain Range's terrain is steep. During the demonic beast tide, it's even more dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. So, no matter how much you want to hunt a satisfactory magical beast, you must remember that safety comes first. Everyone responded in unison. This student will remember your teachings. Sun Zhongyan nodded in satisfaction. Set off. There were so many people and none of them could fly. Naturally, they could only walk. Fortunately, the aptitudes of the students of the academy were excellent, and their progress was not slow. In addition, there were many people and the atmosphere was lively. It was a joyous journey. The topic of discussion was obviously related to Wanling Mountain and the magical beast tide. Some of the senior brothers and sisters who had been there would often talk about what had happened during the magical beast tide in the past 1 or 2 years, causing the freshmen to be even more curious. If only I had broken through to become a stage 4 warrior. Mu Hongyu muttered softly as she walked. She had been cultivating diligently during this period of time, and she was even close to breaking through. But for some reason she was still a little short. Originally, she had planned that if she could successfully break through, her strength would increase greatly. Then she would be able to choose a better and more satisfactory magical beast during this magical beast tide. But now, it seemed that this was not going to work. Hongyu, you can't rush cultivation. Liao Zhongshu gently reminded her. Of course, I know that. But who doesn't want a breakthrough? Don't you want to? Liao Zhongshu did not argue with her and only shook his head with a smile. Mu Hongyu sighed. Why can't I be like Lu Yu? Although I'm a stage 1 warrior, I have the strength of a stage 3 warrior. I might even be stronger. Chu Luiyue smiled but did not say anything. She actually did not want to. Mu Hongyu looked at Gu Mingfeng again. Oh right, weren't you about to break through previously? Why haven't you done anything yet? Gu Mingfeng, who had been silent all this while, looked indifferent as he lightly said, It's probably not time yet. Chu Luiyue looked at him again and was in deep thought. Gu Mingfeng, doesn't seem to be that simple. A somewhat cold gaze suddenly fell on her body. Chu Luiyue's gaze moved slightly and met Chu Xinmin's gaze that was about to retract. That pair of eyes still had hatred and resentment that had not faded away in time. Chu Xianmin did not expect Chu Luiyue to be so sharp and hurriedly turned her gaze away. This was a rare opportunity that she begged for from the crown prince. She had to make good use of it. Chu Luiyue sneered in her heart. Chu Xianmin really did not give up on her evil intentions. Rong Jin did not come this time, which showed that the severity of the matter was far beyond her expectations. She just did not know what the situation in the imperial city would be like when she returned. After 2 days of trekking, the crowd finally arrived at the foot of Wanling Mountain on the morning of the 3rd day. Looking up, the mountains were undulating. Some were steep while some were beautiful. The entire mountain was covered in lush greenery. It was truly beautiful. Standing here, Chu Luiyue could already feel a subtle aura. Sun Zhongyan was still instructing the students bit by bit. The fiend title will appear in 2 days. Everyone, get ready to enter the mountain range. Remember, act according to your capabilities. You must not enter Wanling Mountain's hinterland. You must leave Wanling Mountain in 3 days. Yes. At the foot of the mountain and in a different environment, the students' voices were much louder. Every team started to move separately and quickly disappeared into the forest. Let's go too. Mu Hongyu's almond-shaped eyes were bright, and she was eager to try. Chu Luiyue looked up. The towering mountain range was as quiet as a sleeping beast, making one feel uneasy. She took a deep breath and suppressed the uneasiness in her heart. She followed Mu Hongyu and the rest into the forest. Wanling Mountain was vast. Chu Luiyue and the rest quickly separated from the others. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Only the sound of their feet stepping on the thick layer of leaves could be heard. The leaves swayed with the wind, and the mottled sunlight shone down. After walking for 2 hours, Mu Hongyu finally could not help but ask, Master Dongfeng, you said that the fiend tidal array is here. When the fiend tidal comes, fiends will appear in the periphery of the mountain range. We've been here for a while, but why haven't we seen a single fiend? Chu Luiyue was about to speak when she suddenly felt a cold aura. Her expression turned stern as she looked in a certain direction. Come out. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 126. Mu Hongyu and the rest were shocked, and they hurriedly looked over. However, there was no movement at all. In the quiet forest, everything was very calm. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Lu Yu, did you sense wrongly? I don't feel the aura of a magical beast. Chu Liuyue's expression didn't change and his eyes were still fixed on that spot. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being rude. Mu Hongyu and the rest looked at each other. There were only trees around them. There wasn't even a tall bush. How could there be a magic beast hiding here? However, Chu Liyue didn't look like he was joking. The rest of them subconsciously kept quiet. A moment later, the fallen leaves in front of them suddenly moved. There's something. Mu Hongyu and the rest immediately became alert. There really was a magical beast here. What is this? The few of them who were facing a great enemy were all stunned for a moment. Achoo! It's a little fox? Mu Hongyu blurted out. It's not a fox. It's a blood ferret. Chu Liyue heaved a sigh of relief. The rest of them were shocked. The rumored most useless third-grade magical beast? Blood ferret? Puff. Chu Liyue nodded. A third-grade magical beast was not considered to be of a particularly low level. However, the blood ferret's body was small and its attack power was not strong. Furthermore, it was too lively and active. It was not suitable to be a hunting magical beast. Such blood ferrets were usually kept as pets by the aristocratic families. Forget it then. The few of them were disappointed. They did not expect that the first demonic beast they encountered after entering Wanling Mountain would be a blood ferret. Chu Liyue nodded. None of them had any magical beasts, so they came with high hopes. However, blood ferrets were not suitable for hunting. They ignored him and turned around to leave. However, just as Chu Liyue was about to move, he suddenly stopped and lowered his head to look. At some point in time, the little thing had bitten the hem of her clothes and was looking at her eagerly. Chu Liyue was silent for a moment. They did not want to hunt the blood ferret, but it seemed like it wanted to go with them. Chu Liyue bent down and wanted to take it away. However, the little thing seemed to know her intention. It ran to the other side and bit her. The blood ferret was extremely fast. If Chu Liyue caught it with her bare hands, she would definitely not be able to catch it. Hence, she did not move. Lu Yu, it seems to like you a lot. Mu Hongyu could not help but say with a curious look on her face. She had only heard of the blood ferret, but she had never seen one before. It looked quite cute. Chu Liyue also found it strange and said to the little thing, "Don't worry." She said to the blood ferret, "We don't intend to do anything to you. You'd better not follow us." After saying that, the blood ferret blinked blankly. It seemed to take a while before it understood what Chu Liyue meant. She didn't want it anymore. Tears quickly gathered in the blood ferret's eyes. Bean-sized teardrops fell down. It looked up at Chu Liyue as if it was silently accusing her. Chu Liyue was speechless. Something seemed wrong? Lu Yu, why don't we bring it along? You don't want it. Can't you just treat it as a pet? Otherwise, it will be lonely and pitiful. Mu Hongyu could not resist such a furry little thing. She could not help but say, "Why don't we let it follow me?" The blood ferret shook its head frantically. Mu Hongyu was a little disappointed. It seems like it only wants to follow you, Chu Liyue thought for a moment. Then be obedient and we will take you with us. The blood ferret hurriedly nodded and jumped up. Like a red bolt of lightning, it scurried onto Chu Liyue's shoulder. It squatted, swept its tail, and nestled on Chu Liyue's shoulder. From afar, it looked like a furry red dumpling. It was light and not heavy at all. Chu Liyue glanced at it, and her lips curved up. "Let's go." After that, they continued to walk into the forest. Not long after, they encountered a third-grade fiend, Livid Horse. The Livid Horse was tall and was considered one of the stronger third-grade fiends. Livid horses have a cool temperament and are less aggressive. They usually don't take the initiative to fight people. They are suitable as mounts and not suitable for hunting. Liao Zhongshu said softly. Sen, who was a little tempted at first, but when he heard that, he immediately dispelled the idea. "Then let's continue to walk in. Maybe we can find a better one." After saying that, he took the lead and walked forward. However, the Livid Horse did not move aside. It stood in front of them and scratched the ground with its front hooves. It breathed heavily through its nose, and there was obvious hostility in its eyes. Senhu noticed that something was wrong and frowned. Bookworm, didn't you say that livid horses won't take the initiative to attack people? Why do I feel like it wants to fight with us? Liao Zhongshu was also a little surprised. It can't be, right? I have a few livid horses at home, and they are all very docile. Why is this? Could it be that the fiends in Wanling Mountain are all more ferocious? Before he could finish his sentence, the iron-green horse neighed and charged towards them at high speed. Sen Hu was the first to bear the brunt. He shouted as he bent his legs and raised his muscular arms. His fan-like palms were clenched into fists and suddenly punched. Extreme Fist. He was a third-grade warrior and had a strong physical body. The power of this punch was not to be underestimated. The punch was fierce as it went toward the livid horse. The livid horse raised its front hooves and was about to dodge the punch. Sen Hu immediately chased after him and actually dashed under the livid horse. Then, his fist turned into a claw and directly struck the livid horse's abdomen. Rip! The livid horse's abdomen was immediately torn open, and blood splattered everywhere. Sen Hu's face was also stained with some dirty blood. However, this made his fighting spirit even stronger. Die! He shouted and was about to take its life. At this moment, the livid horse suddenly raised its leg and kicked Sen Hu's chest. Be careful! Mu Hongyu and the rest sensed that something was wrong and immediately went forward to help. The livid horse was attacked from both sides and had no choice but to be distracted. Its attack power was greatly reduced. However, it was still ruthless and kicked Sen Hu's back. Sen Hu suffered a heavy blow and fell to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was much paler. Gu Mingfeng stared at the livid horse and saw a hint of red in its eyes. This beast is going crazy. Chu Luiyue frowned slightly. The livid horse was gentle by nature. Why would it attack them for no reason? And it was so crazy? At that moment, Mu Hongyu exclaimed, "What? Luiyue, it's dangerous." Chu Luiyue looked up and saw that the livid horse had bypassed Mu Hongyu and the rest and was charging toward her. It was targeting her. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 127. Chu Luiyue's eyes darkened as he drew his sword from his waist and stabbed forward. That bright and sharp sword pierced the steel azure horse's neck with unparalleled precision. The steel azure horse let out a painful neigh as its eyes turned even crazier. Its body moved and it continued to attack Chu Luiyue without a care for anything else. Chu Luiyue's expression was cold as he flipped his wrist. That long sword suddenly slashed horizontally, forcefully severing the steel azure horse's neck. Thump! The huge, greenish head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The wound that Chu Luiyue had cut was still bleeding profusely. The steel azure horse's eyes were wide open as it twitched twice before it stopped breathing very quickly. Chu Luiyue sheathed her sword and glanced at the corpse on the ground as she thought to herself. She did not know this steel azure horse and she had not done anything overboard. Why would it react like this? Mu Hongyu and the others were stunned for a while before they reacted to what had happened. You're too fast. Mu Hongyu asked in a daze. The few of them had attacked together but were unable to stop the berserk iron azure horse. However, Chu Luiyue had only used one sword strike to kill it. What kind of power did he need to do that? Damn, you were still holding back when you were competing with Chu Qianmin. Sen Hu, who had fallen to the ground, finally got up. However, he could not care less about the blood on his face and body. He only stared at Chu Luiyue in disbelief. He had fought the steel azure horse head-on just now and had experienced its power. Even someone as strong as him had suffered under the hooves of the steel azure horse. If Mu Hongyu and the others had not come to help, he might not have been its match. But Chu Luiyue had actually killed it so easily? Chu Luiyue collected her thoughts and looked up at the others. She shrugged. It wanted to kill me, so of course I wouldn't show it any mercy. As for the midterm assessment, didn't teachers say to stop when the time was right? Sen Hu stared at Chu Luiyue as he spoke so casually. He could not help but curse in a low voice. Chu Luiyue raised his chin. You can take the origin core. Sen Hu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You killed the steel azure horse. So the origin core is naturally yours. I, Sinhu, am not a greedy person. Chu Luiwei rubbed the area between his brows. This Sinhu's personality was a little too straightforward. You were injured by it. If you don't rest well, you won't be able to recover without half a month. Take its origin core and use it to heal. You'll recover faster. The others were stunned by his words. Sinhu was a little tempted, but he still asked doubtfully, "Really? How do you know all this?" Chu Luiwei could not be bothered with him. He turned and walked forward. It's just a third-grade origin core. It's not a good thing. It's fine if you don't want it. But if it affects our entire team, Hongyu won't let you off, let alone me. Mu Hongyu suddenly patted him on the shoulder. Didn't you hear what Liwei said? Hurry up and go. Sinhu staggered from the pat, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he grinned. Then I'll take the origin core first. When we encounter other magical beasts in the future, I'll be at the front to help you. As he spoke, he walked to the side of the corpse and cut it open with his saber. From the steel azure horse's head, he took out a green pearl the size of a longan. On it, 3 veined patterns could be clearly seen. Sinhu wiped off the blood on it, opened his mouth, and swallowed it. A warm current flowed through his lungs, and the heart-wrenching pain instantly lessened. Sinhu's eyes lit up. It really works. Chu Luiwei did not turn back. The origin cores of magical beasts all contain some poison, and the steel azure horse is no exception. Every hour after that, cut your thumb and let out some blood. Do this 3 times, and the poison in the origin core will naturally be expelled. It would have been better to use the 3 pure leaves, but there doesn't seem to be any here. Let's use this stupid method for now. Her tone was light, as if it was a small matter. However, Mu Hongyu and the others were dumbfounded by what they heard. Chu Luiwei walked a few steps and realized that there was no movement behind her. She finally turned around, but saw that they were all looking at her strangely. What's wrong? Luiwei, how do you know so much? Mu Hongyu asked hesitantly. Gu Mingfeng, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Have you forgotten that she passed all 3 exams to get into the academy? Of course, that included Heaven Doctor. Actually, Mu Hongyu and the others could not be blamed for not remembering. On the day Chu Luiwei had been admitted to the academy, she had immediately participated in the Mystic Master and Warrior midterm examinations. She had placed 2nd and 1st respectively. It was really too dazzling. Not many people had really paid attention to Heaven Doctor. Now that Gu Mingfeng mentioned it, the few of them snapped out of their daze. Damn, I really forgot. Sinhu smacked his head and gave Chu Luiwei a thumbs up. I'm impressed. Chu Luiwei, Sinhu, am really impressed by you now. Chu Luiwei raised her brows slightly. It's just a superficial knowledge. It's nothing much. Let's continue walking in. All right. Mu Hongyu and the others responded in unison. Mu Hongyu had originally been the leader of their team, but unknowingly, they had already treated Chu Luiwei as their backbone. It was as if she could inexplicably convince people just by standing there. Gu Mingfeng followed at the back and narrowed his eyes. Chu Luiwei really only knew a little? The iron azure horse was not considered common. Even if ordinary people had seen it, they might not know much about it. But Chu Luiwei actually knew something like how to expel the poison from the iron azure horse original elixir. Could it really be such a coincidence? In the mountains, the sky always darkened very quickly. The sun set, the curtain of night hung high, and a bright moon hung in the sky. Why don't we rest here today? Mu Hongyu suggested as they walked to a relatively spacious area. However, Chu Luiwei suddenly pulled her back. Wait! Mu Hongyu looked at her strangely, only to see that Chu Luiwei's expression was vigilant and her brows were tightly furrowed, as if she was very nervous. She could not help but feel nervous as well. What's wrong? After what had happened in the day, she trusted Chu Luiwei the most now. If Chu Luiwei felt that something was wrong, then something was definitely wrong. Chu Luiwei pursed her lips tightly and did not speak. However, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What exactly is? Mu Hongyu stopped abruptly in the middle of her sentence. A pair of cold and glossy green eyes appeared in the darkness like 2 balls of will. The wisp. There's a wolf? Chu Luiwei held her breath. It's not just one. The few of them looked at the same time and saw that next to the pair of green eyes, a second and a third pair had appeared. Very soon, they were surrounded by these cold eyes that looked like the wisp. Greedy, cold and cruel. There was a dead silence in the forest, only endless murderous intent was spreading wildly. Chu Luiwei closed her eyes. It's a pack of wolves. Digression. Usually updated at 9 in the morning, mobile users please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit the website. Chapter 128. Chu Luiwei's eyes darkened. He drew his sword from his waist and stabbed it forward. That bright and sharp sword accurately pierced the livid horse's neck. The livid horse let out a painful neigh, and its eyes became even crazier. It moved its body and continued to attack Chu Luiwei without caring about anything else. Chu Luiwei's expression was cold as he flipped his wrist. The sword suddenly slashed horizontally and cut off the livid horse's neck. Plop. The livid horse's head fell to the ground with a dull thud. The wound that Chu Luiwei cut was still bleeding. The livid horse's eyes were wide open, and it twitched twice before it stopped breathing. Chu Luiwei put his sword away and looked at the corpse on the ground. He was deep in thought. She did not know this livid horse, and she did not do anything overboard. Why did it react this way? Mu Hongyu and the rest were stunned for a while before they realized what had happened. You're too fast. Mu Hongyu asked in a daze. The few of them had attacked the livid horse together, but they could not stop it. However, Chu Luiwei killed it with just one slash. How strong must he be to do that? F***CK. You were still holding back when you were competing with Chu Xianmin the other day? Sen Hu, who was lying on the ground, got up with much difficulty. He did not care about the blood on his face and body. He stared at Chu Luiwei with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had a taste of the livid horse's abilities when he fought it head-on earlier. Even someone as strong as him had suffered under the livid horse's hooves. If Mu Hongyu and the rest did not help him, he might not have been its match. However, Chu Luiwei killed it so easily? Chu Luiwei collected his thoughts, looked up at the few of them, and shrugged. It wanted to kill me, so I naturally did not show it any mercy. As for the midterm assessment, didn't the teachers say not to go overboard? Sen Hu stared at Chu Luiwei with his eyes wide open. He could not help but curse softly. Chu Luiwei raised his chin. You can have the pearl of essence. Sen Hu's eyes widened. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? You killed the livid horse, so its pearl of essence is naturally yours. I'm not a greedy person. Chu Luiwei rubbed his eyebrows. Sen Hu's personality was a little too straightforward. You were injured by it. If you don't recuperate, you'll need at least 10 days to half a month. If you take its origin pill and use your origin to heal, you'll recover faster. Sen Hu's words were stunned. Sen Hu's words, but he still doubtfully. Really? How do you know this? Chu Luiwei could not be bothered with him. He turned around and walked away. A mere third-grade pearl of essence is nothing. It's fine if you don't want it. But if it affects our entire team, Hongyu will be the first to come after you. Mu Hongyu had an epiphany and suddenly patted his shoulder. Didn't you hear what Luyu said? Why aren't you going? Sen Hu staggered from the slap, but he wasn't angry at all. Instead, he grinned. Then I'll take the pearl of essence first. When we encounter other fiends, I'll definitely rush to the front to help you. As he spoke, he walked to the corpse and cut it open. From the head of the livid horse, he took out a green pearl the size of a longan fruit. 3 lines were clearly visible on the pearl. Sen Hu wiped the blood off the pearl and swallowed it. A warm current passed through his heart, and the heart-wrenching pain from before was instantly alleviated by a lot. Sen Hu's eyes lit up. It really works. Chu Luiwei didn't turn around and lightly said, she said calmly, the pearl of essence of a fiend is more or less poisonous. The livid horse is no exception. After that, every hour, cut your thumb and let out some blood. Do this 3 times and you will naturally be able to expel the poison from the pill of essence. It would be better to use the 3 pure leaves, but I don't think there are any here. Let's use this stupid method for now. Her tone was light, as if this was just a small matter. However, Mu Hongyu and the rest were all dumbfounded. Chu Luiwei walked a few steps and realized that there was no movement behind her. She finally turned around and saw that they were looking at her strangely. "What's wrong?" "Liu, how do you know so much?" Mu Hongyu asked hesitantly. Gu Mingfeng, who had been quiet all this while, suddenly spoke. "Have you forgotten that she was admitted to the college after passing all 3 examinations?" This naturally included the celestial physician. Actually, Mu Hongyu and the others could not be blamed for not remembering. On the day that Chu Luiwei was admitted to the college, she directly participated in the Xian Master and Warrior midterm examinations. She came in 2nd place and 1st place respectively. It was truly too dazzling. Not many people paid attention to the celestial physician. Now that Gu Mingfeng mentioned it, the others suddenly snapped out of their daze. "Damn, I really forgot." Senhu slapped his head and gave Chu Luiwei a thumbs up. "I'm impressed. Chu Luiwei, Senhu really admire you now." Chu Luiwei raised her brows slightly. "It's just a superficial knowledge. It's not a big deal. Let's continue walking." "Okay." Mu Hongyu and the others responded in unison. Originally, their team leader was Mu Hongyu, but unknowingly, they had already regarded Chu Luiwei as their backbone. It was as if she could inexplicably convince others just by standing there. Gu Mingfeng followed at the back and narrowed his eyes. Chu Luiwei really only knew a superficial knowledge? The livid horse was not considered common. Even if an average person had seen it, they might not know much about it. However, Chu Luiwei actually knew how to expel the poison from the livid horse's pill of origin. Could it really be such a coincidence? The sky in the mountain forest always turned dark very quickly. The sun set and the curtain of night hung up. A bright moon hung in the sky. "Shall we rest here first today?" Mu Hongyu suggested as they walked to a more spacious area. Chu Luiwei suddenly pulled her back. "Wait." Mu Hongyu looked at her strangely and saw Chu Luiwei's vigilant expression. Her brows were tightly knitted as if she was very nervous. She could not help but feel nervous. What's the matter? After what happened during the day, she trusted Chu Luiwei the most now. If Chu Luiwei felt that something was wrong, then something was definitely wrong. Chu Luiwei pursed her lips tightly and did not speak. However, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. "What on earth?" Mu Hongyu abruptly stopped halfway through her sentence. A pair of cold green eyes appeared in the darkness like 2 balls of the wisps. "There's a wolf?" Chu Luiwei held her breath. Not just one. The few of them looked over together and saw a 2nd and 3rd pair of green eyes appear one after another beside that pair of green eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by these cold eyes that looked like the wisps. Greedy, cold, cruel. There was a deathly silence in the forest. Only endless killing intent was spreading crazily. Chu Luiwei closed her eyes. "It's a pack of wolves." Digression. Usually updated at 9 a.m., mobile users please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from AI Network. Chapter 129. This is a 3rd-grade fiend, a red wolf. There must be at least a dozen of them. There are only 5 of us. How can we be their match? Mu Hongyu's face turned pale. They were too unlucky to encounter such danger as soon as they entered Wanling mountain range. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, they might have a chance of winning if they worked together. However, there were so many of them. Without a doubt, they would not be able to defeat them. Liao Zhongshu frowned and muttered, "That's not right. Although red wolves live in packs and are ferocious, they are also very arrogant. They rarely fight with people for no reason. We didn't do anything. Why are they targeting us?" Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly recalled that the livid horse seemed to be targeting her, for no reason. Could it be that these red wolves were also targeting her? The 2 parties were in a stalemate. The air seemed to have frozen. "What do you want?" After a short moment of dead silence, a cold voice broke the strange atmosphere. Chu Luiwei suddenly spoke. At the same time, she took a step forward and stood in front of them. Mu Hongyu pulled her sleeve nervously. "Crazy. Those red wolves were so ferocious. If they went over now, they would be courting death. Chu Luiwei patted her gently, indicating that she did not need to worry. However, Mu Hongyu still refused to let go. She was afraid that Chu Luiwei would take things too hard and go over. Lu Yu, we are no match for these things. Let's think of a way to escape. I'll send a message to the teachers and elders now and ask for their help. As she spoke, Mu Hongyu was about to take out the signal tube. Chu Luiwei's heart sank. She wanted to stop her. Don't. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Hongyu had already taken out the signal tube. A whir! A ferocious roar suddenly echoed through the forest. The sudden movement startled Mu Hongyu. She instinctively trembled and did not pull the signal tube in time. However, the surrounding pack of wolves suddenly walked forward. The encirclement became even tighter. Following that, the wolves raised their heads and howled. Oh! Under the moonlight, such a sound was particularly horrifying. Chu Luiwei felt her organs tremble, and she knitted her brows tightly. With so many red-winged wolves, even if each of them bit them once, it would be more than enough for them to endure. They seemed to be angry? Sen, who was also sweating profusely from nervousness. Chu Luiwei tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. His muscles tightened as he secretly accumulated power. The red wolf is extremely intelligent and sensitive. When Snapper took out the signal tube, they knew that we were going to call for help. To them, this is a provocation. Mu Hongyu immediately panicked. So it was because of her? I'm sorry, now is not the time to talk about this. Chu Luiwei interrupted her with a reassuring tone. Since they've set their sights on us, they won't leave easily. It's only a matter of time before they attack us. Although Mu Hongyu said that, she still blamed herself. Suddenly, the gathered wolves parted in the middle. A snow-white, muscular red-winged wolf slowly walked out from the back of the pack. Its fur was smooth and shiny. When it walked out of the darkness, the moonlight shone on its body, making it look particularly majestic. Most importantly, its eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Chu Luiwei saw it clearly and knew that there was no way for them to negotiate. He immediately reminded them in a low voice. That's the Wolf King. They became even more cautious. The books say that every wolf pack has its own Wolf King. If the Wolf King is killed, then the wolf pack will suffer a huge blow and be defeated. Liao Zhongshu's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. They immediately understood what he meant. To catch bandits, first catch the Wolf King. They had no chance of winning against so many red-winged wolves. Their only hope was to kill the Wolf King as soon as possible. Only then would they have a chance of survival while the wolf pack was in chaos. Leave the Wolf King to me. You guys wait for the right time to strike. Gu Mingfeng suddenly said. Chu Luiwei looked back at him in surprise. He saw that the feminine face was expressionless. Only his clenched jaw showed that he was not as relaxed as he looked. In fact, Gu Mingfeng made this choice because he knew that the situation today was very dangerous. If they were not careful, they would all die here. He was the highest level among them. Naturally, he had to be at the forefront. Mu Hongyu and the others looked at each other. Everyone knew that this was the most dangerous situation. However, if something happened to Gu Mingfeng, the red-winged wolf's most powerful weapon is its sharp claws and teeth. Even if you don't die, you'll be crippled. Remember, don't fight it head-on. I'll support you, Chu Luiwei said in a low voice. He then instructed the others to do their best to stop the other red-winged wolves. As long as they had enough time, they might win. Mu Hongyu bit her lip. Yes, the situation is dangerous. The two of you must be careful. You too. After Chu Luiwei said that, he silently held the dagger in his other hand. The next moment, the Wolf King suddenly moved. It was extremely fast. It drew a snow-white trail in the air and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Gu Mingfeng tapped his toes and flew forward. He raised his sword and slashed at the Wolf King. Almost at the same time, Chu Luiwei followed closely behind. In an instant, the two of them and the Wolf King were in a tripartite confrontation. On the other side, the wolf pack charged at them from all directions. Mu Hongyu and the other two had their backs against each other, forming a small protective circle. They began to fight with the wolf pack. Gu Mingfeng's sword was about to strike, but the Wolf King was faster. With a leap, it jumped onto a tree trunk at the side. It lowered its body and exerted force with its hind legs. Its entire body flew out rapidly. It charged in front of Gu Mingfeng in an instant. Gu Mingfeng was shocked. He immediately raised his sword to block in front of his chest. Whoosh! The sharp claws rubbed against the sword body, making an ear-piercing sound. Gu Mingfeng only felt his body being attacked by a heavy force. His body retreated a few steps uncontrollably. When he finally steadied himself, he quickly looked down and saw that there were already a few clear scratches on the sword body. It was left behind by the Wolf King just now. Its claws were actually so sharp. They were even more dangerous than swords. Gu Mingfeng's expression darkened. This Wolf King's strength was clearly about to break through to rank 4. He was definitely not a match for it just by relying on himself. Just as the thought flashed through his mind, he felt a gust of cold wind coming toward him. It was the Wolf King in hot pursuit and attacking again. He channeled his force and poured it into his sword. However, the Wolf King had already pounced on him at this time. Gu Mingfeng could not block it and directly crashed onto the ground. He wanted to get up and escape, but he could not move at all. He could only be slaughtered by the Wolf King. The Wolf King opened its bloody mouth. Its sharp teeth shone with a cold light as it bit at Gu Mingfeng's neck. A fishy smell hit him in the face. Gu Mingfeng could even feel its teeth pressing against his skin. Gu Mingfeng's blood seemed to have frozen at this moment. However, just as he thought that he was going to die, a biting cold aura suddenly attacked. Behind the Wolf King was Chu Liyue's sword. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 130. Sensing the danger, the Wolf King could only stop attacking Gu Mingfeng and turn to pounce on Chu Liyue. Chu Liyue's sword slashed across its back and the Wolf King's fur stood on end. It was as hard as steel needles. This sword strike only left an extremely shallow bloodstain on the surface. Chu Liyue pursed her lips tightly. Although the king of the Crimson Wind Wolves was only a 3rd-grade magical beast, its strength was comparable to a 4th-grade magical beast. The most troublesome part was its fur. However, Chu Liyue's attack had thoroughly enraged the Wolf King. After exchanging blows with Chu Liyue, it landed on the ground not far away and was filled with cold, murderous intent. Awoo! The Wolf King raised its head and howled, then charged toward Chu Liyue again. Chu Liyue raised her sword and the man and beast clashed. The Wolf King bit the sword directly. Crack! The long sword broke. In Chu Liyue's hand, there was only a broken sword left. The Wolf King followed closely. It went straight for Chu Liyue's neck. Gu Mingfeng's heart suddenly felt empty when he saw this scene. However, Chu Liyue did not retreat. Instead, she went forward and stabbed the remaining half of the sword into the Wolf King's mouth. The Wolf King let out a howl. The next moment, it seemed to have gone berserk and bit the broken sword into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Chu Liyue felt a few drops of warm liquid on her face. The thick stench of blood was nauseating. She quickly let go of the sword hilt and retreated. The Wolf King went forward again. This time, its speed was even faster than before. Chu Liyue could not dodge in time. When she looked up, she could already see the Wolf King's sharp teeth. She tilted her head and narrowly avoided the Wolf King's attack. The next moment, a cold, murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She bent her knee and raised her leg, then kicked the Wolf King in the stomach. To an ordinary person, this kick might be an extremely serious attack. However, to the Wolf King, whose physical strength was tyrannical, it was nothing. The Wolf King's movement only paused for a moment before it continued to attack. Its sharp claws went for the heart. Once it was hit, it would definitely die. Gu Mingfeng, who had just gotten up with difficulty, saw this scene and his heart was in his mouth. His pupils constricted. At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed. The Wolf King only saw a flash in front of its eyes, then felt a cold touch on its front leg. Its actions finally stopped, but it saw Chu Liyue holding a dagger in front of her chest. Its front claws, which had attacked Chu Liyue, had been chopped off. A moment later, an intense pain. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Chu Luiyue kicked it out again. The Wolf King lost its front paws and fell heavily to the ground heavily. With dust and blood all over his body, he looked like he was in a sorry state. Ming! Luiyue! Hurry! We can't hold on any longer! Mu Hongyu suddenly shouted. Chu Luiyue glanced sideways and saw that the three of them had already fallen into the pack of wolves. Their figures were almost buried in the wolves. Without hesitation, she quickly went forward and leaped. Her hand rose and the knife fell. The knife pierced through the Wolf King's head. A bloody hole instantly appeared in the Wolf King's head. Its eyeballs protruded and its flesh and blood rolled. It wanted to struggle to get up, but Gu Mingfeng immediately went forward and added another stab to the wound. It twitched a few times before it went completely silent. The wolf pack immediately sensed the Wolf King's death and it was followed by chaos. Not long after, the pack of wolves that had been attacking Mu Hongyu and the other two fled in all directions, disappearing into the dark forest without a trace. The surroundings finally quieted down again. Only the bloodstains on the ground and the Wolf King's corpse proved what had happened here. Chu Luiyue heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the crisis was over. She took 2 steps back and leaned against a tree, panting heavily. Her current ability was not bad compared to Chu Xinmin's, but it was still very difficult for her to fight with a fiend of the Red Wolf King's level. The short exchange had almost depleted her energy. If she had not used the dagger to block the Wolf King's fatal attack, she might have been. Chu Luiyue lowered her head and looked at the dagger in her hand. The thin and sharp dagger had clear moonlight flowing on it, and there was not a trace of blood. However, she had already experienced its power earlier. This time, she really had to thank Rong Xiu. If it were her previous dagger, she definitely would not have been able to kill the Wolf King so easily. Unknowingly, Rong Xiu had saved her again. Chu Luiyue looked at the dagger in a daze. Luiyue, are you okay? Mu Hongyu rushed over and hurriedly sized up Chu Luiyue. Chu Luiyue snapped out of her daze and shook her head. I'm fine. Your arm is cut. Mu Hongyu wanted to heave a sigh of relief, but she saw that Chu Luiyue's right arm had a few cuts. Chu Luiyue glanced at it and did not seem to care. I was accidentally scratched by that beast just now. It's nothing. You guys were surrounded by the wolves. How are you? Mu Hongyu was relieved when she saw her calm expression and confident tone. Her expression darkened when she heard Chu Luiyue's question. I'm fine. It's just that Liao Zhongshu was seriously injured when he tried to protect me and Sen Hu. Chu Luiyue looked up and saw Liao Zhongshu sitting on the ground with Sen Hu supporting him. His face was covered in blood, and there was a shocking wound on his thigh. It seemed that a piece of flesh had been bitten off. She frowned and walked over. How are you? Liao Zhongshu's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. I'm fine. How can you be fine? Sen Hu was anxious and his eyes were filled with frustration. It's all my fault. The wolves pounced on me just now and I couldn't hold them back. Zhongshu tried to help me. Liao Zhongshu shook his head and said weakly, You were injured. It's normal that you couldn't hold them back. You don't have to blame yourself. We're on the same team, aren't we? His voice became softer and softer, and he looked like he would faint at any moment. Mu Hongyu was so anxious that her eyes turned red. Luiyue, what should we do? You're a celestial physician. Do you have any ideas? Chu Luiyue bent down and carefully checked his injuries. She thought for a moment and shook her head. He's too badly injured. Even you can't do anything? Mu Hongyu's eyes became hot. She quickly turned her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. Among them, Luiyue was the most capable. Even she said that she couldn't do it. The corners of Liao Zhongshu's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile. However, his pale face made him even more distressing. I know my own body. I'll help you stop the bleeding first. Sen Hu, pull Liao Zhongshu's signal tube and ask the teacher to take him away. He can't continue in this situation. Wanling Mountain's terrain was steep. After the arrival of the magical beasts, it would only become more dangerous. Liao Zhongshu had to go back and recuperate. They looked at each other and fell silent. Sen Hu lowered his head and finally took out Liao Zhongshu's signal tube. He pulled it. A firework suddenly rose into the sky. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 131. Now that things had come to this, everyone decided to rest where they were. Mu Hongyu went to start a fire, and the group sat around it, waiting for their teacher's arrival. Chu Luiwei found some herbs nearby and bandaged Liao Zhongshu's wound, temporarily stopping the bleeding. The others were more or less injured, so she distributed the herbs and let them deal with it themselves. Finally, she applied the remaining herbs to her arm. The pain that had just subsided was stimulated by the herbs, causing her to frown. Someone walked over. Chu Luiwei looked up and saw Gu Mingfeng. Just now? Thank you. The flames leaped and shone on Gu Mingfeng's face, making his expression look even more obscure and unclear. Chu Luiwei shook her head. It's not worth mentioning. That Wolf King is powerful. You and I are no match for it alone. We can only win if we work together. Fortunately, we were lucky. Gu Mingfeng looked at her, many thoughts flashing through his mind. Chu Luiwei said it casually, but in that life-and-death struggle, the slightest carelessness could have cost them their lives. But Chu Luiwei didn't hesitate at all. Especially when he thought he was going to die under the Wolf King's fangs. If not for Chu Luiwei's timely appearance, he would be worse than Liao Zhongshu. She saved his life. But she didn't seem to care. Was there really such a selfless person in this world? Chu Luiwei sensed that Gu Mingfeng hadn't left, so she looked up at him and saw the surging emotions in his eyes. Gu Mingfeng frowned and immediately looked away. Chu Luiwei smiled inwardly. She had seen too many scheming people in her previous life. She could see through Gu Mingfeng's thoughts at a glance. Perhaps because of his background, he was a little gloomy and sensitive, and he subconsciously distrusted everyone. Even though they were in the same team, Chu Luiwei believed that Gu Mingfeng had never cared about their lives. The main reason he was willing to deal with the Wolf King was because he wanted to save his own life. I saved you out of convenience. You don't have to take it to heart. In that kind of situation, if it was anyone else, I would have taken action. Chu Luiwei said indifferently. Gu Mingfeng was shocked. Only then did she realize that her thoughts had been seen through by Chu Luiwei. He frowned and felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and planned to leave. After taking a step forward, he stopped. No matter what, I owe you one this time. After he finished speaking, he walked to a spot far away and sat down. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. Chu Luiwei looked at him thoughtfully. His impression of him improved a little. Gu Mingfeng was much better than his half-sister, Gu Mingzhu. After waiting for about an hour, Teacher Wen Yan, who was leading the team, finally arrived. He looked travel-worn and there were sporadic bloodstains on his body, as if he had just been through a fight. Seeing that Chu Luiwei and the others were injured, he quickly stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter? You were also attacked by magical beasts?" Also? Chu Luiwei's heart skipped a beat. How did Teacher Wen Yan know? Wen Yan frowned. Lu Fian and the others also encountered the same situation. Of the 5 of them, 3 were severely injured and 2 were lightly injured. I received their distress signal 2 hours ago. I just sent them out and rushed over. Mu Hongyu and the others were also shocked. It's that serious? Mr. Wen Yan nodded solemnly. Indeed. According to them, they were attacked by Cloud's Urge leopards. Cloud's Urge leopards were 3rd-tier magical beasts, and they were powerful and ferocious. It was no wonder Lu Fian and the others were in such a miserable state. Then, they all left and withdrew from this hunt? Yes. The 3 of them are severely injured and no longer have the strength to fight. The remaining 2, Lu Fian and Lu Fian, are also trembling in fear after this battle. As Wen Yan spoke, he walked to Liao Zhongshu's side. After examining him carefully, he heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they are severely injured, it's fortunate that we managed to save them in time. It's not too late to return now. Liao Zhongshu knew that he would only be a burden to everyone if he stayed. Then, I'll have to trouble Teacher Wen Yan. Wen Yan sighed. Zhongshu, you're very talented. You could have hunted a suitable magical beast this time. Unfortunately, there was no need to think about it now. Liao Zhongshu's pale lips twitched as he smiled weakly. Teacher Wen Yan, don't worry. I know that my life is more important. It's good that you can think this way. When you recover, there will be more opportunities. It's not worth it for a moment of anger. Wen Yan was relieved as he looked at Chu Luiwei and the others. Then what about the four of you? Sen Hu said in a rough voice. Of course, we have to continue. It would be too cowardly if they retreated just like that. Liao Zhongshu almost lost his life to help them resist the wolf pack. If they also retreated, what was the point? Are you sure? Teacher Wen Yan sighed. Wanling Mountain is very strange this time. Some magical beasts that were originally active in the inner area have appeared in the outer area. They are very aggressive. I contacted the other teachers just now and many teams have encountered the same situation. If we continue to go deeper, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Sen Hu was stunned. He scratched his head and instinctively looked at Chu Luiwei. Mu Hongyu and Gu Mingfeng also looked over at the same time. Luyu, what do you think? Mu Hongyu asked. Teacher Wen Yan was a little surprised. Wasn't the leader of their team Mu Hongyu? Why did it seem like Chu Luiwei was the backbone now? Chu Luiwei thought for a moment and calmly glanced at them. I choose to continue. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 132. But let's continue. Mu Hongyu seemed to have taken a calming pill. She clenched her fists, and her hesitant expression became firm. Sen Hu nodded. Let's continue. We'll follow you. Although Gu Mingfeng didn't say anything, he nodded in agreement. Teacher Wen Yan stared blankly. This team. Was Chu Luiwei the one in charge? She said to continue, but the others didn't have any objections. They seemed to be more confident than before. They had only been in Wanling Mountain for a day. What happened to them? Liu, are you sure? Mr. Wen Yan hesitated for a while and tried to dissuade them. Wanling Mountain is different from before. It's much more dangerous. Even if you really want to hunt magical beasts, I'm afraid now is not the best time. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat. Chu Luiwei's tone was very light, but it was steady and had the power to make others feel at ease. Mr. Wen Yan, you can bring Liao Zhongshu back. I know what I'm doing and won't risk my life. If we go back now, we'll be unwilling. Mr. Wen Yan was anxious. Luiwei, I know that the few of you aren't weak, and you all have pride in your hearts. But now you're all injured. Look at the mess. Do you think I don't know how dangerous it was? As he spoke, he suddenly saw the carcass of a fiend lying not far away. His voice stopped abruptly. That was a red wolf? You were attacked by a red wolf? He came in a hurry, so he didn't see the carcass of the red wolf. Mu Hongyu still had lingering fears. Mr. Wen Yan, that's the carcass of the Red Wolf King. We were attacked by a pack of red wolves just now. This sentence made Teacher Wen Yan so shocked that he was speechless. He stepped forward and took a closer look. It was indeed the Wolf King. Although it was covered in dust and blood, its pierced head was obvious. You killed it? Lu Yu and Ming Feng killed him together. Mu Hongyu sighed. The three of us were in charge of stopping the wolf pack. Zhongshu was seriously injured because he tried to save me and Sen Hu. Teacher Wen Yan opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Only his heart was filled with shock. Red Peak Wolves. And the Wolf King. Yet, the few of them had actually managed to withstand such a battle. Moreover, other than Liao Zhongshu, the other four seemed to have only suffered some superficial wounds. Although he knew that these people had good rankings in the midterm assessment and could be considered a strong alliance, he did not expect them to be able to reach this step. He was silent for a long time. Chu Luiwei looked at the dancing flames in front of him and said softly, "Don't worry. Teacher Wen Yan, I know you're worried about us. But the path of cultivation had always been like this. If one was blindly greedy for comfort, then one would never be able to become a true expert. What do you think?" Wen Yan was shocked and looked at Chu Luiwei with a complicated expression. "You're right. Teacher has been overthinking things. How could one grow if they were afraid of everything? Then I'll send Zhongshu out first. You guys be careful. If anything goes wrong, immediately ask for help." Chu Luiwei and the others nodded. "Teacher, don't worry." After Teacher Wen Yan left with Liao Zhongshu, the few of them decided to take turns to rest. The first one was Chu Luiwei. She was considered to be the one with the lighter injuries among them, so she let the others rest and recover their vitality first. The surroundings fell silent again. Chu Luiwei sat cross-legged and adjusted her breathing. The scene of her battle with the Wolf King today kept replaying in her mind. This body was still too weak. When she returned, she should consider improving her physical strength. Chu Luiwei felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned her head and saw a furry red dumpling squatting on top of her. "You're quite smart. You ran quickly when you encountered danger and came back when it was over." Chu Luiwei poked it lightly. The blood ferret's fluffy tail moved, revealing a pair of round eyes that were full of flattery. Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows and looked at it. The blood ferret moved closer and carefully extended its 2 claws to bow. It looked wronged and worried, and tears quickly gathered in its eyes. It was as if it would cry if Chu Luiwei was a little more strict. She couldn't blame it for looking like this. Chu Luiwei rubbed her forehead. There was a reason why blood ferrets were known as the weakest third-rank demonic beasts. It didn't have any other abilities, but its escaping speed was top-notch. She didn't really mean to blame it. Was she counting on this little thing to help them defeat the Red Summit Wolves? Forget it. As long as you're happy. Chu Luiwei tapped its head. Realizing that Chu Luiwei wasn't really angry, the little thing relaxed. It intimately moved forward and rubbed its head against her face. Chu Luiwei's lips curved slightly. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, they set off again and headed into Wan Spirit Mountain. The forest was lush, and the deeper they went, the quieter it was. However, such an environment made them more vigilant. "This place seems a little strange." Mu Hongyu looked around and muttered softly. Chu Luiwei, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. The others also stopped. "Lu Yu, is there a problem?" Mu Hongyu asked. After what happened the day before, they were very confident in Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei frowned slightly. "Let's go back." "Go back? But we just arrived here." They were very puzzled, but when they saw Chu Luiwei's serious expression, they didn't say anything else. However, just as they turned around and walked a few steps, a woman suddenly screamed behind them. "Digression. Yesterday, when I was writing, I fell asleep while sitting down. Later, it will drop at 5 p.m. Please check your mobile phone users. A better reading experience comes from Love Network." Chapter 133. Although the voice was sharp, Chu Luiwei was very familiar with it. Gu Mingfeng's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he did not say anything. This voice. Why does it sound so familiar? Mu Hongyu wanted to look back, but Chu Luiwei pulled her back. "Let's go. Otherwise, we'll be the ones crying for help." Mu Hongyu was shocked and hurriedly followed him. The few of them quickly retreated back the way they came, but the screams did not stop. They were even getting closer. "Help!" The screams were accompanied by messy footsteps. It was obvious that someone was running for their life. Gu Mingzhu wanted to hunt a satisfactory fiend in Wan Spirit Mountain this time. Her family had suggested that they help her choose one, but she was arrogant and refused to let others help her. She wanted to hunt by herself. Thus, she had been looking forward to this fiend tide for a long time. However, she did not expect to be in danger after just one day in Wan Spirit Mountain. She ran forward in a panic. Her heart was beating so violently that it almost jumped out of her mouth. Actually, she had used up all her energy, but she did not dare to stop. She could only keep running forward. She did not even dare to look back. In a blur, she seemed to see a few figures in the distance. Although she could not see their faces clearly, they were wearing Tianlu Academy's uniform. She was elated and quickly called for help. However, those people did not come over. After hearing her call for help, they started to retreat. Gu Mingzhu became anxious and used the last of her energy to chase after them. "Help! I'm also a student of Tianlu Academy. You guys help me." Senhu could not help but look back when he heard this voice. His eyes immediately widened when he saw what was on the screen. Gu Mingzhu. Senhu knew Gu Mingzhu, but Gu Mingzhu did not know him. After all, she had always looked down on martial artists. Thus, other than the most famous ones, she had never looked at anyone else. When she heard that Senhu recognized her, she was elated. "I'm Gu Mingzhu. If you help me, I'll thank you properly when I get back. Chu Liwei suddenly stopped and looked in front of her with a serious expression. Mu Hongyu and the others sensed that something was wrong and stopped as well. Only then did Gu Mingzhu look at them carefully. Other than Sun Hu, the other three had their backs facing her. However, this back view was very familiar. She stared at him for a while, then frowned and asked suspiciously, Gu Mingfeng? Gu Mingfeng turned his head and looked at her expressionlessly. Gu Mingzhu showed a look of disgust. It really is you. I'm really unlucky to have met you today. His tone and expression didn't seem like he had seen a family at all. Instead, it seemed like he had seen something dirty. Gu Mingfeng's eyes flashed with coldness. Lu Yu, is there a problem? Mu Hongyu asked in a low voice. Hearing this name, Gu Mingzhu's eyes widened in shock. Wait a minute. No wonder she felt that it was familiar. This back, wasn't it Chu Liwei? Her expression became even more unsightly. It's disgusting enough to meet Gu Mingfeng, but I didn't expect there to be another one. Sin Hu scolded loudly, watch your words. Gu Mingzhu was startled by his thunderous roar, but she felt even more disgusted. Martial artists were so vulgar. Birds of a feather flocked together. Each of these people was more annoying than the last. Chu Liwei turned around and looked at Gu Mingzhu coldly. We're the unlucky ones to have met you. Gu Mingzhu shuddered under her gaze. What do you mean by that? You clearly heard my call for help, but you pretended not to hear it. You're the ones who, I heard it. Chu Liwei interrupted her and spoke bluntly. I just don't want to help you. Do you have a problem with that? Gu Mingzhu was so angry that her face turned pale. Chu Liwei, even if you don't like me, we're still from the same school. How can you leave me in the lurch? You're too selfish. Chu Liwei sneered. We don't have any relationship with you. Why should we help you? You're too thick-skinned. You, on the other hand, brought us a lot of trouble. I'll remember this. Gu Mingzhu immediately felt guilty. You, what nonsense are you talking about? What trouble did I bring you? Just. She stuttered for a long time, but she couldn't say anything. Mu Hongyu and the others also felt uneasy when they saw her like this. A roar suddenly came from the forest. Even the ground seemed to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if something heavy had fallen to the ground. It was so heavy that it made people panic. The few of them turned their heads to look, only to see a huge figure approaching them from the forest in front of them. Wherever it passed, the thick trees were easily deduced. Finally, a huge brown bear the size of a small mountain appeared in front of them. Its entire body was brownish red. Only its neck was golden, and it shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. The most frightening thing was the terrifying aura coming from its body. Sun Hu's jaw dropped. This is a 4th grade golden mane bear. Gu Mingfeng immediately reacted. He looked at Gu Mingzhu and said coldly, Did you provoke it? Gu Mingzhu avoided his gaze and forced herself to say, I just thought that the golden mane bear was powerful and had a high level, so I wanted to give it a try, idiot. Mu Hongyu could not wait to give Gu Mingzhu 2 tight slaps. Who do you think you are? You even dared to provoke a golden mane bear. Where are the rest of your team? Gu Mingzhu's face instantly turned pale. This strange silence immediately made them understand what had happened. They're all dead. Sun Hu asked in shock. Oh no. 2 of them got separated from me. I don't know where they went. Gu Mingzhu tried to explain herself, but her voice sounded even more guilty. That meant 2 of them were dead. Gu Mingzhu's team was made up of Xian masters. This kind of loss was tragic. So, after killing 2 Xian masters, you want to drag us down with you? Chu Liu's voice was cold. Gu Mingzhu's lips moved, and she turned her head away. You guys came here on your own accord. I didn't force you guys to come. Anyway, we're all in the same boat now. None of us can escape. You guys can do whatever you want. Mu Hongyu was stunned by how shameless Gu Mingzhu was, but she was still clear-headed. She knew that this wasn't the time to argue with Gu Mingzhu. Lu Yu, this golden mane bear is 4th grade. Can we win if we work together? Chu Liwei was so angry that he laughed. Golden mane bears are extremely strong and powerful. It's not easy to deal with them. More importantly, it's a female bear. Everyone was shocked. You mean? Chu Liwei stepped forward and stared at her. What did you do? Why is this female bear chasing after you like this? Gu Mingzhu had no choice but to speak in frustration. I just wanted to take the golden mane bear cub away while it was out looking for food. I was discovered as soon as I came out. I didn't take the golden mane bear cub with me. Adult golden mane bears weren't easy to tame. Newborn golden mane bears were the easiest to tame, so she took the risk. The others agreed as well. They're all going together. You can't blame me for all of their deaths. She just didn't expect to be discovered. Chu Liwei wanted to strangle her to death. Do you know that golden mane bears are extremely protective? If you touch its cub, it will chase after you until it's dead. It doesn't matter if you die, but can you afford to implicate us? Digression. Are you guys the devil if there are more chapters today? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 134. Gu Mingzhu's eyelids twitched when she heard the words, "Fight to the death." She took a deep breath and forced herself to stand firm. Chu Liwei, I'm not scared. You don't have to make up these lies to scare me. The golden mane bear is powerful, but I didn't bring its cub out. It's still in its cave. This golden mane bear wouldn't, you should know better than us. Chu Liu's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. His cold gaze made Gu Mingzhu even more nervous. She opened her mouth and wanted to explain, but under Chu Liu's gaze, she couldn't say a word. In the end, she could only turn her head away awkwardly. Actually, she also felt that something was wrong. After being discovered by the golden mane bear, she knew that it was bad. She immediately threw the cub back and ran away. But the golden mane bear seemed to have set its sights on her and chased her all the way. Wherever she went, it would follow. This was also why she was so nervous when she called for help. She knew that the golden mane bear was behind her and could kill her at any time. She also knew that Chu Liu's words were most likely true. Seeing Gu Mingzhu like this, Mu Hongyu and the rest understood everything. They were so angry that their teeth were itching. This was the same as pushing them into the fire pit. If it wasn't for Gu Mingzhu, they wouldn't be in so much trouble. Just as they were confronting each other, the golden mane bear took another step forward. Bang! The ground trembled, causing their hearts to feel uneasy. Chu Liwei looked back. The golden mane bear stood not far from them. Many of the trees around it were broken, and the ground was a mess. It looked down at them from above. Its gray eyes were the size of a fist, cold and cruel. Chu Liwei could clearly feel the anger in its eyes, as well as a bit of disdain as if it was looking at an ant. Usually, magical beasts of this size would win with strength. They were more or less lacking in speed. But the golden mane bear was an exception. With its ability, it would be easy for it to kill Gu Mingzhu. However, Gu Mingzhu had survived until now and had even run so far away. Without a doubt, it wanted to use this method to force Gu Mingzhu to the brink of collapse. Only when she had suffered enough pressure and pain would it be willing to make a move. They just didn't expect that they would be so unlucky to run into it. This time, the golden mane bear was going to take care of them as well. Lu Yu, how are we going to escape? Even Mu Hongyu, who had always been bold, realized the seriousness of the matter and asked nervously. You can't escape. An adult golden mane bear's combat power is almost comparable to a rank 5 warrior. Even if we join forces, we have no chance of winning. Besides, we're all injured now. Then what should we do? Are we going to die here today? Chu Liwei held his breath. You guys hold it back first, I'll cast the Xian formation. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Xian formation? Now that we are all injured, the power of the Xian formation is even greater. Mu Hongyu secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Mingfeng suddenly thought of something. What level are you as a mystic cultivator now? Chu Liwei paused. Level 2. As soon as he said this, the surroundings suddenly quieted down. Gu Mingzhu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. She laughed mockingly and asked exaggeratedly, Level 2 Mystic Cultivator? Chu Liwei, are you kidding me? You want to defeat the golden mane bear with this level? Are you dreaming? Chu Liu's expression was calm. She had only been reborn for about 2 months, so the amount of heaven and earth force she could control was limited. For now, she could only cast a level 2 Xian formation. Even Mu Hongyu and the rest looked disappointed. A level 2 mystic cultivator? They really didn't stand a chance. Gu Mingzhu broke through to level 3 a while ago, but she was still not this fellow's match, let alone them. Hongyu, think of a way to hold back the golden mane bear later. Gu Mingfeng, help me cast the Xian formation. Chu Luiwei gave a concise and powerful order. Mu Hongyu and Sun Hu looked at each other and nodded. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. Gu Mingfeng frowned slightly. I'm not a mystic cultivator. How can I help you? Chu Luiwei explained, when I cast the Xian formation, you just have to inject your force into it. Gu Mingfeng frowned even more. How can a mystic cultivator use other people's force to cast a Xian formation? If that was really the case, couldn't a mystic cultivator just have to find someone to help during a battle? If their force was incompatible, how could a Xian formation be cast? Not to mention this golden mane bear. Chu Luiwei shook her head. I will solve this problem. As long as you help me with all your strength. Gu Mingfeng saw that she was calm and seemed to have a card up her sleeve. He hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing. I still owe you a favor, so I will definitely do my best. Chu Luiwei looked at him with a faint smile. I hope you can do as you say. Gu Mingfeng's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know why, but he felt that Chu Luiwei seemed to have noticed something. He opened his mouth to say something, but he saw that Chu Luiwei had already held her breath and raised her hands to set up the Xian formation. Mu Hongyu and Sun Hu both went forward and blocked the golden mane bear. The golden mane bear lowered its eyes, which were full of mockery and contempt, as if it was mocking them for overestimating their abilities. Sun Hu, I'll take the front and you back. Mu Hongyu shouted and jumped up. But Sen Hu immediately responded and broke through from another direction. The golden mane bear looked at the lowly human in front of it and mercilessly slapped her with its paw. Mu Hongyu narrowly avoided it and landed on a tree trunk at the side. Even though the paw didn't hit her, the sharp wind from the paw still made Mu Hongyu feel a burning pain on her face. It wasn't hard to imagine how serious the injury would be if the paw really landed on her body. Mu Hongyu blinked her eyes with lingering fear, but she didn't dare to relax. Instead, she provoked the golden mane bear again. Come on! The golden mane bear was furious and slapped her again. Mu Hongyu was agile. With a flash of her shadow, she had already jumped over the golden mane bear's head and landed on the other side. But the tree she was previously on was suddenly split open. On the other side, Sen Hu was also provoking the golden mane bear. The two of them went back and forth, causing the golden mane bear to fly into a rage. The surrounding trees were all swept away. It was a mess. Chu Luiwei's finger gently moved in the air. A silver arc flowed out from her fingertip like water. Soon, a second and third arc appeared. In just a moment, more than 10 silver arcs appeared in front of Chu Luiwei. These arcs overlapped with each other and formed a strange pattern. From afar, it looked like an 8 trigrams array. However, it looked a little empty, which was very strange. Gu Mingfeng stood not far from her and stared at her intently. The force in his body surged, and he was ready to take action at any time. However, Chu Luiwei stared at the Xian array in front of her and didn't seem to have any intention of asking him to help. Gu Mingfeng frowned and looked at the Xian array. He found it strange. He had seen Xian masters in action before. In his impression, a second-level Xian array didn't take this long to set up. Moreover, Chu Luiwei's Xian array looked a little strange. It seemed too empty. Soon he realized that Chu Luiwei didn't stop. Instead, silver arcs flowed out from her fingertips. Her Xian array was still going on. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 135. Gu Mingzhu, who was watching from afar, finally realized that something was amiss. She put down her crossed arms and frowned. That's not right. Chu Luiwei is a level 2 Xian master. Logically speaking, she should be able to control a dozen heaven and earth force at the same time. Why is she still continuing? Her movements are smooth and natural, as if she's very relaxed. As time passed, The Xian formation in front of Chu Luiwei gradually became more complicated. Gu Mingfeng's eyelids twitched. No wonder he felt that the Xian formation looked weird. It was just a rough outline. After Chu Luiwei slowly filled it up, it finally looked normal. Even from a distance, Gu Mingfeng could already faintly feel the power contained in it. He was even more shocked. Didn't Chu Luiwei say that she's only a level 2 Xian master? This Xian formation's level is obviously higher. What is Chu Luiwei planning to do? Compared to Gu Mingfeng, who didn't know much about Xian formations, Gu Mingzhu, who was also a Xian master, was already stunned. She could clearly see that Chu Luiwei's Xian formation had already reached level 3. However, Chu Luiwei didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Could it be that she wants to continue? How can she do that? Mu Hongyu and Sin, who had been fighting with the golden mane bear for a long time. Both of them were injured, and their strength was almost depleted. The golden mane bear was already furious after being toyed with by the two of them. It kept attacking them violently. Lu, are you done? Mu Hongyu was careless and was affected by the force. She fell out pathetically, and her face and body were covered in scratches. Chu Luiwei stared at the Xian formation in front of her. Just a few more minutes. Mu Hongyu gritted her teeth. A few minutes wasn't long, but the key was that they were facing a golden mane bear that was far stronger than them. Every minute and every second was torture. However, she still agreed without hesitation. Okay. She couldn't care less about her injuries and immediately stood up. Hongyu, move aside. Sin, who suddenly roared. Mu Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. She looked over and saw that Sen, who had suddenly charged towards the golden mane bear. Mu Hongyu's heart suddenly jumped. Sen, who had a strong body and was considered very tall and sturdy among them. However, when he stood in front of the golden mane bear, he instantly looked much smaller. Did he want to die? Facing the attack head-on was extremely dangerous. The golden mane bear looked at Sen, who was charging in front of it. Its eyes were burning with anger, and it suddenly opened its mouth to spit out a ball of red flames. Damn it! This guy still has tricks up his sleeve. Sen, who cursed inwardly as he lowered his body to avoid the fireball. However, the high temperature still made him feel a burning sensation on his face. But then, he pressed his palm against the ground and crawled toward the golden mane bear. An axe appeared in his hand and he swung it at the golden mane bear. Clang! The axe fell, but the golden mane bear was unharmed. Sen, who felt as if his axe had landed on an extremely hard metal rock. The impact caused the web between his thumb and forefinger to split open, and he could not feel half of his arm. He knew that this was not good. This guy's physical strength was stronger than he had imagined. However, this time, the golden mane bear was completely enraged. It roared angrily, and its powerful aura almost shattered Senhu's eardrums. Roar! At the same time, a large palm slapped towards his head. If he was hit, he would definitely die. Senhu held his breath and ran half a circle around the golden mane bear's thigh. He ran behind it and avoided the attack with great difficulty. The golden mane bear's speed and strength were extremely strong. Only in close combat could Senhu have the upper hand. However, this situation did not last for long. After failing to catch him twice, the golden mane bear gave up on him and turned to charge towards Chu Luiwei. It already felt a little uneasy and had to stop Chu Luiwei immediately. Senhu panicked and went forward to hug the golden mane bear's thigh. The golden mane bear swung its leg and easily flung him away. He landed heavily on the ground. After being hit repeatedly, Senhu's internal organs were almost shattered. The combination of new injuries and old injuries caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His breathing instantly weakened. However, just as he took a step forward, another person pounced on him. It was Mu Hongyu. At this moment, her strength was completely exhausted. She could only use the most clumsy and dangerous method like Senhu. Lu, quick! She shouted anxiously. Her throat was already filled with the thick smell of blood. At this moment, the Xian formation in front of Chu Luiwei was finally completed. Her face was pale, and her body was trembling because she had forcefully created a formation that was higher than her current strength. It was as if she would collapse at any moment, but her eyes were as resolute as before. Gu Mingfeng. Just as Chu Luiwei spoke, Gu Mingfeng immediately took action. With a push of his palm, strong force flowed into the Xian formation. Buzz. In an instant, the Xian formation shone brightly. The Xian formation, which was originally the size of a chessboard, expanded rapidly after Gu Mingfeng's force flowed in. Chu Luiwei stared at it and merged the two strength bit by bit. In a moment, the Xian formation had expanded to the height of a person. Light flowed and there was a faint pressure. Chu Luiwei felt as if all the strength in his body had been emptied. He was extremely weak, and his vision was turning black. From the corner of his eyes, the golden mane bear impatiently flung Mu Hongyu away and raised its leg, intending to stomp on her. The force of its kick was as strong as 1,000 caddies. Mu Hongyu lay on the ground, covered in blood. She no longer had the strength to move. Seeing the huge bear paw coming towards her, she closed her eyes in despair. Chu Luiwei clenched his teeth. Go! Boom! The Xian formation suddenly exploded. In an instant, countless rays of light shot out like a rushing river and went straight for the golden mane bear. A vast pressure instantly enveloped it. The golden mane bear sensed the danger, and panic flashed across its face. However, that terrifying power had already landed on its body. Its huge body seemed to be drowned by the rushing river. Everyone could only see countless silver lines twisting together. It locked the golden mane bear in place. Seeing this, Gu Mingzhu finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Fourth grade wood origin formation? Chu Luiwei actually used a Xian formation of this level?" Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 136. The streams of light continued to tighten. The golden mane bear kept struggling, but it was futile. It couldn't break free no matter how hard it tried. Not long after, its movements gradually slowed down. Its angry roars also gradually weakened. In the end, it stopped moving and didn't make any more sounds. Only the ground was covered in blood. It dyed a large area red, and it looked especially bloody and terrifying. When the light completely dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the scene inside. The golden mane bear, which was originally burly, had lost a lot of weight. Its body was covered in wounds, and it looked strangely twisted. The blood on the ground came from its body. Mu Hongyu only took one look before she couldn't help but turn her head away and retch. Sen, who was barely holding on, but the last bit of color had faded from his pale face. Only Gu Mingfeng was better. When he saw this scene, his eyelids only twitched. His heart was finally at ease. After solving this thorny problem, they were finally safe. But, however, more problems were quietly arising. He couldn't help but look at Chu Luiwei. He saw that the girl's expression was still very calm. Apart from her pale face from using the Xian formation, there wasn't a trace of emotion in her eyes. It was as if she didn't mind the terrifying scene in front of her. That's right. She was the one who caused this scene. If she hadn't used the Xian formation to kill the golden mane bear, they wouldn't even know if they were still alive. What kind of person was she? How could she? Gu Mingfeng pursed his lips. He had long known that Chu Luiwei wasn't ordinary. However, after today's battle, he realized that she was even more unfathomable than he had imagined. After confirming that the golden mane bear was dead, Chu Luiwei finally heaved a sigh of relief. The moment she relaxed, exhaustion overwhelmed her. She didn't even have the energy to move her fingers. She said to Gu Mingfeng, "Although it's a pity that its body was destroyed, its core of essence should still be around. You can go and retrieve it." Gu Mingfeng shook his head. "You killed it. It should belong to you." Chu Luiwei thought that if she wasn't so tired, she would have gone to get it herself. The blood ferret that had disappeared earlier appeared once again. It skipped towards the golden mane bear's mouth. With a swipe of its claws, it easily found a faint red essence pill. It wiped it clean with its tail like it was a treasure and returned to Chu Luiwei. It held it with its two paws and presented it to Chu Luiwei as if it was presenting a treasure. Its round eyes stared at Chu Luiwei without blinking, and its face was saying, "Praise me." Chu Luiwei could not help but laugh. This little thing ran faster than anyone else when it was in trouble, and when it was safe, it came back to curry favor. What a good scheme. However, this quick-wittedness was not annoying. Chu Luiwei accepted the gift. After thinking about it, he decided to give it to Mu Hongyu later. Thinking of this, she walked over to Mu Hongyu and helped her up. "Hongyu, how are you?" Mu Hongyu thought that she was going to die today. She did not expect to be saved by Chu Luiwei at the last moment. She could not help but feel grateful and thankful. She endured the pain and wiped the blood off her face. "I'm fine. It's just a flesh wound. I'll be fine after some rest. If it wasn't for you, you and Sun who risked your lives to stop it. That's why we won." Chu Luiwei shook her head gently. Her gaze lingered on Mu Hongyu's shoulder for a moment. It looked like she had broken a bone. "Sit down and rest first. I'll help you set the bone later." Mu Hongyu realized that Gu Mingfeng had seen through her and laughed bitterly. "Your eyes are too sharp." Chu Luiwei did not mention that she had already checked her pulse when she helped her up. Actually, this was not the most important thing. The most serious injury on Mu Hongyu's body was actually her internal injury. After Chu Luiwei settled her down, she went to check on Sunhu's condition. Sunhu was in a worse state than Mu Hongyu. He was already injured, and he had risked his life to fight. It was simply one disaster after another. His left forearm was fractured, and 2 of his ribs were broken. His condition was not optimistic. Fortunately, Sunhu was rough to begin with. Although he was in pain, he could endure it. Chu Luiwei set his bone first. He was in so much pain that his forehead was covered in sweat, but he did not make a sound. When Chu Luiwei finished bandaging him, he even grinned from ear to ear. "Lu, you're really good. Even a 4th-grade fiend is no match for you. Your Xian formation is definitely not a 2nd-grade one, right? You previously said that you were a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would have been fooled by you." Chu Luiwei smiled. "I'm indeed a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator. Without Gu Mingfeng's help, I wouldn't have been able to use it." Sunhu felt that something was amiss, but he could not put his finger on it. He could only say, "In any case, you're very impressive. I think you're much more impressive than those haughty mystic cultivators in the academy." In the past, the entire imperial city called her a good-for-nothing. Little did they know that she was the true top-notch genius. Upon hearing this, Chu Luiwei paused and looked behind him. He had actually forgotten that there was someone else here. Gu Mingzhu. Sensing Chu Luiwei looking at her, Gu Mingzhu shuddered and felt a trace of fear in her heart. The scene just now was truly too frightening. Her stomach churned for a long time before she finally calmed down. However, the raging waves in her heart could not be calmed down for a long time. Chu Luiwei could actually use a 4th-grade mystic formation. Didn't they say that she had just started cultivating not long ago? Didn't they say that she was only a 2nd-grade mystic cultivator? Then how could she explain everything just now? What do you want to do?" Gu Mingzhu asked in a trembling voice. "Nothing. I just want to settle the score with you now that the matter has been resolved." As Chu Luiwei spoke, he looked at Gu Mingfeng with a grin. "Gu Mingfeng, do you mind helping me keep an eye on her?" Gu Mingzhu raised her brows and shrieked. "How dare you!" Gu Mingfeng nodded without a word and walked toward Gu Mingzhu. He took out a rope and tied her up tightly. Although Gu Mingzhu was a 3rd-grade mystic cultivator, the continuous escape had already exhausted her strength. Right now, she was no match for a martial artist like Gu Mingfeng. She was so angry that her face flushed red, and she kept cursing. "Gu Mingfeng, you're crazy. Who are you to dare lay a hand on me? Do you believe that I'll go back and tell the patriarch to punish you?" Gu Mingfeng was expressionless as he pretended not to hear anything and tied her hands behind her back as well. "Ungrateful be ****. You, slap." A resounding slap interrupted Gu Mingzhu's insults. Her face was tilted to the side, and her left cheek quickly swelled up. Gu Mingfeng stared at her with a cold gaze. "I never said that I don't hit women. Also, if you want to go back and complain, you'll have to see if you have the life to do so." Gu Mingzhu looked at him and realized that the young man from a lowly background who was always taciturn and allowed her to bully him had unknowingly grown up and become extremely dangerous. Chu Luiwei walked to Mu Hongyu's side, pressed down on her shoulders, and carefully helped her set her bones. She didn't even raise her head as she lightly said. He didn't even raise his head and said, "It won't be too late to let her die after she collects all the debts she owes us." Chapter 137. Chu Liyue's words made Gu Mingzhu feel uneasy. She put on a fierce front. "Chu Liyue, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I'm the second daughter of the Gu family. If you really do anything to me, the Gu family won't let you off." Chu Liyue couldn't be bothered with her. "Make her shut up." Gu Mingfeng looked around and tore off a section of Gu Mingzhu's sleeve. He rolled it into a ball and stuffed it into her mouth. Half of Gu Mingzhu's arm was exposed. She instantly felt humiliated and angry. She whimpered a few times but couldn't say anything. Gu Mingfeng suddenly glanced at her. Gu Mingzhu immediately remembered the slap he gave her and instinctively stopped. She didn't dare to make a fuss anymore. This Gu Mingfeng looked especially gloomy and fierce today. She even felt that if she angered him, he would really kill her. Gu Mingzhu still cherished her life. After the fear grew in her heart, she obediently shut her mouth. Chu Liyue ground the golden mane bear's pill of essence into powder and mixed it with 2 herbs that he carried with him. He then gave it to Mu Hongyu. When Xinhu saw this, he couldn't help but ask, "Luyu, why is Hongyu and I treated differently? I swallowed the pill of essence directly, but you were so meticulous with Hongyu. You can't treat me like this just because I'm an uncouth man." Mu Hongyu felt that she had recovered a lot and was in a good mood. She couldn't help but raise her chin proudly. "Xinhu, do you still know that you're a man? Why are you so jealous? Of course, Luyu treats me the best. All of you have to be behind him. You're not as likable as me." Her words made everyone laugh. Chu Liyue said, "The livid horse is a 3rd-grade fiend. It's fine to consume the pill of essence directly. However, the golden mane bear is different. Hongyu happened to be injured and her body is weak. If she uses the entire pill of essence, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages." She placed the remaining powder of the pill of essence in Mu Hongyu's hand and instructed her seriously. "Divide the remaining powder into 2 doses. Use it once every 8 hours. Your injuries will be healed greatly." "Really? That's great." Mu Hongyu happily put away the things. Thinking of what had happened today, she felt very emotional. "I really didn't expect that I could use the powder ground from the golden mane bear's core of origin to heal my injuries. Furthermore, I was the one who helped you hunt it." Lu Yu had said that the 4 of them had contributed greatly as well. This victory belonged to the 4 of them. Even though he was injured, he would still be proud of such a battle result. In the past, news of Rong Jin hunting a 4th-grade fiend had spread for a long time. Compared to the one he hunted, their fiend was only stronger. Even in the entire academy, they could definitely be considered as the most outstanding batch. Sigh, it's a pity that the golden mane bear died. Otherwise, it would have been great to hunt it. Xinhu smacked his lips. That's a rank 4 magical beast. Chu Liyue's lips curved up. That golden mane bear is a female bear that has been offended. There's no way it can be tamed. Keeping it by our side will only cause trouble. Xinhu chuckled. I'm just saying. In that situation, either it died or we died. Of course, we had to end it. Mu Hongyu leaned against the tree trunk with her uninjured shoulder and could not help but agree. 4th-grade fiends aren't easy to find. Now that we're all injured, it'll be difficult for us to deal with fiends of this level in the future. It was not easy for them to meet one, but they did not expect it to be in danger because of Gu Mingzhu. Chu Liyue and Gu Mingfeng were better off, but her and Xinhu's injuries were indeed quite serious. They probably would not be able to gain much from Wanling Mountain this time. Sigh, I originally wanted to hunt a rank 4 magical beast, but it seems like there's no hope now. Chu Liyue suddenly knocked on her forehead lightly. Who said that there's no hope? Mu Hongyu widened her almond-shaped eyes. Don't tell me, you want to help me hunt? Chu Liyue smiled meaningfully. Why go through so much trouble? Isn't there a ready-made one? It's just inside. Gu Mingzhu stood at the entrance of a cave and said unwillingly. You walk in front. Chu Liyue said. Gu Mingzhu suppressed the anger in her heart and turned to walk inside. Chu Liyue and the others followed closely behind. Gu Mingzhu was tightly tied up, so they were not worried that she would do anything or suddenly escape. The cave did not look big, but it was very spacious inside. They walked for a while before reaching the innermost part. Chu Luiwei saw a den at first glance. That's where the golden mane bear cub is, Gu Mingzhu said unwillingly. She was almost annoyed to death. She thought that she could pick up a treasure, but who knew that she would be killed? In the end, she even provoked Chu Luiwei, who was difficult to deal with. She was tied up yesterday and could not sit or lie down. She stood like that for the entire night and looked much more haggard. However, Chu Luiwei did not let her go just like that. Instead, he asked her to tell him where she found the golden mane bear cub. She had no choice but to bring them here. As if it heard the movement, there was a sound in the den, as if something was moving. Then a round head poked out. It's really a golden mane bear cub, Mu Hongyu exclaimed softly. The golden mane bear cub was only the length of an adult's forearm. Its fur was still light gray, and there was a circle of slightly darker fur around its neck. It was obvious that it was born not long ago. When it grew up, its fur would naturally turn golden brown. It blinked and looked curiously at Chu Luiwei and the others. It scratched its round ears, as if it did not understand what was going on. In the end, its gaze landed on Mu Hongyu, and it opened its arms wide. Mu Hongyu's eyes widened. "WW, what does it mean? WW, want me to hug it?" Chu Luiwei thought for a moment. It's probably because you took the pill of essence. It felt a familiar aura from you, so it's especially close to you. Really? Mu Hongyu was skeptical. While they were talking, the golden mane bear cub saw that it did not get a response for a long time. It crawled out on its own and staggered to Mu Hongyu. It pounced on her leg and hugged it tightly. Mu Hongyu's heart melted instantly. She quickly hugged the cub. The golden mane bear cub was satisfied. It leaned on her shoulder and rubbed against it affectionately. Chu Luiwei joked with a smile. It's still too young. It can't survive here alone. Why don't you take care of it in the future? Mu Hongyu was surprised and happy. Really? No one here is more suitable than you. Mu Hongyu naturally would not refuse. This was the cub of a 4th grade magical beast. It was the easiest to tame and was the best choice for hunting. Moreover, this golden mane bear cub was very close to her. She really liked it. Then I won't hold back. Mu Hongyu carefully hugged the golden mane bear cub and pinched its ears. Chu Luiwei suddenly felt a little itchy on her cheek. She looked down and saw that the cub had poked its head over, as if it was waiting for something. Seeing that Chu Luiwei did not move, its 2 pointed ears twitched. Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows. This is asking for a pet. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 138. Chu Luiwei stretched out her hand and tapped its head. Don't always compare yourself to others. The little thing shuddered and looked up with a pained expression, as if it didn't expect Chu Luiwei to say something so heartless. It only wanted to be touched. Wasn't this request too outrageous? It grabbed Chu Luiwei's finger and pressed it to its ear. Touch me. Chu Luiwei, it was so small, but it had such a big temper, she had no choice but to pinch the soft, fluffy ears. It felt good. Only then was the little thing satisfied. It angrily turned around, swept its tail, and buried its face in it. Chu Luiwei couldn't help but laugh. Can you let me go now? Gu Mingzhu suddenly said in a cold tone. She was obviously full of resentment for what she had experienced in the past day and night. Chu Luiwei blinked. What are you dreaming about? You caused us to walk between life and death. Do you think we'll let it go just like that? But you already got the golden mane bear cub. We deserve it. We defeated the golden mane bear. As long as we use its pill of essence as a clue, we'll find this place sooner or later. We only let you lead the way to save some time. You don't think this is a great contribution, do you? Chu Luiwei spoke softly and slowly. These 2 simple sentences made Gu Mingzhu speechless. At this moment, she finally realized that Chu Luiwei really didn't plan on letting her go so easily. Then what do you want? Chu Luiwei, don't go overboard. I still have a signal tube on me. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll definitely seek justice from the teachers and elders. Chu Luiwei looked at the agitated Gu Mingzhu and smiled indifferently and mockingly. That's good. We can also take the opportunity to ask. You caused 2 of our fellow disciples to die tragically, 2 of them to go missing, and you even dragged us into danger. How should we punish you for doing these things? Gu Mingzhu bit her lip hard. Rumble. A muffled voice that sounded like a sudden clap of thunder was heard. Chu Luiwei frowned and quickly walked out of the cave. When she stood halfway up the mountain and looked down, she was completely stunned. What's wrong? What happened? This commotion is… Sen Hu was the first to catch up. When he reached Chu Luiwei's side, he noticed that something was wrong with her expression and couldn't help but follow her gaze. The moment he saw it, his eyes widened. At the foot of the mountain, in the forest, a group of magical beasts were rushing towards their mountain. Second-grade silver-feathered wind-chasing deer. Sen Hu took a closer look and saw the silver feathers on their heads. He instantly recognized them. This kind of magical beast was actually very common. It had a gentle temperament and was extremely fast. Aristocratic families usually hunted them as mounts. However, they had always been alone. Why were there so many of them gathered all of a sudden? At a rough glance, there were at least 30 to 40 of them. However, this was not all. Behind them was a group of black bats. They flew over with a whoosh. Sen Hu's face twitched. Third-grade purple thunder bats? Aren't these poisonous creatures only active at night? Why are they out in broad daylight now? Moreover, there are more of them than the silver-feathered wind-chasing deer. Chu Luiwei slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. She quickly scanned the surroundings, her gaze heavy. At this moment, Mu Hongyu and the rest had also caught up. When they saw the situation at the foot of the mountain, they were also shocked. Wait, there's one in the northwest too. That's a fire cloud leopard? There's one in the south too. It's a golden-eyed beast. The few of them looked at each other. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask. Could it be, this is the magical beast tide? Otherwise, there was no way to explain the sudden appearance of so many magical beasts. Moreover, they were moving in unison. But shouldn't they be moving towards the center of Wanling Mountain? We're still in the periphery. Why are they moving towards us? Sen Hu was puzzled. Chu Luiwei slowly clenched her fists in her sleeves. We're surrounded. At the same time, the others in Wanling Mountain also sensed that something was amiss. Somewhere, Si Ting and the rest were surrounded by third-grade red flaming tigers. The battle was in a stalemate and both sides were injured. Si Yang wiped the blood off his face and gritted his teeth. Big brother, these red flaming tigers seem to be at odds with us. What should we do? They were unlucky to have met a lone red flaming tiger, so they helped a teammate hunt it. Who knew that the red flaming tigers would follow their auras and fight with them? After such a tough battle, they were almost exhausted. However, these red flaming tigers seemed to want to fight to the death with them. They had never heard of the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain being so difficult to deal with. Si Ting frowned. Zhou Yun and the other 2 are severely injured. We have to send them back immediately. Si Yang smiled bitterly. I've already pulled the signal tube, but teacher hasn't arrived yet. Big brother, the situation this time doesn't seem right. Si Ting pursed his thin lips. In fact, they all had this premonition. These magical beasts seemed to have been provoked by something, and their attacks were extremely strong. They had also met other teams earlier, and the situation was tragic. Many of them had already left with serious injuries. Teacher hadn't arrived yet, and he was probably delayed on the way. A red flaming tiger suddenly roared. Si Yang and the rest stared at them even more nervously, afraid that they would charge forward together. However, what surprised them was that the red flaming tiger suddenly turned around and ran into the forest. The other red flaming tigers followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. What's going on? Si Yang was stunned. Could it be that the magical beast tide has appeared? According to teacher, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain would all rush toward one place at a time. Si Ting's heart was in his mouth. No, they're not going to the center of the mountain. More and more magical beasts gathered at the foot of the mountain. The few people standing on the mountain fell into a strange silence. They had already sensed that extreme danger was approaching. How can this be? Why are they coming for us? The golden mane bear cub in Mu Hongyu's arms suddenly became restless and struggled uneasily. She hugged and coaxed it for a while before finally calming it down. Chu Luiwei didn't say anything. These magical beasts weren't coming for them. They were coming for her. Digression: I planted a little devil and reaped a bunch of big devils. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 139. Chu Luiwei could not understand why. She had never been to Wanling Mountain and had never hunted any fiends to provoke them. However, no matter if it was the livid horse at the beginning or the red wolf pack later on, she could clearly feel that these magical beasts were indeed coming for her. Lu Yu, what should we do now? Even someone as bold as Mu Hongyu felt uneasy when she saw this. Chu Luiwei pondered for a moment. Teacher Dongfang once said that the fiends in Wanling Mountain rarely leave the forest. If we go out, we might be able to shake them off. Mu Hongyu nodded in realization. Yes. Let's leave this place quickly. They could deal with 1 or 2 fiends or even a group of them. However, the number of fiends heading here was uncountable. If they were to face them head-on, they would definitely die. Even if the elders and teachers came, they might not be their match. Gu Mingfeng suddenly spoke up, his expression tense. It might be a little difficult to leave now. They looked down the mountain again and saw that the golden-eyed demon beasts had stopped at the foot of the mountain. They were lined up neatly like an army and looked up. Countless pairs of cold and cruel eyes were like sharp blades that scraped across their bodies. That was pure murderous intent. They have blocked the way over there. Sen Hu said softly. Gu Mingfeng shook his head. No, all of our paths have been sealed. Almost at the same time that the golden-eyed demon beast rushed over, other magical beasts also arrived from other directions, blocking their way down the mountain. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of darkness. The air was filled with a strong murderous intent. Everyone fell into silence. Anyone could tell that they were in a desperate situation. With such a great disparity in strength, the outcome was obvious. Mu Hongyu's face was pale. Are we really going to die here today? She looked at Chu Luiwei almost instinctively and saw that she was also frowning. Mu Hongyu suddenly mocked herself in her heart. She was really confused. In this situation, even if Chu Luiwei had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still be helpless. None of them spoke. The atmosphere seemed to have been frozen, cold, and heavy. Go back. Chu Luiwei suddenly said. Everyone was taken aback. Back to where? We're surrounded now, there's no way we can break through and leave. Back to the cave. Chu Luiwei said as he turned around and walked towards the cave. The first to react was actually Gu Mingzhu. She took a step back and screamed, I'm not going back. Chu Luiwei frowned and turned to look at her. Gu Mingzhu was probably shocked by the scene at the foot of the mountain. She was already a little hysterical. Chu Luiwei, don't drag me down if you want to die. The entire mountain had been surrounded. Going back to the cave was a dead end. I won't go back with you. Chu Luiwei looked at her as if she was crazy. At this moment, she was not in the mood to care about her. Moreover, she did not intend to bring Gu Mingzhu along as a burden. Up to you. With that said, he looked at Mu Hongyu and the others and raised his chin. Hurry up. Time waits for no one. Hearing Chu Luiwei's words, Mu Hongyu and the others immediately followed. Even though he didn't know what Chu Luiwei was up to, her expression and tone always had the power to make people feel at ease. Moreover, after going through so many things, they had long regarded Chu Luiwei as their backbone. At this moment, whatever she said to do, they would naturally do as she said. Their figures quickly disappeared from the cave. Only Gu Mingzhu was left halfway up the mountain. She only came back to her senses when they were completely out of sight. She was in disbelief. Chu Luiwei and the others actually let her go so easily? The roar of the fiends in the forest woke Gu Mingzhu up abruptly. She glanced down and sensed a strong murderous intent. Her legs turned to jelly and she almost knelt on the ground. Oh no. She couldn't die here. She had to leave this place alive. Fortunately, she still had a trump card. They walked into the cave again. Sen Hu followed behind Chu Luiwei and could not help but look back. He was somewhat indignant. Lu Yu, we haven't settled the score with her yet. Are you going to let her go just like that? That's letting her off too easily. Chu Luiyue said indifferently. Since she wants to die, why should we stop her? Sin Hu's eyes lit up. You mean, there are so many people outside. It's almost impossible for her to escape. She'll just be courting death. She could clearly see through Gu Mingzhu's thoughts. Instead of wasting energy to deal with her, it was better to let her jump into a fire pit. Forget it, let's not care about her. Lu Yu, let's think about what we should do first, shall we? It's not a good idea to keep hiding in this cave. Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub, still looking worried. Who says we're going to sit here and wait for death? Chu Luiyue asked softly. The three of them looked at each other. Golden mane bears are very powerful, but they hibernate every winter. Usually, to avoid being disturbed by other magical beasts, they won't hibernate in their usual dens. Instead, they'll choose a more secretive place. That place is usually connected to their dens, so it's convenient for them to move around. Chu Luiyue explained patiently as they walked in. However, these words immediately made Mu Hongyu and the other two react. You're saying that we can go from here to where the golden mane bear hibernates and escape without a trace? As they spoke, they had already reached the den where the golden mane bear cub was. Sen Hu rushed over excitedly, but after looking around, he did not find anything out of the ordinary. He could not help but feel disappointed. There's nothing here? Lu Yu, don't tell me there's no way to get to where the golden mane bear hibernates? After all, this entire mountain belongs to it. Wouldn't it be the same if it went outside? If it's so easy to find, this golden mane bear wouldn't have survived until now. As Chu Luiyue spoke, he motioned for Mu Hongyu to put the golden mane bear cub down. The golden mane bear cub suddenly left the warm embrace and was confused for a moment. It could not help but blink and wanted to crawl towards Mu Hongyu again. Chu Luiyue made Mu Hongyu move away while he went forward and tapped its head lightly. Its round body immediately flipped over. The golden mane bear cub did not admit defeat and continued to move forward. Chu Luiyue stopped it again. After a few times, it finally stopped and glared at Chu Luiyue pitifully before turning to leave. It wobbled to a certain place and finally laid down against the mountain wall. Chu Luiyue's eyes lit up. He quickly walked forward and squatted down to take a closer look. Indeed, the color of the mountain wall was different from the other places. It's here. She pressed one hand on the wall and pushed with force. Creak, a hole suddenly appeared on the mountain wall. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 140. Did you find it? Seeing the sudden appearance of the cave, they were overjoyed. Chu Luiyue looked inside. It was dark inside, and she could barely see anything. Use this. A hand suddenly reached out, and in that hand was a grape-sized luminous pearl that emitted a bright light. Chu Luiyue took the pearl and nodded at Gu Mingfeng. Thank you. It's my pleasure. With the help of the luminous pearl, Chu Luiyue could finally see the situation inside the cave. The path in the cave leads downwards. There are stairs. Everyone be careful. With that, she took the lead and walked down. Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub again and quickly followed. When she passed by Gu Mingfeng, she smiled. Gu Mingfeng, you have quite a lot of things on you. This luminous pearl is worth a lot. Gu Mingfeng's status in the Gu family was very low. Usually, when he was in school, he was more frugal with his food and clothing. Thus, Mu Hongyu and Sin Hu were very shocked when he suddenly took out the luminous pearl. Gu Mingfeng lowered his eyes and didn't say anything. He followed. Mu Hongyu was stunned and looked at Sin Hu. Did she say something wrong? But she didn't say anything. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat. Gu Mingfeng obviously didn't want to talk about this. But she didn't ask in detail and just continued walking. This was a long and narrow tunnel. As they walked, although they could only see the situation around them, they could still feel that this path was very winding. Chu Luiyue silently calculated in her heart. She guessed that they should have walked down some distance, but she didn't know if they had reached the foot of the mountain. And the direction was not clear. But she couldn't care about that now. It would be best if they could use this path to avoid the attacks of the magical beasts. Oh my God, this golden mane bear is too powerful. Just this path in the mountain must have taken a lot of effort, right? Senhu sighed as they walked. To ordinary people, this is naturally a huge project. But the golden mane bear's body is very strong. This is not difficult for it. Senhu was speechless. The golden mane bear is so strong, but it was still defeated by you. If you ask me, Luyu, you're the scariest one. Chu Luiyue couldn't help but laugh. She had said a few times that they were able to defeat the golden mane bear because of their combined strength, but Senhu seemed to think that she was hiding something and admired her a lot. With such a straightforward personality, it was hard for him to change his mind once he decided on something. Thus, Chu Luiyue decided not to explain further and just let him be. They didn't see the end of it. Senhu was a little. When is this going to end? Before she could finish speaking, the golden mane bear cub in Mu Hongyu's arms suddenly moved. When Chu Luiyue saw this, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Almost there. They continued walking. Sure enough, it didn't take long for their vision to open up. A huge cave appeared in front of them. Senhu quickened his pace and was the first to walk over. He quickly looked around and the excitement on his face froze. That's not right. Luyu, why isn't there an exit here? Chu Luiyue rubbed her forehead helplessly. This is where the golden mane bear hibernates. It's meant to prevent it from being disturbed. Why would there be an exit here? Then how do we get out? Chu Luiyue walked over step by step and scanned the surroundings. Naturally, we'll make an exit ourselves. Her tone was calm and natural, as if she was saying that the weather was good today. It was as if she didn't find her words shocking at all. Even Gu Mingfeng couldn't help but frown. Make an exit? From here? Chu Luiyue nodded. If we work together, it shouldn't take too long. Luyu, are you serious? Mu Hongyu stared at her in a daze. We don't even know where we are. What if this place is at the bottom of the mountain? Won't we have to dig for months? It won't take that long. I've already looked around. The walls here are made of the same stone as the cave. We're still in the mountain. That's the center of the mountain, so we're definitely closer to the outside now. As long as we make an exit, everything won't be a problem. Chu Luiyue looked at the others who were still in a daze. Otherwise, do you have a better idea? They fell silent. Gu Mingfeng took a deep breath. Tell us, where should we start? When Chu Luiyue and the others walked through the secret passage in the mountain, the situation outside became more and more tense. Unknowingly, the outside of the mountain was surrounded by many magical beasts. Fierce murderous intent filled the air, and it was frightening. However, they didn't go up the mountain to attack. Instead, they lined up neatly and looked like they were ready for battle. It looked like they were waiting for something. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely feel that something was wrong. But Gu Mingzhu didn't think so. She found a remote corner in the middle of the mountain and hid behind a big rock. After waiting for a while, she realized that the magical beasts didn't attack immediately. She couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was always a way out. Although she didn't know why these magical beasts suddenly stopped, she felt very lucky. Because what she needed the most now was time. She touched her waist with one hand, looking anxious and excited. As long as no one disturbed her, she could escape safely. Suddenly, the smile on her face froze, and she looked at her belt in disbelief. That's not right. That thing was clearly here. Why is it gone now? Somewhere in Wanling Mountain. Wen Yen was rushing when he suddenly heard footsteps. His heart suddenly jumped. Looking over, he finally saw that the person who had come was Bai Chen. Behind him was Si Ting and the others. They were in a hurry and seemed to be rushing to do something. When Yen went forward, Bai Chen, where are you going? Are Si Ting and the rest injured too? Bai Chen saw that it was Wen Yen and quickly took a few steps forward with a serious expression. Wen Yen, do you feel that something is wrong? Wen Yen was stunned. You mean, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain are more aggressive than before? Bai Chen nodded and then shook his head. Not entirely. There were signs of this yesterday. A few elders and teachers already knew about it and sent many seriously injured students out. But now, there is something more serious. What is it? Wen Yen asked curiously. Bai Chen took a deep breath and briefly told him about what Si Ting and the others had encountered earlier. In fact, it's not just them. Many people encountered the same situation. If I'm not wrong, the magical beasts in Wanling Mountain seem to have received some kind of command at that moment. Or rather, an order. That's why they were so consistent. The most important thing is that in the past, all the magical beasts went into the mountain range. But this time, when Yan's heart jumped, I'm afraid the one who can control these magical beasts is… Boom! An earth-shattering explosion suddenly sounded. The few of them looked up and saw a mountain peak in the distance suddenly collapse. A huge magical beast spread its wings and soared into the sky. Boundless pressure covered the sky and covered the earth. That's a high-level magical beast. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 141. It was a large, blood-red python. The scales on its body shone with a cold, iron-blooded glow under the sunlight. The black bone wings on its back almost covered the entire sky. His powerful and terrifying aura made it hard for people to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Bai Chen widened his eyes, almost thinking that he had seen wrongly. That's a 7th grade black flying python? Si Ting and the rest were shocked. A 7th grade advanced fiend. That powerful existence that only existed in legends. Quick, retreat. When Yan's lips turned pale, he immediately reacted and shouted, "Inform everyone in the academy to retreat from Wanling Mountain." The moment the black flying python appeared, all the fiends in Wanling Mountain roared in unison. The sound was earth-shattering. That was their way of expressing their submission. The black flying python flapped its wings, and its body flashed. It quickly headed toward the mountain where Chu Luiwei and the rest were. All the fiends welcomed it respectfully. The fiends had a strict hierarchy. As a 7th grade black flying python, it naturally had the highest status here. In fact, this was indeed its territory. It was very fast. In just a few breaths, it was already in front of the mountain. Its cold and green eyes were filled with indifferent murderous intent. Then, it let out a strange sound from its throat. The fiends gathered at the foot of the mountain responded in unison. Then they rushed toward the mountain. Why did it disappear? The family head had specially given it to her in the past because he was worried that she would encounter danger. She could not bear to use it when she was chased by the golden mane bear, but she knew that she had to use it now. But why couldn't she find it? Gu Mingzhu searched her body again, but she still could not find it. She gradually panicked. If she did not have that thing, how could she leave this place safely? She could not help but look up at the fiend in midair. Although she could not recognize what it was, she was sure that it was an extremely dangerous high-level fiend. And now, it seemed to be planning to attack. What should she do? Gu Mingzhu was so anxious that her heart was beating wildly. Her face was pale and her limbs were cold. Rumble. Just as she was feeling worried, a loud sound was heard. She looked over in shock, only to see that the magical beasts at the foot of the mountain were suddenly charging towards the mountain peak. With so many magical beasts charging at her at the same time, it almost caused the rocks under her feet to tremble. She became more and more afraid and ran in a certain direction in a panic. Chu Luiwei and the others were just about to start looking for the exit when they felt a powerful fluctuation. A few pieces of gravel fell from the mountain wall. Mu Hongyu was shocked. What's wrong? What happened outside? It seems like someone is attacking. It should be those magical beasts. Sin Hu suddenly came back to his senses. Who else could it be other than them? Why are they attacking the mountain? Are they trying to force us out? Mu Hongyu frowned. Why are they targeting us? Chu Luiwei lowered his eyes slightly. Gu Mingfeng narrowed his eyes when he saw her expression. Do you want to continue? They all looked at Chu Luiwei. Under such circumstances, there didn't seem to be much point in continuing to stay here and break out of another exit. Perhaps they didn't have the time at all. With those magical beasts chasing them so crazily, they would only die if they stayed here. Chu Luiwei pondered for a moment and finally said, "Continue. I'll go back." What? Mu Hongyu was shocked and pulled her back. Are you crazy? Won't you be courting death if you go back now? The entire mountain has been surrounded. Even if we don't go out, we won't be able to escape. If I go back, I can still buy some time. Take advantage of this opportunity to continue forward and break out of another exit. It should be safer to go out from there. As Chu Luiwei spoke, she suddenly took something out of her sleeve. It was a palm-sized black crystal disc with some engravings on it. It looked very mysterious and had a faint suppressive aura. Shock flashed across Gu Mingfeng's eyes when he saw this. He immediately looked at Chu Luiwei. This is Black Xian Formation Crystal? Mu Hongyu recognized what it was and exclaimed, "Why do you have this?" The so-called Black Xian Formation Crystal was a Xian formation engraved on a black crystal to seal the power of the Xian formation inside. This item was extremely precious because even a low-level Xian master could activate the Xian formation on it with just a little bit of power. From there, they could use a Xian formation of a higher level, and the attack power would naturally be stronger. However, this Black Xian Formation crystal was extremely difficult to engrave. It was rare even for aristocratic families. Chu Luiwei shook her head. "This isn't mine. It's Gu Mingzhu's." "Gu." Mu Hongyu was at a loss for words, but she immediately reacted. "You secretly took it?" Chu Luiwei raised her eyebrows nonchalantly. "That's not important. She owes us so much. Just take it as some interest for now." Sin Hu gave him a thumbs up in admiration. "I was wondering why you let her off so easily." She was still complaining that you let her off too easily. So you simply took drastic measures to deal with her. No wonder Gu Mingzhu didn't want to come with us. There are so many fiends at the foot of the mountain, but she dared to stay outside and planned to escape alone. So it's because she has this treasure as her trump card. There is a level 5 Xian formation engraved on it. It's extremely powerful and can help you a lot. After Chu Luiwei finished speaking, she handed the Black Xian Formation crystal to Gu Mingfeng. "I've already activated more than half of the Xian formation on it. You just need to inject a bit more power into it, and it will be completely activated. I'll leave Hongyu and Sin Hu to you." Gu Mingfeng was stunned. He didn't expect Chu Luiwei to say such a thing. "Leave the two of them to me. Does she trust me?" Chu Luiwei seemed to have seen through Gu Mingfeng's doubts. Her lips curled up slightly and her gaze was fixed. "I'll see you outside the mountain." Gu Mingfeng didn't know what to feel. He had never been so valued and trusted by anyone before. Even though he had outstanding talent, he was still looked down upon and humiliated because of his lowly background. Everyone in the Gu family said that he was cold-blooded and was just an ingrate. They had the same blood flowing in their veins, but they also gave him the deepest pain. But Chu Luiwei, they had only known each other for a few days, but she was actually willing to trust him so much. He looked into her eyes. There was no contempt, sarcasm, or mockery in those clear and bright eyes. There was only calmness and calmness. She was serious. Gu Mingfeng felt something surging in his heart. In the end, he reached out and took the Black Xian Formation crystal. "Okay." Chu Luiwei's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled. Since Gu Mingfeng said so, it meant that he was willing to give it his all. Mu Hongyu and Sin Hu were injured. After she left, they could only rely on him. She returned the luminous pearl to Gu Mingfeng and didn't say anything else. She turned and left. Her figure quickly disappeared into the darkness. "Lu Yu." Mu Hongyu took a step forward, wanting to stop her. Gu Mingfeng walked in front of her. "Since she said that she'll see you outside the mountain, she definitely won't go back on her words. Instead of worrying, why don't we act quickly and meet up with her? We don't have much time. The longer we delay, the more danger she will be in." Mu Hongyu bit her red lips. She was struggling in her heart. Finally, she nodded vigorously. "Let's go." Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 142. Chu Luiwei walked alone in the tunnel. The closer she got to the outside, the clearer she could feel the power of the attack. She could imagine what was going on outside. Rocks continued to fall from the mountain walls, smashing into her side. However, Chu Luiwei did not stop. She walked out firmly. This trip was dangerous, but she had to go. Moreover, She also wanted to know why the demonic beasts in Wanling mountain range were so against her. She felt an itch on her neck. She looked down at the blood ferret on her shoulder. It's dangerous outside. You'd better not follow me. The little thing shook its head. It wanted to follow her. Chu Luiwe chuckled and tapped its head. Aren't you very timid? You ran faster than anyone else when we were in danger. Why do you want to follow me now? I'm not kidding. You should know what's going on outside. There's really no need to follow me. The little thing seemed to be hurt by her words. It puffed up its cheeks angrily and glared at her. Then, it turned around and faced her with its butt. I said I'm not going, so I'm not going. It wasn't that kind of cowardly creature. Could it be that in her eyes, it was like this? I want to follow her. Chu Luiwe did not know whether to laugh or cry. She felt warm inside. It's not impossible if you want to follow me out. However, if you encounter danger, just run for your life. Do you hear me? The little thing swung its tail and covered its ears. Chu Luiwe took a deep breath and continued walking out. At the same time, on the other side of Wanling Mountain, Elder Sun and the rest were caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the black flying python in the sky. What's going on? Why would the black flying python appear there at this time? Elder Sun was shocked. The other teachers who came with him looked at each other. Elder Sun, you know there's a black flying python here? Elder Sun nodded with a serious expression. The entire Wanling Mountain is its territory. In fact, the so-called magical beast tide was also caused by it. The black-winged python's cultivation required it to devour a large amount of energy, and this included low-level magical beasts. Due to the pressure of a magic beast level, those low-level magic beasts had no choice but to gather together and let it do as it pleased. 3 years ago, Marshall Uncle and I saw it here by chance. At that time, it was only at the peak of level 6. I didn't expect it to break through to level 7 in just 3 years. Everyone was shocked. Elder Sun frowned. The mountain in the middle of Wanling mountain range is the nest of the black flying python. It never left before. But now, for some unknown reason, he appeared at the border. Qin Yi, how many students are there in this mountain range? A teacher next to him calculated in his heart and immediately said, 2 days ago, many demonic beasts appeared in the forest, and they were extremely aggressive. Many students were injured and had to retreat. Less than a third of them are still inside. Elder Sun stared at the terrifyingly huge body and muttered, no wonder it's so strange this time. It's all because of this guy. Even though there was a distance between them, he could still clearly feel the surging killing intent from the black heaven-devouring python. What did it want to do? He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and ordered, split up and bring the rest of the students back. Remember, be careful. Don't provoke that black flying python. Yes. Chu Luiwe quickly returned to the cave. From here, she could clearly hear the powerful aura approaching from outside. She took a deep breath and walked out. When her figure appeared at the entrance of the cave, a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the black flying python in midair. Then it stretched out its neck and hissed. All the demonic beasts that were rushing forward heard the order and stopped. However, they had almost occupied half of the mountain. The golden-eyed demonic beast at the front had already jumped to the top of the mountain and was confronting Chu Luiwe. No, it should be said that Chu Luiwe was completely surrounded. Chu Luiwe followed the voice and looked at the sky. When she saw the huge body clearly, she was shocked. A level 7 black flying python? No wonder these demonic beasts were so obedient. It turned out that there was such an existence. A human and a beast looked at each other. Chu Luiwe could clearly see that the pair of vertical pupils were filled with biting, cold, murderous intent. It was indeed coming for her. It wanted to take her life. Chu Luiwe's heart sank. The sun was shining brightly at this moment, but her body was cold. A level 7 demonic beast. If it was her previous life, she would naturally not care. But now, how could she be a match for it? Not to mention that there were so many demonic beasts waiting for her. Chu Luiwe did not doubt that as long as the black flying python gave the order, these demonic beasts would immediately rush forward and tear her into pieces. In this atmosphere where the air seemed to be frozen, The black flying python moved and headed towards Chu Luiwei. When it approached, the golden-eyed demonic beasts all bowed down. The demonic beasts on the mountain also became more and more respectful. The black flying python looked down at Chu Luiwei from above. Just a glance. A formless pressure descended upon them. That was the terrifying power that only high-level demonic beasts had. Chu Luiwei only felt as if something had ruthlessly crushed her body and her entire body was in intense pain. Her face instantly turned pale and sweat broke out on her forehead. The little thing that was originally nestled on her shoulder was also affected and gave out a painful moan. It was a demonic beast and was suppressed by the black flying python's bloodline pressure, so naturally it would not be any better. Chu Luiwei took a look at it and saw that it was trembling all over. Obviously it was extremely afraid and in extreme pain. However, its two claws were tightly grabbing onto her clothes and refused to let go. She forced herself to hold on as she turned back to look at the black flying python and asked word by word, "It's not impossible for you to take my life. But at the very least, you have to first tell me the reason and let me die with a clear understanding, right?" The black flying python looked at her indifferently and did not open its mouth but increased its strength. The ground under Chu Luiwei's feet instantly cracked open. Intense pain engulfed her entire body, almost causing Chu Luiwei's vision to turn black. She clenched her teeth and stood still as a light suddenly flashed through her mind. How easy would it be to kill her? But this black flying python did not directly attack. Compared to wanting her life, it seemed it wanted her to submit more. Digression. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 143. She did not know this black flying python, and today was her first time seeing it. Why was it acting like this? Chu Luiwei could not figure it out. However, this black flying python did not seem to want to explain. It only stared at her and kept increasing the pressure on Chu Luiwei. Chu Luiwei groaned, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. However, she still stood straight. She reached out and slowly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at the black flying python again with a heavy gaze. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled. "If I kneel just because you want me to, wouldn't I be too embarrassed?" Hearing her words, a trace of anger flashed across the black flying python's eyes. Boom! It swept its tail, and a strong wind attacked. Chu Luiwei's body flew backward and landed heavily on the mountain rock. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and blood immediately flowed out from her back. Chu Luiwei coughed and spat out the blood clots. Her originally pale lips were dyed red with blood, and she looked especially miserable. Her shoulder blade was probably broken. She used her arms to support herself and stood up with difficulty. However, before she could stand firm, another terrifying force attacked her again. Bang! Chu Luiwei was thrown out again. This time, it was even heavier than before. Lil Thing clutched her clothes tightly and was brought down together with her. It looked at Chu Luiwei nervously, and its eyes were filled with tears. Chu Luiwei took a while to recover. She endured the intense pain, held onto the rock beside her, and stood up again. However, at this time, her breathing was weak, and her body was covered in blood. She looked very miserable. It was not that she did not want to fight back, but the other party did not give her a chance. A 7th grade fiend's abilities were unfathomable. At her current level, she did not have the right to fight with it. But why? The little thing used its claws to quickly wipe away its tears and turned to look at the culprit angrily. Its teeth creaked. In the end, it actually jumped up and went straight for the other party. It wanted to kill this fellow. Come back. Chu Luiwei was shocked and wanted to stop him, but it was too late. The black heaven-devouring python's gaze shifted slightly. It looked at the blood ferret that was charging towards it as if it was looking at a dead object. He didn't know what death was. As the powerful pressure descended, the little thing's body suddenly stiffened, and then it fell heavily to the ground. It was lying on the ground, motionless. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Chu Luiwei's pupils suddenly shrank. His cold gaze fell on her. She looked up. The black heaven-swallowing python looked down at her, as if it was looking at an ant struggling in vain. After Elder's son gave the order, The teachers who came with him immediately took action. Soon, they found the remaining students in the forest and sent them out of the forest. Things were progressing very smoothly. Before they set off, Old Sun had repeatedly warned them not to enter the heart of the mountain range. Therefore, most of the students stayed in the outer area, which made it easier for them to evacuate. When the teachers came back and said that most of the students had been sent out, Old Sun was a little surprised. So fast. The students didn't go deep. Although they were scattered, it was easy to find them. Moreover, I don't know if it was because of the black heaven-swallowing python, but all the magical beasts in the forest seemed to have been summoned, so we didn't encounter any obstacles. The teachers were also very glad. Old Sun nodded, and his heart finally calmed down. How many students are still in the forest? Other than the 3 who died, all the students in our batch have left, an elder said in a low voice. We, 4 died and 1 is missing. The rest have also left, another elder said with a sorrowful expression. Sun Zhongyan was silent for a moment. This time, it was likely to be the most tragic battle the academy had ever seen. If only he had known this would happen. Bai Qin, what about the new students? He suppressed his emotions and continued to ask. Bai Chen's expression was a little ugly. 2 people from Gu Mingzhu's team died. We found their corpses in the forest, but the remaining 3 are nowhere to be found. Also, there's no news about the 4 people in Chu Liuyue's team either. Sun Zhongyan was shocked. How can there be no news? The periphery is only so big. Moreover, they have a signal tube with them, so they should be able to find. He suddenly thought of something and his voice stopped abruptly. Bai Qin smiled bitterly. We've searched the other places, but there's nothing. There's only one place we haven't gone. Everyone knew where he was talking about. All their actions just now were to avoid the mountain occupied by the black heaven-swallowing python. They are very likely to be there. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. The black heaven-swallowing python was very dangerous. If they were really there, they would be doomed. Sun Zhongyan frowned. After a moment, he said decisively, "You all leave first, I'll go there myself. Old Sun, please reconsider. That black heaven-swallowing python is extremely ferocious, and looking at the current situation, who knows what it is going to do. If you go now, won't you? I can't care so much. If there are no other places, then they can only be there. It's because the black heaven-swallowing python is too powerful that I have to go." Those students would not be able to last long under the encirclement of so many fiends. Old Sun, what if they are not there? Let's take a look first. There's no time. Sun Zhongyan shook his head. Bai Qin immediately said, I'll go with you. Si Ting stepped forward. His handsome face was calm, but there was a flash of emotion in his eyes. Master, I'm willing to go with you. Digression, Rong Xiu, as the male lead, am I not worthy of a name? Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 144. No, that place is extremely dangerous. How can you go there? Old Master's son rejected him without hesitation. Si Ting was talented and powerful, but that did not mean that he was powerful enough. If anything happened to him, what would happen to him as a teacher? Si Yang could not help but take a step forward and whisper. Big brother, are you crazy? That's a 7th grade black flying python. Do you want to die? He looked around hesitantly and spoke even more softly. It's not worth it for you to take such a risk for someone else. Even if you go, you might just be a burden to old Master's son. Si Ting was very insistent. Teacher, it's precisely because it's dangerous that I should go with you. You're my teacher. There's no reason for you to sit back and do nothing. What's more, you know how strong I am. Maybe I can help you when the time comes. Si Ting was a man of few words. Although his grades were top-notch, he was always very humble. Today, this was the first time he had said something like this. The other elders and teachers could not help but look at him. Si Yang glanced at him and knew that he could not stop him. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. Big brother had always been decisive. Once he decided on something, he would never change his mind. If he said that he wanted to go, then he would definitely go. Others might not know why, but he knew. Wasn't it because that person was there? Sighed. Si Yang sighed heavily and walked to the side. Out of sight, out of mind. Old Master Sun looked at Si Ting in surprise. You really want to go? Si Ting nodded. Old Master Sun was silent for a moment. Seeing his serious expression, he finally agreed. Since that's the case, follow me. The exit should be outside. Senhu knocked on the wall in front of him and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He looked delighted. Mu Hongyu took 2 steps forward and knocked on the wall like Senhu. Then, she leaned in closer to listen. The sound seems a little different from before. Mu Hongyu said uncertainly. Senhu, are you sure that the exit is outside? Of course. When I was at home, I loved to follow my father up the mountain. Although I don't know much about these things, I can tell something. Senhu patted his chest. If you open this layer of the mountain wall, you'll find that it's not the exit. You can do whatever you want with it. Seeing how confident he was, Mu Hongyu believed him. Then she looked at Gu Mingfeng. Why don't you do it? Gu Mingfeng nodded, indicating for the two to step back. He stood in front of the mountain wall with the profound formation black crystal in his hand. With a thought, he poured the force in his body into it. A faint glow suddenly lit up. That was the sign that the Xian formation was about to be activated. The surroundings were dark and silent. This radiance had become the most dazzling existence. The 3 of them stared at the profound formation black crystal. The golden mane bear cub moved uneasily. Mu Hongyu quickly touched its ears and hugged it even tighter. If anything went wrong later, she would be able to protect it. Gu Mingfeng's power continued to pour into the Xian formation black crystal, and the light on it became more and more brilliant. Very quickly, the outline of a Xian formation appeared. A faint wave of pressure also gradually spread out. Senhu suddenly whispered, I wonder how Lu Yu is doing. Mu Hongyu's heart skipped a beat. Although they could vaguely sense what was going on outside, they couldn't guess what was going on. Right now, no one knew what was going on outside. She suppressed the worry in her heart and took a deep breath. Lu Yu is very strong and smart. She'll be fine. Since she said she'll see you outside, she won't go back on her words. Let's just go out and meet up with her as soon as possible. Senhu nodded his head vigorously. Yes. Buzz. A faint buzzing sound was suddenly heard. The 2 of them looked over and saw that the black crystal in Gu Mingfeng's hand had already formed a complete Xian formation. The light was resplendent, and the pressure was overwhelming. It's done. Senhu excitedly waved his fist. However, very quickly, the light of the profound formation suddenly weakened. Even the power that they had sensed earlier seemed to have become unstable. What's going on? Senhu's smile suddenly froze. Mu Hongyu suddenly realized something. Could it be that Gu Mingfeng's power isn't enough to activate the black crystal? Because they weren't Xian masters, they were at a disadvantage in this aspect. Warriors usually expended more energy than Xian masters to successfully activate the black crystal. But the 2 of us can't help him now. I've already used up all of my force, Senhu said with a bitter smile. As he spoke, the light dimmed even more. Mu Hongyu weakly closed her eyes. If only I had already broken through to become a stage 4 warrior. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a problem. Lu Yu left his trump card to them and went out alone to face the danger, but they still couldn't succeed. The atmosphere became stiff and cold. Buzz buzz. The faint buzzing sound was heard again. Mu Hongyu and Senhu were both stunned. They realized that Gu Mingfeng's aura had suddenly increased. The black crystal in front of him shone even brighter. Mu Hongyu widened her eyes. Senhu couldn't help but curse. F*CK. Gu Mingfeng, you F*King broke through to become a stage 4 warrior long ago? Boom. A terrifying power suddenly erupted from the black Xian formation crystal. Chu Luiwei gritted her teeth and stood up again, walking forward. She walked very slowly as blood continued to flow from her body. Every step she took would leave a shocking bloody footprint on the ground behind her. The black flying python looked down at her indifferently, and the murderous intent in its eyes grew stronger. Chu Liuyue's unwillingness to admit defeat had completely enraged it. But the more it was like this, the more it was unwilling to kill her. Chu Luiwei finally stopped. Then, she bent down and tried to bring the little thing that was lying on the ground, motionless. Up close, its body seemed to be trembling slightly from breathing. It was obviously still alive. Chu Luiwei immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't her demon beast, she didn't want it to die because of her. Especially at the last critical moment, it chose to stand with her. Just as Chu Luiwei's hand was about to touch it, a powerful wave suddenly swept over. Chu Luiwei was sent flying again. This time, the black flying python finally moved. It flapped its wings and quickly flew towards Chu Luiwei. Then, it opened its bloody mouth as if it could swallow the heavens and the earth. Chu Luiwei almost fainted from this blow, and she only relied on her last bit of willpower to stay awake. But when she spat out a mouthful of blood and forced her eyes open, she saw cold and sharp teeth. The black flying python was already in front of her, and it planned to swallow her. Chu Luiwei instinctively wanted to dodge, but she realized that half of her body was numb and she couldn't move at all. A trace of arrogance and mockery flashed across those vertical pupils. The weak could only be slaughtered. Chu Luiwei clenched her teeth. She couldn't die here. Buzz. The water droplet in her dantian suddenly started spinning. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 145. Almost at the same time that the water droplet started to move, the black flying python that was already near Chu Luiwei suddenly felt a sense of fatal danger. It looked at Chu Luiwei in shock. The contempt and ridicule in its eyes had completely disappeared and was replaced by an unconcealable deep fear. The next moment, it retreated in a panic. As if Chu Luiwei was an incredible and terrifying existence. All the surrounding magical beasts were stunned when they saw this situation. What was going on? Didn't it want to kill that lowly human? Chu Luiwei suddenly regained her senses and realized that the water droplet in her dantian had moved. The vast power kept surging, and in the next moment, a small water droplet separated from it. Chu Luiwei suddenly felt her palm itch. She looked down and widened her eyes in shock. In the middle of her blood-stained palm, a small water droplet had unknowingly appeared. That water droplet was only the size of a soybean. It was completely transparent and smooth. It looked no different from an ordinary water droplet. However, one could only feel the terrifying power contained in it when they got close. Chu Luiwei stared blankly. This scene was very similar to the time when she had repaired her Yuan Meridian. The only difference was that the last water droplet had been used to repair her Yuan Meridian. This time, it was used to attack. Before she could react, that water droplet had already flown out. It went straight for the black flying python. The black flying python continued to retreat quickly, but the water droplet's speed was faster than it. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of it. The black flying python flapped its wings and a red flame surged out. It formed a barrier in front of it, but in the next moment, a look of shock flashed across its eyes. Because that water droplet had directly passed through that layer of flame and did not even slow down. That water droplet's speed was too fast. If one looked closely, they could even see a small hole in the middle of the flame. Before the flame could rush over, the water droplet had already passed through and left. The black flying python was even more horrified. It had already sensed that something was wrong. The scene in front of it now proved its guess. Chu Luiwei had an extremely powerful and mysterious power in her body. Even it might not be a match for this power. As it thought of this, it quickly retreated in an attempt to avoid this attack. That huge black and red figure moved crazily in the sky. Its route was messy and looked very strange. However, that water droplet seemed to have eyes. It followed closely and kept approaching. What's going on? Elder Sun and Si Ting rushed over silently, but they realized that something was wrong. They looked up and saw the black flying python swimming crazily in the sky. It looked as if he was hiding from something. Si Ting quickly looked up and frowned. Then he shifted his gaze to the middle of the mountain. Actually, there was still some distance from the mountain, but they could already roughly see the situation there. Vaguely, a familiar figure could be seen halfway up the mountain. If it wasn't Chu Luiwei, who else could it be? But at this moment, She was leaning against the mountain rock. Something seemed wrong. Si Ting's heart was in his mouth. He wanted to continue forward but was stopped by Elder Sunday. Si Ting, if we continue forward, we will reach the Fiend Beast Formation, which is the area controlled by the black flying python. If we go in, it won't be so easy to come out. Wait here. I will go and check it out. Si Ting's thin lips moved as if he wanted to say something. But when he saw Elder Sun's determined expression, he swallowed the words in his throat. After Sun Zhongyan finished speaking, he moved forward. Bang! A muffled sound was suddenly heard. Elder Sun and Si Ting were both shocked. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw that there was a hole in the ground not far away in the forest. Soon after, a hand suddenly stretched out from below. The two of them were alarmed. Elder Sun shouted sternly, "Who is it?" The person below seemed to be shocked as well. He quickly retracted his hand. But very quickly, a figure jumped out of the hole. It was a young man. He was tall and burly and his skin was dark. There were wounds all over his body, and blood stains covered his entire body. He looked extremely pathetic. However, he was wearing Tianlu Academy's uniform. Elder Sun heaved a sigh of relief. The moment the young man came out, he immediately looked at Elder Sun and Si Ting. When he saw their faces clearly, he could not help but be stunned. Elder Sun. The worry and doubt in his heart disappeared. He immediately turned around and shouted into the hole. "Hongyu! Mingfu! Come out quickly! The person outside is Elder Sun." Elder Sun and Si Ting finally understood when they heard these two names. This was Chu Liyue's team. Mu Hongyu and Gu Mingfeng quickly walked out from below. They were also in a sorry state and looked very pathetic. Elder Sun's gaze quickly swept across the three of them. He could not help but frown. "What happened to you? How did you all get so severely injured?" Just as he finished speaking, he saw that Mu Hongyu was carrying a golden mane bear cub in her arms. "This is, Elder Sun, we were harmed by Gu Mingzhu and were chased by the golden mane bear. It was not easy for us to kill it and survive." Mu Hongyu's simple sentence summarized everything that had happened in the past day and night. When Old Master Sun and Si Ting heard this, they were both shocked. Golden mane bear? That was a 4th grade fiend. The few of them could actually kill it. Mu Hongyu nodded. "This little fellow is the cub of the golden mane bear. I carried it to be my fiend." Old Master Sun wanted to ask more, but Si Ting suddenly spoke in an indifferent tone. "Only the 3 of you?" Sen Hu immediately said. "The 3 of us separated from Luyu. She said she would meet us outside the mountain." "Where is she?" As Sen Hu spoke, he realized that there was no sign of Chu Liyue around. Si Ting clenched his fists in his sleeves. "She is not here." On the other side, Gu Mingfeng had already realized that something was wrong. He looked around quietly and finally saw a familiar figure in the middle of the mountain. "She is there." At this moment, she was obviously surrounded by countless fiends. But this was not the scariest thing. Gu Mingfeng stared at the huge figure in the sky. A black flying python. No wonder Chu Liyue hasn't appeared until now. She's clearly in a dead end. Elder Sun did not ask about the situation. He quickly said to Si Ting, "Wait here. If there is anything strange, take action immediately. Protect the 3 of them first. I have already informed the other teachers to send them out." Si Ting nodded. "Don't worry, teacher." Elder Sun nodded and turned to leave. However, just as he took a step, the black flying python in the sky suddenly screamed crazily. It seemed to be in extreme pain. After moving crazily in the air, it suddenly charged towards the middle of the mountain. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 146. The water droplet quickly pierced through the black flying python's abdomen. It was only a small droplet, but it was extremely powerful. It left a fist-sized bloody hole on the black flying python's body. The hard scales were easily shattered, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The black flying python had never suffered such a loss before. It hissed in pain and hated Chu Liyue even more. The magical beasts that were watching at the foot of the mountain were shocked when they saw this scene. To them, the black flying python was the most powerful existence. It was the king that they had to submit to. But now, it was injured by a human. The magical beasts started to get restless. Some of the magical beasts at the outermost periphery started to retreat hesitantly. They were all quite intelligent. When they saw this scene, they naturally realized that Chu Luiwei was not so easy to deal with. For their own sake, it was better to stay away for the time being. Of course, most of the magical beasts continued to guard here, watching the black flying python in midair. Sensing those gazes, the black flying python was even more furious. It had been the king of Wanling Mountain for many years. But now, because of Chu Luiwei, its position was on the verge of collapse. If it lost to Chu Luiwei in front of everyone today, it would no longer have any prestige to speak of. Thinking of this, the black flying python's eyes flashed with a trace of madness. Then, it charged towards Chu Luiwei again. Boom! It swung its long tail. Chu Luiwei narrowly dodged it. The mountain rocks behind her were instantly shattered, and gravel flew everywhere. Although she had barely dodged this attack, the wounds on her body were getting more and more painful. Chu Luiwei turned around and looked at her left shoulder. The other injuries were not important. The key was that the bones in her shoulder and back were broken when she hit the mountain rocks. She was afraid that she would not be able to hold on for much longer. She had to find a way to escape as soon as possible. As she thought of this, she dodged to the side. The black flying python seemed to have gone crazy as it followed closely behind. Everywhere Chu Luiwei passed by, there was a mess behind her. Bang! A dull sound was suddenly heard. The commotion behind her stopped for a moment. Chu Luiwei turned around and saw that the wound on the black flying python's abdomen had widened again. It was as if it had experienced another attack. It was in so much pain that it curled up into a ball. Chu Luiwei frowned slightly. This was actually the power of the water droplet. The black heaven-devouring python struggled in pain, and the chaotic energy caused the surrounding rocks to shatter. Now was the chance to leave. Chu Luiwei turned around. She had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a hand reaching over from the side. She immediately turned her head and looked back. His gaze was as sharp as a dagger, causing the other party to stop in fear. However, Chu Luiwei had already seen the other party's face clearly. Gu Mingzhu. At this time, Gu Mingzhu was covered in blood. Her face seemed to have been scratched a few times. Her hair was disheveled and she looked panicked. She looked very miserable. She stared at Chu Luiwei closely and anxiously said, Chu Luiwei, help me. Take me with you. Chu Luiwei didn't say anything. She glanced at her and guessed what she had experienced. She turned around and left expressionlessly. Gu Mingzhu didn't expect Chu Luiwei to be so heartless. She panicked even more. Chu Luiwei, why didn't you abandon me? We are from the same sect. If you treat me like this in the future, Chu Luiwei didn't stop and turned a deaf ear to her. It was already difficult for her to protect herself. If Gu Mingzhu was added, she would be dead for sure. Why did she have to bring such a burden with her? Gu Mingzhu turned around and looked at the black flying python that was struggling in pain. She bit her lip. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she only had a chance of survival if she followed Chu Luiwei. She searched for a long time just now, but she couldn't find the Xian Formation black crystal that was her trump card. She could only bite the bullet and go down the mountain, thinking that she might be able to avoid those demonic beasts and leave safely. But she didn't expect to be discovered by them not long after she left. She almost died in their hands. She had no choice but to come back again. As expected, those demonic beasts didn't come up again. They were probably intimidated by the black flying python's pressure. Although they didn't come up, they didn't leave either. They blocked all the way down the mountain. I don't know what method Chu Luiwei used, but she actually temporarily suppressed the black flying python's attack. I must leave with her. Thinking of this, she quickly followed Chu Luiwei. However, Chu Luiwei suddenly turned around and looked at her coldly. Although I'm injured now, it's still easy to kill you. If you want to live a little longer, you better not provoke me. Gu Mingzhu was shocked by the undisguised murderous intent in her tone. After a while, she reacted. Chu Luiwei was actually threatening her. At this time, Chu Luiwei didn't care about their relationship as fellow disciples and actually said such words. Chu Luiwei, are you forcing me to my death? Gu Mingzhu screamed in disbelief. Chu Luiyue sneered. When you lured the golden mane bear over, you should have thought of this day. After saying that, she didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. Gu Mingzhu was furious. Her hatred towards Chu Luiyue had reached its peak. What a good Chu Luiyue. She obviously had the means to help, but she was still so heartless and wanted to kill her. Since this was the case, don't blame her for being heartless. Chu Luiyue had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly felt a cold wind coming from behind her. She quickly dodged and a stone flew past her ear. The stone was just broken and had sharp edges. More importantly, the stone was aimed at the wound on her back. If she hadn't dodged quickly, the stone might have hit her broken shoulder. Chu Luiyue frowned and turned around. Gu Mingzhu. You. Before she could finish speaking, Gu Mingzhu suddenly pounced on her. Chu Luiyue raised her leg and kicked her hard in the chest. Gu Mingzhu fell heavily and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, she gritted her teeth and crawled over, hugging Chu Luiyue's leg tightly. She turned around and screamed at the black flying python, "I'll help you hold her back. Can't you spare my life? You just want her life anyway, right? Can you not kill me?" A cold glint appeared in Chu Luiyue's eyes. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 147. The situation there doesn't seem to be right. Elder Sun noticed that not long after the black-winged heaven-devouring python charged towards the mountain peak, it suddenly stopped. From afar, it looked very strange. "I'll go there now. You guys must be careful here." After Elder Sun reminded them, he quickly left and headed straight for the mountain. Mu Hongyu watched in a daze, her eyes red. "If it wasn't for us, Lu Yu wouldn't have." She choked and couldn't continue speaking. Big drops of tears kept falling. She had always been competitive and never cried in front of others. She always felt that she was weak. But now, she couldn't care less. The guilt and sadness in her heart were like seawater that surrounded her, making it hard for her to breathe. Senhu's face was also very pale. In the end, he walked to the side and punched the tree. Gu Mingfeng was the calmest one. "She will be fine." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Mu Hongyu couldn't help but ask, "Really? Mingfeng, how can you be so sure?" Gu Mingfeng looked calm and didn't say anything. How could such a decisive and intelligent woman allow him to fall into such a passive state? Her abilities were definitely not what they had seen before. She was too mysterious, as if she knew everything. Didn't it mean that she could escape unscathed after offending the crown prince and the Chu family? Deep in his heart, he had an inexplicable confidence in her. Even though he didn't know where this confidence came from. But they just had to wait. Si Ting glanced at him, a dark glint flashing across his long and sharp eyes. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at the mountain. His hands slowly clenched in his sleeves. He also knew that Chu Luiyue was hiding her abilities, but that was a 7th-grade black flying python. What did she have to do to return safely? Elder Sun approached silently and soon reached the foot of the mountain. As he was worried that he would attract attention, he didn't dare to walk in the air. He could only hide in the forest. Although he wasn't discovered, the foot of the mountain and half of the mountain were occupied by fiends. If he continued forward, he would definitely be discovered. Elder Sun looked at the group of demonic beasts in front of him, and he was secretly anxious. The entire mountain had already been surrounded. If he wanted to break through from the outside, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Not to mention the black-winged heaven-devouring python, just the demonic beasts outside attacking together would be difficult for him to handle. However, Chu Luiyue and the others were still up there. He found a secluded spot with a better view and looked up the mountain again. From here, the situation above could be seen even more clearly. However, with just a glance, Elder Sun's heart skipped a beat. Halfway up the mountain, it was chaos. Chu Luiyue and the black heaven-swallowing python were confronting each other from afar. The black-winged heaven-swallowing python curled up into a ball and continuously flung out its crazy power. It looked extremely terrifying. On the other side, Chu Luiyue seemed to want to leave, but he was stopped by another person who hugged his leg tightly. Elder Sun took a closer look and realized that the person was Gu Mingzhu. What was she doing? Since she was also here, why didn't she leave with Chu Luiyue? Instead, she was holding her back? It looked like not only did she not help her fellow disciple, Chu Luiyue, but she was also helping the black heaven-swallowing python. Elder Sun was furious and wanted to rush over immediately. This Gu Mingzhu was really crazy. Chu Luiyue wanted to shake off Gu Mingzhu, but Gu Mingzhu seemed determined to hold her back in exchange for a chance to survive. Although the running and torture these few days had consumed most of her energy, it did not cause her too much injuries. Compared to Chu Luiyue, she was even better. Therefore, under her persistence, Chu Luiyue was actually unable to shake her off several times. On the other side, the wound on the black heaven-swallowing python's body kept expanding. However, as the water droplet's power was gradually depleted, it could finally breathe. It raised its head, and its vertical eyes were filled with sinister resentment. Even Gu Mingzhu was shocked when she saw it. She was even more afraid and shouted even more urgently. I'll help you hold off Chu Luiyue. You let me go, okay? I beg you. The black heaven-swallowing python endured the pain and hissed. Chu Luiyue felt a buzzing sound in her ears. It was as if a small mountain had suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. The strong pressure made it difficult for her to move. Her heart sank. This black heaven-swallowing python seemed to have recovered. Next, it would probably take revenge crazily. At this moment, she had used up all her energy and had no strength to fight back. She lowered her gaze and looked at the black heaven-swallowing python's abdomen. There was a huge wound there. It was dripping with blood and looked very terrifying. It was left by that water droplet. She secretly gritted her teeth. If there was another water droplet, she would definitely win. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, the black heaven-swallowing python suddenly moved. This time, it did not go forward directly. Instead, it rose into the air. It flapped its wings and a strong wind blew. It suddenly opened its mouth. A sharp whistle pierced through the clouds and fog. Chu Luiyue's heart trembled and a strong sense of uneasiness welled up. The next moment, the originally clear skies suddenly darkened. A circular black hole appeared on top of its head. The surrounding drifting clouds were rapidly dragged into it. As those things kept pouring in, the black hole also kept expanding. Soon, it had expanded to the size of the entire mountain. Not long after, the gravel on the mountain swayed and started to fly up one after another. Finally, they were all swallowed by the vortex. Chu Luiyue's heart harshly sank. This was the black heaven-swallowing python's ultimate killer move, heaven swallowing. Using this move consumed a lot of its energy. But at this moment, it was clearly planning to go all out. Chu Luiyue kicked Gu Mingzhu away and then stabbed the dagger into the mountain wall beside her. A strong suction force swept over. Gu Mingzhu's body flew up uncontrollably. At this moment, she finally realized that something was wrong. Once she was swallowed by that strange black hole, she would definitely die. She hurriedly looked around and wanted to grab something, but it was already too late. No. I can't die. I've already helped you hold back Chu Luiyue just now. Why do you still want to kill me? Gu Mingzhu was in pain and panic. Her voice was shrill. The black heaven-swallowing python did not even look at her. It was not interested in such an ant at all. Gu Mingzhu felt that the force on her body was getting stronger and stronger. She could not help but raise her head. Only then did she realize that she was already in front of the black hole. It was pitch black inside, like an abyss. Once she entered, she would be doomed eternally. Her face was pale. She wanted to escape, but it was futile. No. The next moment, her body was completely swallowed up. In an instant, it was as if thousands of blades were crushing her body. An extremely shrill and miserable cry reverberated through the mountain. However, it quickly dissipated without a trace. A crack suddenly appeared on the mountain wall where Chu Luiyue's dagger was. Her body slid forward uncontrollably. The black heaven-swallowing python hissed again. The black hole in the sky spun even more crazily. The mountain wall beside Chu Luiyue suddenly collapsed. She lost her foothold and was instantly swept away by the terrifying power. She was dragged towards the terrifying vortex. A hint of satisfaction flashed in the black heaven-swallowing python's eyes. as long as it crushed Chu Liwei looked at the darkness that was getting closer and closer. She could even see the black force entwining with each other. The next moment, her body was completely swallowed up. The darkness that made one despair surged from all directions. However, just as the surrounding force was about to strangle her to death, a white figure suddenly appeared. A slender and fair hand tore through the boundless darkness and gripped her tightly. That hand was as warm and cool as usual, but Chu Liwei suddenly felt very hot. The scorching temperature spread from the point of contact all the way to the bottom of her heart. The next moment, she fell into a warm and broad embrace. The violent and terrifying force was instantly isolated outside. She had not seen the person's face clearly, but that familiar cold fragrance made her feel inexplicably at ease. She could not help but raise her head. Rongxiu? In the darkness, she could not see his face, but she was incomparably certain that it was him. The person who held her in his arms laughed softly, as if he was very happy. Chu Liwei could even clearly feel the vibration of his chest. Your eyesight is much better. You don't need to look to know that it's this prince. Chu Liu's ears suddenly felt hot. It was dark here and she could not see anything, but he deliberately said that she had good eyesight. He was clearly making fun of her. If she was not too familiar with him, how could she recognize him with just a hand and an embrace? Why did you come? It's too dangerous here. At this moment, Chu Liwei remembered that Rongxiu had directly entered the black vortex with her. Rongxiu's hand gently brushed her back and shoulder. It was sticky to the touch. She did not know how much blood she had lost. His heart seemed to be ruthlessly stabbed by something, and his movements paused. It's precisely because it's dangerous that I came. Digression, February. In view of the fact that His Highness Prince Li must appear today, the update will be late. Cough cough, there will be a 5th update later. Rongxiu. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 148. Chu Liwei was held in his arms. She could clearly feel his heart beating in his chest and his breath on her forehead when he spoke. He said that it was precisely because it was dangerous that he had to come. This sentence was said so lovingly, but so naturally. It was as if it was the most natural thing for him to do. However, everyone in this world cherished their lives. Who would do so much for another person without reservation? Even to the extent of disregarding the danger, regardless of life or death. Chu Liu's hand suddenly clenched the front of his clothes and said in a low voice, Rongxiu, I really thought I was going to die just now. That kind of overwhelming darkness, that kind of helplessness and despair. She had experienced it once and it was deeply engraved in her mind. She could not forget it. Whenever she thought of it, her heart would ache. Even her bones hurt. Rongxiu didn't dare to touch her wound. He carefully held her waist with one hand and caressed her hair with the other as he said softly, Don't worry. Don't be afraid. Chu Liu's eyes suddenly became hot. Her heart ached and she felt uncomfortable. If at that time, someone also said to her, I'm here. Don't be afraid. The flames crazily spread through her body. It was too painful. She closed her eyes and suddenly moved closer. She gently pressed her forehead against his chest. Rongxiu suddenly stopped. Rongxiu, why me? A muffled voice came. This was not the first time Chu Liwei asked this question. But this time, it was obviously different. Rongxiu kissed her forehead and whispered in her ear. His voice was low and gentle. You're worth it. The person in his arms did not speak. Rongxiu said word by word. I have a lifetime to prove that you're worth it. This time, she did not believe. This time, she did not believe. However, one day she would believe. Chu Liwei still did not speak. Rongxiu knew her character best. He knew that she could not completely trust him in a short time, but he had enough patience. Hold on tight. Chu Liwei guessed that he was going to break out of the encirclement here, so she obediently hugged his lean waist. Although he knew that Rongxiu had been hiding his strength, his opponent was a black flying python after all. It would not be easy to deal with it. She thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, How confident are you? Rong Xiao was about to speak when he felt the arm around his waist was exceptionally soft and warm. The person in his arms was at the age of budding, the time when a young girl was blooming her radiance. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. I am confident, but it will take some time. Old Sun had a panoramic view of the situation halfway up the mountain. His heart sank to the bottom. The black-winged heaven-devouring python was determined to kill Chu Luiyue. It had even used such a killing move. Seeing Chu Luiyue being swallowed by the black vortex, Old Sun's back was drenched in cold sweat. No way. He must do it. Although there was no chance of winning, he couldn't just watch Chu Luiyue die like this. Old Sun gritted his teeth and held his breath. Silver light flickered on his fingertips as he was about to set up a Xian formation. However, at this moment, there was another change in the sky. A snow-white magical beast with a muscular body suddenly appeared. It looked like a lion, but Old Sun didn't recognize what it was. In his memory, there didn't seem to be such an existence. However, one thing was undeniable: this was a high-level demonic beast. It came from the horizon at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had rushed to the front of the black-winged heaven-devouring python. When it saw the newcomer, the hatred in the black-winged heaven-devouring python's eyes almost overflowed. It looked as if it had accumulated hatred for a long time. Xue Xue stared at it and was also very angry. A few years ago, it had come here and fought with this fellow. At that time, the black-winged heaven-devouring python was still a 6th-grade demonic beast and was beaten black and blue by it. It didn't expect that a few years later, this fellow would actually attack Chu Luiyue. It was really tired of living. Xue Xue's angry roar almost shook the forest. All the demonic beasts felt a vast pressure coming and couldn't help but be filled with fear. This demonic beast that suddenly appeared seemed to be even stronger than the black-winged heaven-devouring python. The level suppression in their bones and blood caused them to crawl on the ground, not daring to move. When the black-winged heaven-devouring python saw this scene, it was filled with hatred. With a swing of its long tail, it wrapped around Xue Xue. Xue Xue quickly jumped and dodged its attack in a few seconds, arriving in front of it. Then, its claws slammed towards the black-winged heaven-devouring python's head. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The black-winged heaven-devouring python's huge body flew out uncontrollably and smashed heavily on the mountain. Several cracks appeared on the mountain. Half of the mountain was on the verge of collapse. Old Sun was dumbfounded. This is 2 high-level demonic beasts fighting? Xue Xue approached again. Without waiting for it to get up, it pressed down and beat it up again. With a claw, it directly tore off a large piece of its scales and flesh. The black-winged heaven-devouring python hissed in pain. The strength of both sides intertwined and collided fiercely. Rumble! The huge mountain was actually starting to collapse. Countless demonic beasts at the foot of the mountain started to flee in all directions. The entire Wanling Mountain was in chaos. Old Sun wanted to take advantage of the chaos and go forward, but he bumped into a group of golden-eyed demonic beasts. They seemed to have been provoked by something. When they saw Old Sun, they rushed forward without hesitation. They seemed to want to risk their lives with him. Old Sun had a bad feeling. These demonic beasts seemed to have gone crazy. He was entangled with the golden-eyed demonic beasts. He wanted to break through the encirclement to save people, but these demonic beasts seemed to not care about their lives and trapped him tightly. Old Sun hurriedly looked up and saw the black vortex in the sky explode. He suddenly paused and his face turned pale. On the other side, Si Ting and the rest also saw this scene and were all speechless. Mu Hongyu turned around and covered her mouth, but her shoulders could not help but tremble. They are here. A few teachers suddenly rushed over, looking anxious. Retreat! The demonic beasts in Wanling Mountain are crazy. We have to leave as soon as possible. Luyu is still there. Senhu roared angrily. Before he could finish speaking, he passed out. A teacher supported him and said with a frown, "Take them all away. We can't stay here for long." Si Ting suddenly turned around and walked into the depths of the forest. Digression. Would you believe me if I said that I got a disease that makes me sleepy whenever I look at a computer? Chapter 149. Seating. Stop right there. A teacher quickly stepped forward and blocked his way. It's so dangerous over there. How can you go? Si Ting's handsome face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, and he looked exceptionally cold. The teacher was stunned when he saw him like this, but he still insisted. Now that two high-level fiends are fighting, the entire Wanling Mountain is going to be in chaos. If you go now, you'll just die. Even if something happens, there's still Elder Sun. We have to leave as soon as possible. Si Ting said coldly. There are still people who haven't come out. What time is it now? How can you still care about others? If this drags on, we might not even be able to leave safely. When the teacher behind them saw this, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked with a frown. He frowned and asked, Si Ting, you've always been calm and collected. What's wrong with you today? Si Ting's lips moved and he clenched his jaw. Boom, 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 boom. The black whirlpool in the sky completely collapsed and turned into countless streaks of black light that scattered in all directions. At the same time, there were all kinds of fiends' sharp roars, which made one panic. Let's go. The teacher did not hesitate and grabbed Si Ting's shoulder. A few teachers joined forces and forcefully brought them away. Not long after they turned and left, there was a loud boom. Si Ting's heart skipped a beat. He looked back and saw that the mountain had completely collapsed. The battle between Xue Xue and the black flying python was very intense. The violent force caused the entire mountain to collapse, and the forest was in a mess. However, if someone could take a closer look, they would realize that this battle was completely one-sided. The black flying python was at a complete disadvantage. It did not even have the strength to retaliate. After a few rounds of fighting, its body was already covered in injuries. Its originally beautiful and hard scales were almost all pulled out. There were a few bloody holes in its abdomen, and blood was gushing out. Even its head was smashed open and dripping with blood. It looked very miserable. Its initial arrogance had completely dissipated. Only endless regret and fear were left in its eyes. It really regretted it. Ever since it was beaten black and blue by Xue Xue, it had been full of resentment and brooding. This Wanling mountain range was its territory. How could it allow others to behave atrociously? In the past few years, it had been holding its breath and cultivating in seclusion. Finally, it had broken through from rank 6 to rank 7. Now that it had met Zhang Xian once more, it had made up its mind to wipe away the humiliation it had suffered in the past. However, who could have known that Zhang Xian's strength had increased even more than it had? Previously, it was still able to withstand a few dozen moves, but this time, it was completely defeated. Most importantly, it was in front of so many magical beasts in Wanling Mountain. He had completely lost all his face. But Xue Xue bit its tail and flung it out. The black flying python drew a long trail of blood on the ground before finally smashing into a pile of rocks. Its body was covered in dust and blood. It was on the verge of death, unable to move, as if it would lose all signs of life in the next moment. Xue Xue looked at it, but there was still anger in its eyes. From the beginning to the end, it did not take this thing seriously, but it did not expect it to hold a grudge. He even wanted to kill Chu Luiyue. If he didn't hit it, who would he hit? Just as it was about to continue its lesson, it suddenly paused and turned around. In the void, there was a transparent ripple. Soon after, a tall and slender figure walked out from within. It was Rong Xiu. He was carrying a woman in his arms. It was Chu Luiyue. Xue Xue's eyes were filled with guilt and pity when it saw the bloodstains on Chu Luiyue's clothes and the shocking wounds. It quickly ran over, wanting to take a closer look at her. Rong Xiu glanced at it. Xue Xue suddenly stopped in its tracks and lowered its head in self-reproach. Chu Luiyue's eyes suddenly lit up. Only then did she realize that they had already escaped from the black whirlpool. She looked at Rong Xiu in a daze. He actually really did it. Just what level had his strength reached? Sensing the movement beside her, she turned her head and saw Xue Xue. Then, she saw the black flying python lying in a pile of rocks not far away. It was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Its body was full of wounds and there was almost no part of it that was unscathed. It could be seen how ruthless Xue Xue was. Chu Luiwei opened her mouth. Xue Xue was actually so powerful? It could actually kill a 7th-grade demonic beast to such an extent, but it was unscathed. When this matter is over, you can go back and receive your punishment. Rong Xiu said lightly. Xue Xue let out a low whimper and lowered her head even more. Chu Luiwei tugged at Rong Xiu's clothes. Alright. How are you going to punish Xue Xue? It was the one who dealt with the black flying python. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. It stayed with you for too long, so you have a trace of its aura on you. This black flying python has a grudge with it. It sensed its aura on you, so it attacked you. Chu Luiwei was stunned for a moment. So, it was because of this. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was puzzled about the black flying python's hostility towards her. She didn't expect it to be because of this. Forget it, Xue Xue didn't do it on purpose. It can only be said that it was too coincidental. Chu Luiwei liked Xue Xue very much. Although it caused such a blunder, she couldn't blame Xue Xue at the end of the day. Xue Xue felt even more ashamed and blamed itself. Its tail also hung down. Yes, but I only stayed with Xue Xue for a short period of time. It's not my demonic beast. Why do I have its aura on me? Chu Luiwei muttered doubtfully. Even if there was, it should be very faint. Logically speaking, it shouldn't cause the black flying python to have such a strong murderous intent. Xue Xue's body stiffened. Rong Xiu's eyes darkened. There seemed to be a layer of fog between his eyebrows. He couldn't see clearly and said lightly, "It's probably because we spent too much time together. Just try not to meet in the future." Xue Xue looked up in shock. It couldn't believe that it had been betrayed just like that. During those nights, it had carefully brought Rong Xiu's power over and then carefully injected it into Chu Luiwei's body to nourish and heal her Yuan meridian. Even if it didn't take credit, it should have worked hard. Why did it turn against its demonic beast now? The aura in Chu Luiwei's body didn't belong to it. It was clearly Rong Xiu's. It and Rong Xiu had a master-servant relationship. Their auras were connected. It was fine that the black flying python had mistaken Chu Luiwei, but it actually misunderstood Chu Luiwei. Xue Xue wanted to protest, but it suddenly met Rong Xiu's cold gaze. It immediately became obedient. Chu Luiwei nodded and didn't pursue the matter. She looked around and realized that the originally steep mountain peak had been leveled to the ground. She sighed in her heart. The power of a battle between high-level demonic beasts was indeed shocking. Rong Xiu found a clean place and put her down. He pressed one hand on her back and continuously injected force into her. Chu Luiwei shook her head. These are all superficial wounds. You don't have to do this. Rong Xiu's other hand gently covered her eyes. Rest for a while. We'll leave when you're done packing. Chu Luiwei's vision darkened. She couldn't help but ask. Pack what? Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly, but the smile didn't reach the corners of his eyes. Of course, it's time to clean it up. Of course, it's time to clean it up. Chapter 150. Outside Wanling Mountain, Tianlu Academy's students and teachers were waiting in silence. The atmosphere was stagnant, and no one said a word. The silence was suffocating. Some students were seriously injured and in a coma. Although some were fine, they were injured. At a glance, almost no one came out unscathed. Time ticked by, and the waiting became more and more unbearable. Occasionally, some people would look at Wanling Mountain. Their faces were no longer filled with anticipation and excitement. Instead, they were filled with fear. Who would have thought that something like this would happen in Wanling Mountain? Now, it seemed like it still made people feel fearful. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking could be heard. A few figures quickly flew out of the forest. Everyone looked over. The teachers standing at the very front all revealed joyful expressions. You're finally back. There seemed to be a huge commotion in Wanling Mountain just now. What happened? That black flying python seemed to have used a killer move. It was too dangerous. Luckily, you came out in time. They were waiting outside, so they could not see the situation inside. They could only vaguely hear loud noises as if an intense battle had broken out. Two teachers went forward and handed Sun Hu and Mu Hongyu to the people beside them to take care of. One of them sighed. Don't mention it. That black flying python seemed to have gone crazy. It sent all the fiend beasts in the mountain range to surround that mountain. Mu Hongyu and the rest had a hard time escaping. Later on, another high-level magical beast appeared and fought with the black-winged heaven-swallowing python, raising the entire mountain to the ground. If we were any later, it would have been difficult for us to come out. What? An advanced fiend beast appeared? Everyone looked at each other, their hearts filled with shock. Didn't Elder Sun say that this place was the black flying python's territory? What was the advanced fiend beast that appeared later? It actually dared to fight with it head-on? We didn't see it clearly, but it was indeed very powerful. It was even more powerful than the black flying python. Everyone was speechless. The black flying python was a 7th-grade fiend beast, and it was extremely powerful. What kind of fiend beast was more powerful than it? It was an existence that only appeared in legends. They were really unlucky this time to actually encounter such an opportunity. Where's Elder Sun? He didn't come back with you? Bai Chen glanced around and didn't see Elder Sun's figure, so he couldn't help but ask. The teachers looked a little embarrassed. After a while, someone said, Elder Sun went to that mountain alone to save people. We couldn't get in touch with him. How is that possible? Isn't that too dangerous? Bai Chen frowned, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait a minute. Save people? In addition to Mu Hongyu and the others who had already returned, there was also, where are Chu Luiwei and Gu Mingzhu? The two of them are on that mountain. Master went to save them. Si Ting suddenly spoke. Everyone fell silent. Elder Sun was the strongest amongst them, but even he wasn't a match for the black-winged heaven-devouring python. If he went alone like this, it was simply, Elder Sun. A teacher inadvertently raised his head and saw a familiar figure walking out of the forest. He couldn't help but call out. Everyone hurriedly looked over. Bai Chen had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the bloodstains on Elder Sun's body. His expression changed and he quickly rushed forward. Elder Sun, are you injured? Elder Sun waved his hand. It's just a small injury. Bai Chen looked at his gloomy expression and suddenly felt uneasy. Elder Sun actually came back alone. Elder Sun, Lu Yu and Gu Mingzhu. Elder Sun shook his head tiredly and sighed. I'm useless. I didn't manage to save them in time. They were all sucked into the black-winged heaven-devouring python's killer move. The moment he said this, the crowd fell silent. If even Elder Sun said this, then it was almost certain that the two of them were dead. How could they possibly be a match for the black-winged heaven-devouring python? Mu Hongyu suddenly stood up. I don't believe it. If he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see the corpse. I'll go find her. With that, she quickly walked forward. However, before she could take 2 steps, her vision turned black, and she fainted. A teacher at the side immediately went forward to check on her. Her internal and external injuries are very serious. In addition, she lost a lot of blood. It's already very difficult for her to hold on until now. She suddenly fainted because of the shock. Elder Sun, you don't have to worry too much. Give her some medicine later and let her rest more. She'll recover. Elder Sun nodded, but he still looked a little dazed. He was still regretting and blaming himself for not being able to save the two of them. Before coming, I should have checked clearly. If he had done more research and sensed that the situation in Wanling Mountain had changed, he definitely would not have brought so many students here directly, and there would not have been so many casualties. This was practically the most tragic hunt in Tianlu Academy in recent years. Elder Sun, don't blame yourself too much. No one can be sure about this kind of thing. Who knows what happened to the black-winged heaven-devouring python? It suddenly went crazy this time. Bai Chen consoled him, but he also felt terrible. He had always thought highly of Chu Luiwei. Moreover, he was the one in charge of her entrance exam. Although he was not her teacher, he had always cared about her. However, he did not expect that, Elder Sun, Wanling Mountain is in chaos now. Let's hurry back to the academy. A teacher finally could not help but say. How could Elder Sun not know what to do now? However, how was he going to explain to his uncle master when he returned? Even if it was out of selfishness, he did not want to see Chu Luiwei die here. After a moment of silence, he closed his eyes and finally said, "Inform everyone that Tianlu Academy is to return immediately." The elders and teachers quickly took action and left in batches. Even Sun Hu and Mu Hongyu were taken away while they were unconscious. Gradually, most of the people had left. Si Ting walked to Elder Sun's side and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Master, is what you said just now true?" Elder Sun looked at him with a complicated gaze. He could actually see through Si Ting's thoughts. However, he let out a long sigh and patted Si Ting's shoulder. The last glimmer of light in Si Ting's eyes completely dimmed. "Gu Mingfeng, it's time to go." A teacher saw that Gu Mingfeng was still standing there without moving, so he spoke up. Gu Mingfeng took a deep look in the direction of the mountain peak. There, the originally towering mountain peak had disappeared. Even though he was standing there, he could still feel the violent collapse of the mountain. They had agreed to meet outside the mountain, but now, even the mountain was gone. Perhaps in this life, he would never see that pair of clear and trusting eyes again. That teacher walked to his side. "I know that you are upset that your sister met with an accident. However, things have already come to this." Gu Mingfeng took a deep breath and turned to leave with that teacher. As the sun set in the west, everyone's figures disappeared from their original positions. Only the dense forest, under the illumination of the sunset, was strangely tranquil. A small stream extended from the forest and flowed down. The afterglow shone on it, and the water was clear and crystalline. Gradually, the stream seemed to be dyed red, and it looked exceptionally beautiful. Then, the red gradually became thicker and thicker, almost turning into a river of blood. The corpse of a golden-eyed demon beast was faintly discernible. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 151. Night fell, and a bright moon hung in the sky. The bright moonlight flowed down like water, and the branches and leaves of the trees swayed gently with the wind. The shadows cast by the trees were like seaweed swaying gently in the water, quiet and serene. Chu Luiwei was leaning against a thick tree. Beside her, Rong Xiu was also sitting on the ground, planning to help her clean her wounds. The most serious injury on her body was the broken bone in her shoulder. If it was not treated in time, it would not be good in the future. It was a good thing that even without her teaching, Rong Xiu seemed to be very familiar with this. His movements were gentle and quick. "I'm helping you set your bones. Bear with it," Rong Xiu said in a low voice as his slender hand gently pressed down on her shoulder. Chu Luiwei nodded. She had suffered this kind of injury countless times in her previous life, so it was nothing. Rong Xiu gently placed his hand on her shoulder and then pushed. Chu Luiwei's body trembled from the pain. Rong Xiu looked at her and saw that the young girl's face was pale. Because of the pain, her forehead was covered in sweat. But from beginning to end, she did not make a sound as she forcefully swallowed the pain. Rong Xiu's eyes were slightly cold. He felt a bit of regret in his heart that he did not properly torture that bastard before taking care of him. His movements were even more gentle as he took off his white coat. With a "chila" sound, he tore it into strips and wrapped Chu Luiwei's wounds. Chu Luiwei heard this sound and turned her head to look. She could not help but smile. "Your Highness, your clothes are very expensive. Isn't this too wasteful?" Rong Xiu knew that she was teasing him, so he also smiled. "It's no problem, it's just a piece of clothing. You can just compensate me with another one later." Chu Luiwei raised her brows. "You really don't want to suffer a loss. Your Highness is really stingy." Rong Xiu's movements paused as his smile deepened. "I've always been generous, but I'm stingy towards you." Chu Luiwei felt as if his heart was being gently rubbed by something. After this incident, an invisible barrier seemed to have been broken between her and Rong Xiu. Although neither of them said anything, their relationship did seem to be much closer than before. "I'm already used to His Highness' stinginess, but I'm curious about something. Why did you come so coincidentally?" This place was 2 days away from the imperial capital, so it was absolutely impossible for Rong Xiu to arrive here in an instant. That meant that it was very likely that he had arrived here a long time ago. Rong Xiu's expression did not change. Rong Xiu said that she wanted to hunt a demonic beast, and it just so happened that there was a demonic beast tied here, so I came to take a look personally. I plan to choose a suitable one and bring it back to her. Rong Shu was the current 8th princess. She was already 13 years old this year, which was indeed the age to find a magical beast to hunt. But this kind of thing could be left to his subordinates. Why did he have to do it himself? Chu Luiyue smiled faintly. You really care about the 8th princess. Rong Xiu did not mind that she had seen through him. Instead, he looked at her steadily. Yes, I do care about her very much. It went without saying who he was referring to. Chu Luiyue's heart skipped a beat, and she did not know how to reply. At this moment, Xue Xue finally came back. It walked to Chu Luiyue and put down the thing in its mouth. It was the blood ferret. When Xue Xue left earlier, Chu Luiyue thought that since it was a high-level demonic beast, it should be very sensitive to the aura of other demonic beasts, so she asked it to help find this little thing. After the mountain collapsed, she actually did not have much hope in her heart, but this little thing risked its life for her, so she still remembered it. She did not expect to really find it. But at this moment, the little thing was lying on the ground, motionless. Chu Luiyue checked it and found that it was still breathing weakly. She immediately heaved a sigh of relief. It was still alive. Sensing her touch, the little thing's tail suddenly moved, and then it slowly opened its eyes. Those round eyes clearly reflected Chu Luiyue's face. It looked at her in a daze and blinked its eyes, as if it had not reacted. Chu Luiyue carefully picked it up and pinched its ears. It's okay, now we are safe. Only then did the little thing realize that it was not dreaming. Its eyes widened, and then it hugged Chu Luiyue's thumb and cried. It thought that it was already dead. It thought that it would never see her again. Chu Luiyue saw that it was crying so sadly, and she found it funny and sad at the same time. Okay, come back with me. In the future, this kind of thing will not happen again, okay? This little thing was very congenial to her, and she liked it very much. Now that it was still alive, it was best to bring it back. Although it could not be treated as a magical beast to hunt, it could be treated as a pet magical beast to accompany her. When the little thing heard this, it realized that it could always be by her side in the future, and it could not help but cry even louder. After a long time, it stopped, but its body was still sobbing, and its eyes and nose were red. It looked pitiful and cute. It saw that Chu Luiyue's shoulder was injured, so it obediently stayed by her side. Rong Xiu looked at it from the side and suddenly said, "It's really lucky." Chu Luiyue was in a good mood at this moment, and her eyes were curved. Previously, in order to help me, it was attacked by the black flying python, and then the mountain collapsed. As Chu Luiyue spoke, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. This little thing was only a third-grade magical beast, and the kind that did not have much fighting power. How could it have withstood the black flying python's angry attack? Moreover, after the entire mountain collapsed, the situation was so chaotic, but it actually survived safely. Chu Luiyue held it in her hand again and looked at it over and over again. The little thing seemed to be tickled, and it rolled around happily in her hand. Chu Luiyue was stunned. This little thing did not seem to be seriously injured. Other than a few scratches on its body, it was completely fine. Now that it was alive and kicking, who could imagine what it had gone through before? The most important thing was that Wanling Mountain was the black flying python's territory, and all the magical beasts here obeyed its orders due to the difference in level. The magical beast's attack was the best evidence. But this little thing seemed not to be affected. Not only did it not attack her together with the other magical beasts, but it also stood on her side and went against the black flying python. The more Chu Luiyue thought about it, the more she found it strange. She carefully checked the little thing again, but did not find anything unusual. The little thing hugged her finger intimately, and its furry tail rubbed against her finger. Just as Chu Luiyue was in a daze, Rong Xiu suddenly stretched out his hand and took the little thing over. You need to rest now. Think about these things in the future. Chu Luiyue felt that he was right, and she nodded. The little thing was suddenly forced away from the warm place, and it immediately woke up and stared fiercely at Rong Xiu. Rong Xiu glanced at it lightly. The little thing was frightened, and it immediately retracted its gaze, and obediently turned around to wait. Why do I smell blood on Xue Xue? Chu Luiwei asked curiously. Although the smell was very faint, it was indeed there. And it was obviously stronger than the smell after the black flying python was killed. Shue Shue froze, and it turned around and lay on the ground, pretending that it did not hear anything. Rong Xiu paused and quietly changed the topic. When you've recovered a little, we'll go back to the imperial capital tomorrow, Hui Yao said. You'll get a better reading experience from love. Chapter 152. 2 days later, the teachers and students returned to the academy, but they were not as excited and happy as they were when they left. The demonic beast riot in Wanling Mountain had caused many casualties. They were already very lucky to be able to come back alive, not to mention other things. The news quickly spread in the imperial capital and caused a huge uproar. Peach Garden. Several elders and teachers gathered together. The atmosphere in the hall was very depressing. After a long time, Elder Sun sighed. Martial Uncle is in seclusion these days. When he comes out, I will report this matter and accept my punishment. Everyone looked at each other and comforted him. Elder Sun, this is indeed an accident. It's not your fault. Yes, Wanling Mountain has been very peaceful for decades. It's not the first time we went there to hunt demonic beasts. Who would have thought that this time? Elder Sun, if you didn't give the order to retreat in time, our casualties would be even greater. You don't have to blame yourself anymore. Elder Sun waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to say any more. A mistake is a mistake. We have to clean up the mess now. Is the casualty list out? Wen Yen immediately said, It's done. Ignoring the minor injuries, 57 people are seriously injured and 14 people are dead. Elder Sun slowly clenched his hand. Why are there so many? Didn't you say there were 8 people? Yes, there were indeed 10 people who died at the beginning. Later, Yi Qing found the bodies of the 2 missing people under a cliff somewhere. What about the other 2? Wen Yen carefully looked at Elder Sun's expression and lowered his voice. The remaining 2 are Chu Luiwei and Gu Mingzhu. The mountain collapsed, and the 2 of them were swallowed into the black whirlpool of the black flying python. How could they survive? Therefore, the 2 of them were also included in the death list. Elder Sun was stunned when he heard their names. He was silent for a while. Inform their families. In addition, our academy will be fully responsible for this matter. Try your best to compensate them. Yes. Gu family. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap broke the silence in the room. Gu Mingfeng's head was tilted, and his face quickly became red and swollen. How did you take care of your sister? Why is she the only one who died when so many people are fine? Gu Mingfeng, explain it to me today. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving this house. The Gu family's patriarch, Gu Wenwei, was furious. He slapped Gu Mingfeng as if it wasn't enough, so he slapped him again. There was a clear palm print on Gu Mingfeng's face. He looked at Gu Wenwei expressionlessly. It was just a glance, and then he lowered his eyes. This was his so-called father. In his eyes, there was only Gu Mingzhu. As for him, he was just an eyesore. She was not in the same team as me, so I don't know how she died. How dare you lie? Gu Wenwei was so angry that he kicked Gu Mingfeng in the chest and shouted angrily, her profound formation black crystal was used, but she didn't survive. Other than you, who else knows that she has this thing on her? You've always been jealous of her. This time, weren't you the one who stole her things and tried to kill her? How could I, Gu Wenwei, give birth to a thing that is worse than an animal like you? There was a numbing pain in his chest, and Gu Mingfeng's face was a little pale. Gu Wenwei used all his strength in this kick. If not for the fact that he was a mystic master and his physical strength was not that strong, this kick would have taken Gu Mingfeng's life. I don't know how she died. Gu Mingfeng repeated mechanically and indifferently. Besides, even Elder Sun couldn't save her. Father, do you think that a profound formation black crystal can save her? Gu Wenwei was so angry that he laughed. Good. You even know how to talk back now. Your wings have hardened. Why aren't you the one who died? Why aren't you the one who died? Gu Mingfeng's eyelids twitched violently. In an instant, he felt that a part of his heart had completely collapsed. I should have seen it clearly. What was he? He was just a lowly existence that Gu Wenwei saw as a stain. Now, this so-called father wanted nothing more than to use his life in exchange for Gu Mingzhu's. Why? Was it because his birth mother was of lowly birth? Was it because he was the product of Gu Wenwei's drunken stupor? Gu Mingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly stood up. His gentle face was expressionless, but his entire body was frighteningly cold. When Gu Wenwei saw him like this, he was even angrier. Get lost. You're not part of the Gu family anymore. Gu Mingfeng looked up. Since you're chasing me out, I'll naturally listen to you. From now on, I won't step into the Gu family anymore so that I won't be an eyesore to you. Then he directly turned around and left. Gu Wenwei slapped the table into pieces. When Chuning received the news, he happened to be discussing important matters with Emperor Jiuwen in the palace. This matter had too many implications, so Tianlu Academy had sent someone to report it early in the morning. After Chuning heard it, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He couldn't recover his senses for a long time. When Emperor Jiuwen saw him like this, he could only sigh deeply and then let him go back to rest for a few days. Chuning didn't know how he walked out of the palace, nor did he know where he had walked to. Everything around him seemed to have faded away, and he was the only one left in the world. He had never felt that his footsteps were so heavy. Every step he took was extremely tiring, and he even felt heart-wrenching pain. However, he didn't dare to stop. He was afraid that once he stopped, the despair and pain would completely drown him. How can you walk like this? On the streets, he walked in a daze. Someone hurriedly walked past him and bumped into him. That person said in disgust, but when he saw Chuning's clothes, he immediately realized that he had offended an important person. Thus, he hurriedly shut his mouth and left. When he left, he was still talking to the person beside him. Yet, who would have thought that Tianlu Academy would have so many casualties this time? I heard that more than 10 people died. What a pity! They were all rare geniuses. Hey, they said that Chu Luiwei, who just got in a while ago, seemed to have died as well. He's a genius among geniuses. So what? If he dies, he won't have a chance to come back to life. Chuning forced himself to stand up, lowered his head, and walked forward. Someone stood in front of him. He looked up slowly and took a while to recognize the person in front of him. Chu Yan. His face was filled with curiosity and pity as he enunciated each word clearly. Big brother, I heard that Chu Luiwei died? Oh, you will be alone in the future. What are you going to do? Love Network has a better reading experience. Chapter 153. When Chu Yan heard the news, he immediately rushed over to look for Chu Ning. As expected, he saw him in a daze. He finally let out the breath that he had been holding in all this time. Although you're no longer part of the Chu family, you're still my big brother. Something happened to Chu Luiwei, and as your younger brother, I'm really worried about you. Big brother, the dead can't come back to life. You have to restrain your grief. Chu Yan put on a sorrowful expression, but the pride and arrogance in his eyes were almost overflowing. Every word was like a knife that ruthlessly stabbed into Chu Ning's heart. It was as if his heart was going to be minced into pieces. Chu Ning used all the strength in her body to stand firm. She glared at him. Are you done? The suppression of a stage 5 warrior was not to be underestimated. Chu Yan subconsciously trembled when he glanced at him, and a sense of fear arose in his heart. However, he was in a good mood now, so he simply ignored it. Hey, big brother, why are you angry? You can't blame me for this. I'm just worried that you'll be too sad, so I'm here to console you. Think about how Chu Luiwei entered Tianlu Academy by passing all 3 assessments. He even booked the entire Phoenix restaurant to celebrate. How lively was that? At that time, who would have thought that things would turn out this way? Don't you think so? As Chu Yan spoke, he deliberately sighed. Originally, I thought that our Minmin wasn't outstanding enough and was much worse than Chu Luiwei. However, I didn't expect that this time. It was because she had just recovered that she was extra careful and avoided so many dangers. Big brother, you see, fortune and misfortune come hand in hand. It's really hard to say. Sometimes, some people are unparalleled, but who knows when they'll have to get lost. Chu Ning roared and kicked Chu Yan hard at the same time. Chu Yen was caught off guard and was kicked directly. In addition, his strength couldn't be compared to the current Chu Ning, so Chu Ning's angry kick directly broke his bones. Chu Yen fell to the ground, and his face was pale from the pain. Chu Ning's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he quickly walked forward. Chu Yen was struggling to stand up, but before he could, Chu Ning's foot had already mercilessly stepped on his wrist. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was especially crisp. Chu Yen cried out in pain and almost fainted. Chu Ning, on the other hand, grabbed him by the collar and punched him in the face. This mouth, this person. He didn't want to endure it for even a moment. The people at the side had already recognized the identity of these two people. At first, they didn't dare to stop the fight, but in the end, when they saw Chu Ning's eyes were scarlet red and he grabbed the unconscious Chu Yen and wildly beat him up, as if he was determined to beat him to death, some people carefully tried to stop the fight. Lord Chu Ning, please stop hitting him. If you continue hitting him, he will die. However, Chu Ning did not seem to care at all. Instead, he slammed Chu Yan's head onto the ground. It was good that he was dead. If he died, the Chu clan would come and collect his corpse. Thinking of this, Chu Ning's movements paused as he suddenly thought of something. Eunuch Min came to report that Wanling Mountain's peak had collapsed, and Er's corpse was nowhere to be found. However, if he was alive, he wanted to see him. If he was dead, he wanted to see his corpse. Even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground of Wanling Mountain, he would still search for it. Chu Ning threw Chu Yen to the ground, turned around and left quickly. When he heard that Chu Ning was here, Elder's son personally went out to welcome him. When he saw Chu Ning covered in blood, he was shocked. Lord Chu Ning, what happened to you? Chu Ning stared at him. Elder son, I have a favor to ask. I want to go to Wanling Mountain to look for you. I heard that you were the last person to see her, so I would like to ask you to tell me the specific location so that I can start searching from there. How could Elder son not know what he was thinking? However, Lord Chu Ning, we are all very sad that something happened to Lu Yu. It is normal for you to want to look for her. However, at that time, she was swallowed by the black whirlpool created by the black flying python. Chu Ning's face became paler. His body swayed and he almost fell down. He knew about the black heaven-swallowing python. Once one was sucked into it, it would be difficult to find his corpse. Elder's son hurriedly supported him and closed his eyes. So, even if you go, I am afraid it will be in vain. Our academy has an unshirkable responsibility for this matter. Please tell me the location. I will look for her. Chu Ning slowly pushed his hand away and said firmly. Chu. Elder's son wanted to persuade him again, but when he saw Chu Ning's expression, he couldn't bear it. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Chu Ning, to tell you the truth, I felt uneasy on the way back with the academy's students, so I went back to Wanling Mountain once. Chu Ning was stunned. Elder's son paused and recalled the scene that time. He was still shocked. The entire Wanling Mountain was washed with blood. All the magical beasts had been killed. The river that spread out from the forest was completely dyed red with blood. Countless fiends' corpses floated on the river. That scene was really purgatory on earth. Wanling Mountain, which was originally bustling with life, became silent. Only the bloody smell that filled the sky made one's heart tremble. This was most likely caused by the high-level fiend that appeared that day. However, Elder's son looked around and couldn't find any trace of it. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to find any traces of them when they were alive, let alone find Chu Luyue. Chu Ning looked defeated and was silent for a long time. But in the end, he still stubbornly said, This time I must go. No matter whether he could find her or not, he must go. My is most afraid of being alone. I will bring her. He turned around stiffly. After taking a step, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. Let's go home. For mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 154. Elder's son got someone to send Chu Ning home and hired someone to take care of him in case anything happened to him. He could understand Chu Ning's feelings, but he did not know what would happen if he went out alone in his current state. How could he not be sad? Back then he thought highly of Chu Luiyue and even wanted to take him in as his disciple. If Uncle Master did not beat him to it, he might really be his master now. Elder son felt bitter seeing such an outstanding genius fall with his own eyes, but he could not do anything about it. After sending Chu Ning away, elder son locked himself in the house and did not come out for a long time. The dying Chu Yen was sent back to the Chu family, but it did not cause much of a stir. Instead, many people laughed at him. Ever since Chu Luiyue came to make a scene and took away a large portion of the Chu family's assets, everyone in the Chu family hated Chu Yen and Lu Yao to the core. Of these two people, one used his identity as the third young master to abuse his power, while the other took advantage of the fact that he was in charge of the Chu family's finances and pocketed almost all of the Chu family's assets. If it were not for the fact that the Chu family did not want the two of them to fill this hole, the Chu family would not have tolerated them. Besides, Chu Xianmin was just a concubine in Crown Prince Mansion. She could not do anything, so they were even more unscrupulous. Who would still put them in their eyes? The servant reported the news to First Elder, but he only sneered in return. He dug his own grave by provoking Chu Ning. Who can he blame? With Chu Luiyue dead, the Chu family could finally vent their anger. Who would not be secretly happy? However, out of so many people, only the brainless Chu Yen went straight to Chu Ning. No matter what, Chu Ning was already a stage 5 warrior and was not to be trifled with. Only a stupid person would go against Chu Ning directly. First Elder, as the Imperial Guard's commander-in-chief, Chu Ning beat Third Master half to death. This is not appropriate. Should we report this to His Majesty? First Elder's mouth twitched. He's stupid, but all of you are stupid as well. Chu Luiyue just died, and Chu Ning is devastated. Why would His Majesty pursue this matter at this time? Besides, it was Chu Ning who provoked him first. So many people were present at that time, and they clearly heard his **t. Even if we report this to His Majesty, we will not be in the right. Rather than this, we might as well deal with this matter quietly. First Elder is right. If he could ruthlessly trample on him at this time, that would be called venting his anger. There's no need for us to do anything. Chu Ning won't be able to hold on. Chu. Only Chu Ning is left. Can't he slowly deal with him in the future? Pity. Chu Luiyue died so easily outside. She really got off easy. First Elder muttered in a low voice. Only by personally dealing with Chu Luiyue can the hatred in his heart be quenched. Has there been any news from the Crown Prince? Why is His Majesty so cold to the Crown Prince these days? First Elder pondered for a moment and changed the topic. The palace has a tight lockdown on information. We have investigated in private, but we couldn't get any information. However, there is one thing that is a bit strange. The Crown Prince was urgently summoned to the palace on the night of his wedding with the third miss. No one knows what His Majesty said to him, but after he came out, the Crown Prince returned to his residence and never came out. Before that, His Highness Third Prince entered the palace. This matter is related to His Highness Third Prince. Not necessarily. But His Highness Third Prince is currently being held in the capital by His Majesty and has yet to return to the Northwest Army. First Elder's brows wrinkled. A few days ago, he personally sent a letter but was rejected. It can be seen that the Crown Prince's situation is worse than expected. Vaguely, he felt that the Crown Prince's position is in danger. But they have always been on good terms with the Crown Prince. They are already in the same boat. At this time, it would be wishful thinking to seek refuge with another prince. Therefore, they must find a way to help the Crown Prince out of his current predicament. Mu Hongyu was unconscious for an entire day and night. When she woke up, she sat on the bed in a daze. Her whole body seemed to have been drained of all strength. Her mind seemed to be blank, but everything that happened in Wanling Mountain kept replaying in her mind. All the scenes were clearly replayed over and over again, making her extremely uncomfortable. If they stopped Lu Yu at that time, then everything that happened later wouldn't have happened. They were the ones who thought they were lucky, and they were too relaxed. No matter how strong Lu Yu is, she is just a student like them. She even entered the school half a year later than them. How could they let her face a magical beast of the 7th rank alone? That's a very powerful being. Even the elders in the school might not be its match, let alone Lu Yu. Mu Hongyu thought in a daze as tears fell silently. Then she slapped herself harshly. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap was particularly clear in the quiet room. Her face was burning with pain, but it was nothing compared to the self-blame and guilt in her heart. Wu, the golden mane bear cub, felt the heavy sadness from her body and seemed to be infected. It crawled over and hugged her arm as it whimpered softly. Mu Hongyu buried her head in her arms and sobbed silently. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Mu Hongyu hurriedly looked up, wiped the tears on her face, and dragged her tired and painful body to open the door. Who is it? When she saw the face of the person outside the door, Mu Hongyu's face immediately turned cold. She did not say anything and wanted to close the door. Even if the person was wearing a veil and only revealed a pair of eyes, she could immediately recognize that it was Chu Xianmin. Hey, wait. Chu Xianmin held the door with one hand and stopped Mu Hongyu's actions. I heard that you were injured, so I came to visit you out of goodwill. Why are you in such a hurry to close the door? Chu Xianmin said as her eyes quickly swept across Mu Hongyu's face, and the corners of her eyes twitched. Mu Hongyu was enraged by her gaze, and her voice was cold. I don't welcome you here. Leave quickly. It won't do you any good to provoke me. Mu Hongyu seemed to smile. You're not my match even when you're at your peak, let alone now that you're injured. This kind of threat is meaningless. What do you want? Mu Hongyu had completely lost her patience. Chu Xianmin suddenly took a step closer. A sinister look flashed across her eyes as she smiled slowly. Chu Luiwei is dead. I heard that you were quite close to her, so I came to visit you. Look at you. She must have died very miserably, right? Chapter 155. Upon hearing this, the anger in Mu Hongyu's heart was completely ignited. She raised her hand and slapped Chu Xianmin's face. Chu Xianmin did not back down. She clamped down on Chu Xianmin's hand and pushed it hard. Mu Hongyu's body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The wounds on her body split open again, and blood flowed out, leaving bloodstains on her clothes. She was seriously injured and was at her weakest. She was no match for Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin stepped through the door and looked down at her with a mocking gaze. Are you angry? What's there to be angry about? Am I not telling the truth? I heard that Chu Luiwei died in the hands of the black flying python. The entire mountain collapsed. I'm sure there's nothing left of her now, right? Mu Hongyu's chest churned as black shadows flashed across her eyes. Get lost. Chu Xianmin chuckled. I came to see you out of goodwill, but you're so against it and even want to chase me away. You really don't know how to appreciate my kindness. However, don't worry. Chu Luiwei harmed me to this extent. I won't let it go so easily. It's a pity that I didn't get to finish her off personally and didn't even see how she died. Since you're so close to her, I'll put this on your head in the future. I'll slowly repay you in the future. As she spoke, she turned around and was about to leave. The golden mane bear cub suddenly chased after her from behind and bit Chu Xianmin's calf harshly. Chu Xianmin cried out in pain and quickly looked down. When she saw that it was the golden mane bear cub, she was shocked and angry. Get lost. The golden mane bear cub was flung away and fell to the ground. Its body shook, and it spat out a piece of flesh from its mouth that was full of blood. It had actually bitten off a piece of flesh from Chu Xianmin's calf. Chu Xianmin's face was pale from the pain. Her heart trembled as she looked at the bloody wound on her calf. She had finally recovered from her injury, but she was attacked by this little bastard again. Such a deep wound would definitely leave a scar. You're courting death. She suddenly pulled out the sword at her waist and slashed at the golden mane bear cub. The golden mane bear cub looked up at her, and its fur suddenly stood up. His eyes were filled with hostility. When the long sword landed, it actually charged straight at Chu Xianmin. Chu Xianmin's sword barely grazed the little golden mane bear's back. However, the golden mane bear cub was a natural 4th-grade magical beast. Its physical strength was extremely strong, and it dodged quickly. The sword only managed to cut off some of its fur. Not even a single wound was left behind. Bang! The golden mane bear cub slammed its head into Chu Xianmin's stomach, causing her to fall to the ground. The back of Chu Xianmin's head hit the ground hard, and her brain buzzed. She was furious. She kicked the golden mane bear cub away and struggled to get up. She raised her sword and stabbed at the bear cub's exposed abdomen. Song song! Mu Hongyu exclaimed and pounced over. The tip of Chu Xianmin's sword had already reached Mu Hongyu's back. Clang! A rock flew from the side and accurately hit the sword, causing Chu Xianmin's sword to deviate. It narrowly grazed Mu Hongyu's side. Chu Xianmin turned around angrily. Who dares? The moment she spoke, she stopped as if someone was strangling her. The person who came was Mr. Wenyan. He quickly went forward and helped Mu Hongyu up. After making sure that she was fine, he looked at Chu Xianmin again with an ugly expression. Chu Xianmin, what are you doing? He originally wanted to see how Mu Hongyu was recovering, but he did not expect to see Chu Xianmin standing at the door from afar with a sword in her hand. When he got closer, he clearly saw Chu Xianmin attacking Mu Hongyu. This is the academy. Are you crazy? How dare you attack your own classmate? Chu Xianmin knew that something was wrong. The door was not closed, and Mr. Wenyan must have seen it clearly. She hurriedly tried to defend herself. Mr. Wenyan, listen to me. It's not what you think. I just wanted to visit Mu Hongyu. Her fiend attacked me first, and I fought back to protect myself. Wenyan did not believe a single word of this explanation. Cut the crap. When did your relationship with Mu Hongyu become so good? Chu Xianmin secretly bit her lip. Mr. Wenyan, I'm telling the truth. Look if you don't believe me. This is the wound it left on me. Chu Xianmin pointed at her calf as she spoke. Wenyan frowned and looked over. Indeed, a piece of flesh had been forcefully torn off. He turned around and glanced at Mu Hongyu and the golden mane bear cub. The golden mane bear cub was still vigilant as it stared at Chu Xianmin. Wenyan shook his head and said with disappointment, Fiends are very sensitive. Magical beasts are the most sensitive, especially young ones. The reason why it's so wary of you is obviously because it has sensed your hostility. Mu Hongyu is its master. Do you want me to continue asking why it's treating you like this? Chu Xianmin was a little flustered. Mr. Wenyan, all right. You're also injured now, so we're barely even. I won't pursue this any further. Quickly go back and recuperate. Don't let this happen again in the future. Wenyan interrupted her and looked a little impatient. Chu Xianmin knew that there was no point in continuing to argue. She could only clench her teeth and swallow her anger as she turned around and limped away. Wenyan looked at her back view for a long time and sighed. Chu Xianmin used to be smart and hardworking. How did she become like this? Mu Hongyu hugged the golden mane bear cub and patted it for a while. It finally recovered from its previous state and lay in Mu Hongyu's arms softly. Wenyan turned around and saw that she was in a daze with red eyes. He did not know how to comfort her. He took out a letter from his sleeve. Hongyu, your father, Prince Pingjiang, wrote a letter. Chu Xianmin returned to her residence and treated her wound. However, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. When Chu Luiwei was still alive, he caused her to suffer a crushing defeat. Not only did he disfigure her, but he also forced her to marry into the crown prince mansion as a concubine. She could not lift her head up until now. Now that she was dead, he was still haunting her. She could not take this lying down. After thinking for a while, she suddenly stood up and walked toward Peach Garden. In Peach Garden, Ling Zhu was dealing with the compensation for the injured students when he heard the news of Chu Xianmin's arrival. He put down the things in his hands and walked to the courtyard. He immediately saw Chu Xianmin, who was waiting there. Xianmin, why are you here? Ling Zhu used to admire Chu Xianmin a lot. Even though he vaguely felt that she had changed after she returned, he did not pay much attention to it. It was normal for her to change after what happened previously. Chu Xianmin glanced inside without batting an eyelid. Mr. Ling Zhu, is Elder Sun here? There's something I want to report. Ling Zhu shook his head. Elder Sun is busy right now. I'm afraid he doesn't have time to see you. You can tell me anything. I'll pass it on to Elder Sun later. Chu Xianmin hesitated for a while but still spoke. Mr. Ling Zhu, the Tianling dynasty's envoy seems to be coming soon. Ling Zhu was stunned, and his expression became much more serious. Yes, why are you suddenly asking about this? Chu Xianmin paused and seemed to hesitate. Sister's accident was too sudden. However, since the matter has been decided, it's not appropriate to go back on it at the last minute. I wonder, if old son plans to send someone else up? Love Network has a better reading experience than this. Chapter 156. Ling Zhu never expected that Chu Xianmin would come here immediately to talk about this matter before Chu Liyue's body had even turned cold. Even if Chu Liyue had severed ties with the Chu family, they still had the same blood flowing in their veins. How could Chu Xianmin say all this without changing her expression? Wasn't she stepping on Chu Liyue's dead body? Ling Zhu's expression was a little stiff. Xianmin, did you look for elder's son just to talk about this? Chu Xianmin also noticed that his expression was a little off. She lowered her eyes and made a sorrowful expression. Teacher Ling Zhu, I know it's not appropriate to say this now, but the dead can't be brought back to life. As the living, we should do what we should do. The Tianling dynasty is such a powerful existence. If we don't deal with this properly, this is not something you should worry about. You should go back and rest first. Ling Zhu looked at Chu Xianmin's sorrowful expression and felt nauseous. If Chu Xianmin cared about Chu Liyue even a little, she would never do such a thing. Since she could say it, why did she have to be so pretentious? Chu Xianmin did not notice Ling Zhu's gaze and asked hesitantly, Then this matter, I'll discuss it with elder son when he's free. Ling Zhu averted his gaze. Chu Xianmin was then relieved. Okay, I'll go back first. Please continue with your work. She then turned around and left. Walking out of Peach Garden, Chu Xianmin's lips curled up under her veil. Chu Liyue was already dead, and the academy would definitely find someone to replace him. Naturally, she was the most suitable person as the second in rank. The Tianling dynasty was a powerful existence that only existed in legends. If she could use this opportunity to build a relationship with them, she would not have to worry about not being able to achieve great things in the future. Now, everyone said that she was down and out and no longer had her former glory. Even the servants in Crown Prince Mansion dared to treat her badly. When she made a comeback, she would see how those people would continue to mock her. Ling Zhu watched Chu Xianmin leave. When her figure completely disappeared, he finally let out a long sigh and rubbed between his brows. Other than anger, there was also confusion in his heart. When did Chu Xianmin become like this? Or had he misjudged her from the very beginning? After settling this matter, Chu Xianmin wanted to go back and have a good rest. However, before she could reach her residence, the Chu family sent someone to inform her that Chu Yan had been beaten half to death by Chu Ning. Lu Yao wanted her to go back quickly. Chu Xianmin was shocked, but she did not care about her injury. She applied for leave from the teacher and returned to the Chu family. Chu Xianmin had mixed feelings when she walked to the Chu family's door again. She did not want to go in for a moment. Ever since she married into the Crown Prince's residence, she had not returned to the Chu family. At that time, she had been coldly married off. It could be said that she had lost all the faith she had accumulated over the past 10 years. Originally, she had wanted to wait until her days in the Crown Prince's residence were better before returning. However, the Crown Prince had shut himself in his study these days. It was difficult to even see him once, let alone talk about other things. While she was hesitating, the servant in front of the gate had already seen her and said in a strange tone, "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's third miss. You don't look well. Could it be that you're having a hard time in the Crown Prince's mansion?" Chu Xianmin felt even more humiliated. However, if she did not go in, it would seem that she was afraid. She took a deep breath and didn't say a word as she walked in without looking sideways. After she left, the servants at the gate looked at each other and laughed in unison. Chu Xianmin dug her nails deep into her palms to suppress the anger in her heart. Along the way, the servants who passed by all mocked and ridiculed her when they saw her. They did not take her seriously at all. When Chu Xianmin finally reached Chu Yan and Lu Yao's residence, her palms were already bleeding from the clenched fists. Lu Yao was standing outside the door. When she saw her, she hurriedly walked over. Min, you have to save your father. Chu Xianmin took a deep breath and walked into the house. How is father now? Lu Yao wiped the corners of her eyes and said resentfully. It's all because of that Chu Ning. He actually beat your father up like that on the streets. If he hadn't been treated in time, I'm afraid. Chu Xianmin walked into the house and saw that Chu Yen was still unconscious. His face was bruised and swollen, and there was almost no part of his body that was unharmed. One could imagine how ruthless Chu Ning was. How did father get hurt like this? Didn't the residents invite anyone to come and take a look? Lu Yao sighed helplessly. Ever since Chu Luiwei came and caused a ruckus, your father's and my status in the residence plummeted, and we became a thorn in everyone's side. They couldn't be happier that your father was beaten up. Why would they help get someone to come and take a look? Most of the money under your father's and my name has been taken away by them. What's left is not enough to invite those famous doctors. We can only drag it on like this. Min, I asked you to come back this time to ask if you have any way to help. At the mention of this, Chu Xianmin was also very frustrated. Wasn't this part of the reason why the Chu family treated her like this? What can I do? I'm already in a difficult enough situation myself. How can I help you? Besides, the Crown Prince has been staying in the study. I can't even see him, let alone ask the Crown Prince for help. Lu Yao was also anxious. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch your father suffer like this? Chu Xianmin was silent for a while before she finally said, Forget it. Don't be anxious now. I'll think of a way to raise some money for you to hire a better doctor for my father first. I'll think of a way to deal with the Crown Prince. After this period of time, the Tianling dynasty's people will come, and it will be our day to shine. Lu Yao was confused. What? Where did this come from? Chu Xianmin touched the veil on her face. Chu Luiwei is dead. I'll take her place and meet the Tianling dynasty's envoy. As long as I meet him, I'll have a chance to make a comeback. Lu Yao's eyes lit up. Why didn't she think of that? When Chu Xianmin returned to Crown Prince Mansion, it was already night time. She went straight to the study and wanted to see the Crown Prince. As expected, she was rejected again. However, she did not go back directly this time. Instead, she was very persistent. Your Highness, I know that you've been troubled recently, so I'm here to help you. Please meet me. If you don't think it's possible, I won't disturb you again in the future. After saying that, she waited quietly. After some time, Rong Jin's voice was finally heard. Let her in. Let her in. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network.